In the future timeline of the Dragon Ball World, Briggs City southwest of West City. The entire city had already been torn apart by the androids, left with nothing but rubble and wreckage after the relentless bombardment. Thick smoke filled the air along with the stench of scorched ruin. Trunks, the only warrior left in this timeline, was pinned beneath Android 18's foot. His clothes were torn, his energy faint. He had clearly lost the ability to fight, teetering on the brink of death. Hiss. A piercing pain stabbed into his mind from every inch of his skin, making Luo Xiao draw a sharp breath. He slowly opened his eyes. A familiar figure appeared in his sight. Android 17. What's going on? Am I dreaming? Seeing that familiar face, Luo Xiao thought he must be dreaming. Yet no dream had ever felt this real, and the pain was so vivid. Clearly this was no dream. Could he have traveled across worlds? His second thought. As a novel enthusiast, he knew this trope very well. Based on his last memories and what he saw now, it matched the familiar pattern of a transmigration story. The next moment a rush of memories flooded his mind. Frame by frame the memories played back like a film. Dragon Ball World. A future timeline. Trunks. I've become Trunks of the future. Absorbing all the memories, he knew the truth: he had truly traveled into this timeline. According to those memories, Luo Xiao had become Trunks, the Trunks currently pinned down and at the android's mercy. Ding. God-level check-in system bound. The system senses your life is in danger. Claim the Novice Survival Gift Pack. Right as Luo Xiao was wondering how to survive the android's hands, a synthetic electronic voice sounded in his mind. System. Joy surged instantly. As expected, every transmigrator gets a system. Claim it immediately. Without hesitation, Luo Xiao mentally commanded. In his situation, death could come at any moment. He refused to die at the hands of androids right after arriving in the Dragon Ball world. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have claimed the Novice Survival Gift Pack. Reward: Senzu Bean X20 3000X Gravity Chamber Super Saiyan 4 Transformation. The system's synthetic voice sounded again. Hearing that heavenly electronic voice, Luo Xiao was ecstatic, his body trembling. The Senzu Beans and the Gravity Chamber were merely solid rewards. But Super Saiyan 4 was the real prize, the best reward. If he could transform into Super Saiyan 4, dealing with the two androids would be effortless. Just as Luo Xiao was overwhelmed with excitement, a strange sensation came from behind him. A furry tail tore through his pants and extended outward. 17. What's going on? Why did this brat Trunks suddenly grow a tail? Startled by the sudden sight, Android 18 asked. Could he have mutated from the beating? Ha. Interesting. Maybe he's awakened some kind of mysterious power. Based on the memories Dr. Gero implanted in us, Goku and Vegeta, who appeared long ago, had tails like that. Android 17 curled the corner of his mouth and spoke dismissively, his tone full of contempt. Even if Trunks changed, it meant nothing to them. Soon this brat who had kept interfering would be dead by their hands. Let's just finish him off. No need to risk surprises. Android 18 glanced down at Trunks beneath her foot. An energy sphere swiftly formed in her palm. Trunks was already mortally wounded from the beating. This attack was guaranteed to kill him. When he felt the scorching energy behind him, Luo Xiao immediately issued a mental command. System: use Senzu Bean. Trunks's body had been severely injured. Or rather, the critical wounds had already claimed the original Trunks's life. In that state, he barely had the strength left to become Super Saiyan 4. Understood, host. Senzu Bean used successfully. The instant the synthetic voice sounded, the tearing pain vanished without a trace. The exhaustion was gone too. His wounds closed within moments. Power surged back into his entire body. Ha! Clenching his fists, Luo Xiao roared. Golden energy erupted from his body, and in an instant he transformed into a Super Saiyan. The blast sent Android 18 and Android 17 flying back. Luo Xiao rose to his feet. Wah! What the hell? That brat couldn't even stand a moment ago. Where did this sudden power come from? Android 18 stared at Trunks in shock. A moment ago Trunks had clearly lost all combat ability. He couldn't even stand. He was on the very edge of death. But now he looked not only fully recovered but even stronger than before. Maybe it's that thing called Senzu Bean. Doesn't matter. At most it lets us play with him for a few more minutes. Android 17's tone remained cold and mocking. He still didn't take Trunks seriously. No matter how many times the brat stood up, he would only be knocked down again. Until that brat Trunks was finally killed. So this is the power of a Super Saiyan. It's absolutely breathtaking. Luo Xiao stared at his own hands and the golden aura swirling around him, overwhelmed with excitement. As a Dragon Ball fan who hasn't dreamed of becoming a Saiyan one day, now Luo Xiao's dream had come true. Since I've been reborn into the Dragon Ball world and have become Trunks, he thought, from now on I am Trunks. Soon Luo Xiao made up his mind. Since he had come to the Dragon Ball world he had always yearned for and had become the warrior he admired most, Trunks. From now on he would make Trunks the strongest Saiyan. You little brat, you still have the courage to stand up. Such defiance will only make your death more painful. Android 18 crossed her arms and said with a contemptuous look. 17, I don't need your help this time. I will finish off this brat for good and make sure he can never stop us again. That brat Trunks had blocked them again and again, just as annoying as Son Gohan had been before. Since that was so, this time they would have to send him to hell to reunite with all the others. Ah. Whatever you like, said 17, the cruel smile curling at the corner of his lips. But finish it quickly because we still have to move on to the next place. This city is already almost completely destroyed. There is nothing fun left here and we can no longer hear those wonderful screams of despair. So we have to go to the next city to hear those beautiful sounds. Got it. One lousy little brat like him can be taken care of in 2 seconds if I get serious. Android 18 said coldly. Clearly she did not consider Trunks worth worrying about at all. In her eyes a brat like him could be finished in an instant. The moment those cold words fell, her body shot straight toward Trunks incredibly fast. But by now Trunks had already integrated all his previous memories and battle techniques. He pushed off the ground with both feet and appeared in midair in an instant, easily dodging Android 18's attack. Then he said coldly, in another timeline the two of you are not evil. But in this timeline you are nothing but devils. So I will completely eradicate you both. In another timeline of Dragon Ball, the alternate past timeline where Trunks once traveled, Android 17 and 18 were not evil. But the 17 and 18 before him now were pure evil, emotionless killing machines through and through. Even though he didn't consider himself a saint, there was no need to keep such demons alive. If too many cities were destroyed soon there would be nowhere left to eat. Heh heh heh. Did you hear that, 17? It looks like this little brat's brains were smashed in earlier. How else could he say something so arrogant and ignorant? Instead of getting angry, Android 18 burst out laughing. She thought Trunks must have been knocked silly, which was the only way he could say such foolish words. With his meager strength he couldn't even compare to the already killed Son Gohan. How could he possibly possess the power to kill them? It certainly seems so. Then let's finish him quickly. 17 also said with a mocking smile. At this moment Trunks was still in midair. Trunks clenched both fists. Those annoying laughs. I'll show you the despair of hell. Trunks said in a low, calm voice. Then he clenched his fists again, his expression instantly turning serious. The golden aura around him swelled violently and the entire ground began to tremble wildly. Rumble. As the ground shook, broken rocks floated into the air as if controlled by some mysterious energy. Trunks' aura grew stronger and stronger. The golden aura became even more ferocious. Ha! With a low roar the golden flame around his body shattered like glass in an instant. In the next moment a completely unfamiliar figure appeared before Android 17 and 18. His body was covered in red fur with a red tail behind him. His hair had turned light lavender and looked wilder. His pupils were light blue and the red eye sockets gave him a somewhat fierce, sinister look. This transformation was unmistakably Super Saiyan 4. What? What's going on, 17? Is that really Trunks? Android 18's face showed utter shock. Watching the dramatically changed Trunks, her heart churned with violent waves of disbelief. They had never seen Trunks look like this. Even Son Gohan had never used such a transformation. It seems he has undergone some other kind of transformation similar to the earlier Super Saiyan state. Don't be reckless 18. That guy feels very dangerous to me. Let's take him down together. The confident evil smile on 17's face instantly froze. Then his expression turned grave. Although the androids could not sense ki, they could still feel that instinctive sense of danger. And at this moment the transformed Trunks was radiating exactly that dangerous feeling. Even the proud android 18 nodded at that. Because she too could feel a danger she had never experienced before. Being surrounded by this sense of danger was extremely uncomfortable. But after they completely finished off that little brat Trunks, the feeling would naturally disappear. Face your judgment. In a single instant I will kill both of you. Trunks said this with utter seriousness. The look in his eyes was exactly the same as the one in the original Dragon Ball timeline when Trunks killed Android 17 and 18. Heh. Don't get cocky, you reckless little brat. Don't think that a mere change has made you worthy of being our opponent. This time I will completely erase you from this world. Hearing Trunks's words, Android 17 was instantly enraged. Since the day he was created he had never heard such idiotic words. And this brat who had been beaten half to death by them again and again, actually dared to speak such ignorant nonsense. Then today they would truly send him to hell. After Android 17's furious shout faded, the two figures flashed out almost at the same instant. It was obvious how perfectly they worked in unison. Flanking him from left and right, they shot straight toward Trunks. In truth, both of them believed that either one alone had enough power to kill Trunks. It was only the dangerous feeling from moments ago that stopped them from letting their guard down. This time they had to watch Trunks die with their own eyes. Courting death. Watching Android 17 and 18 charging in from left and right, Trunks said coldly. He then spun around and slammed a heavy punch into Android 18. Boom. Almost instantly Android 18's body exploded under that fist and turned into fine dust. Before Android 17 could even react, Trunks sent a dazzling spinning kick at him. Boom. Android 17's body exploded in that same moment. Only two clouds of black smoke remained spreading through the air. A gentle wind blew and the dust gradually faded away. The androids had vanished completely. Phew. So this is the power of Super Saiyan 4. It really is far stronger than the androids. But it seems Trunks' base combat power is too weak. Even after transforming into Super Saiyan 4, he isn't particularly strong. After eradicating Android 17 and 18 with ease, Trunks murmured to himself. He understood all too well that each Saiyan transformation is an enhancement built upon one's base combat power. If one's base combat power was too weak, even transforming into Super Saiyan 5 or an even higher level would not unleash much real strength. And Trunks' base combat power was clearly too lacking. For that reason, even after reaching Super Saiyan 4, he was nowhere near the level of Goku and Vegeta from Dragon Ball GT. Fortunately, he had been reborn into the future timeline of the Dragon Ball world. In other words, even with a poor base combat power, no one at this stage could become his opponent. Raising his base combat power was the most urgent task right now. Because only after increasing that foundation would he become stronger when he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Let's head home first. He looked at Brigi City, which had been left devastated and in ruins. There were no longer any fluctuations of chi in this place. This meant that all the humans in this city had been completely wiped out by Android 17 and 18. Whoosh! With a flicker of his body, Trunks' figure disappeared from midair in an instant. When he appeared once more, he was already at Capsule Corporation in West City. But this Capsule Corporation no longer had the prosperity and splendor it had enjoyed in the past. West City had not yet been destroyed by the androids. However, because the surrounding cities had been damaged too severely, it had still suffered direct consequences. Standing before the entrance, Trunks hesitated for a few seconds. He had truly and thoroughly accepted this identity. And from now on he would be Trunks. The only thing he found hard to accept was how he should address Bulma when he saw her soon. Back when he used to watch Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, he had actually rather liked Bulma as a character. Beautiful and wealthy. It was only a pity that she had married Vegeta in the end. And now she had actually become his mother. What nonsense. Utter nonsense. But after hesitating for a while, Trunks still walked inside. This was a reality he had to accept. Once he reached home, Bulma was clearly nervous. She had been greatly opposed to Trunks going to fight the androids alone. She knew that with Trunks' strength he could not possibly defeat the two androids. So from the time Trunks had left until now, she had remained in a state of extreme anxiety. Creak. The door was pushed open and Trunks walked in completely unscathed. His battle suit was slightly damaged, nothing more. Trunks. Are you all right? You actually came back in one piece. Thank goodness. At the sight of Trunks, the tension and worry on Bulma's face instantly turned into excitement and overwhelming joy. It was truly wonderful, Trunks had come back. And he did not appear injured. I'm fine. Trunks only nodded awkwardly. He then looked at Bulma, who was wild with joy. Her delicate features were still fine and pretty, but with the passage of time many wrinkles had already appeared on her face. White strands were woven into her blue-green hair. This Bulma from this timeline had indeed grown old. How did you escape and come back? Did you not run into the androids? Bulma immediately asked, full of curiosity. She knew that Gohan's strength back then had been far greater than the current Trunks' power. Even Gohan had been killed by the androids. So if Trunks had clashed with them head-on, he would not have had the slightest chance of winning. The probability of being killed was as high as 90%. Escape. Trunks was stunned for a moment, but his expression soon returned to normal. Indeed, Bulma understood Trunks rather well. With the power he possessed in the past, he truly could not defeat the androids. He would only have ended up being beaten or killed. No, I fought the androids and I have already completely disposed of them. Trunks said it with a serious look. Although something unexpected had happened in the middle, the androids really had been killed and eliminated. However, the original Trunks had also died. Really? You can't be joking with me, Trunks. How could you possibly have the power to kill those two androids? Bulma was shocked, obviously not believing at all that Trunks had truly wiped them out. If Trunks had possessed such power, he would not have returned severely wounded every single time over the past 3 years. I'm not joking. The androids were really destroyed by me. With my old power I truly couldn't have killed them. But this time, at the most critical moment, I seemed to awaken the pure Saiyan bloodline, break through my limits and reach a higher level of Super Saiyan transformation. That was how I wiped out the androids in one stroke. Look, this tail grew out back then. Trunks shook his head and said seriously. He then showed the fluffy tail behind him. Of course, part of that story was a lie to Bulma. What other way could he explain it? After all, he could hardly say, your son is already dead and I happen to take over your son's body, now could he? So, does this mean we no longer have to live in fear? Wonderful. Just as I'd expect from my Trunks, he actually defeated the androids. Bulma's expression shifted from doubt to ecstasy in an instant. Then she threw her arms tightly around Trunks, tears of joy glistening in her eyes. She had waited a full 17 years for this moment. No, all the survivors of Earth had waited 17 years. The days of living in terror were finally ending. As for Trunks suddenly growing a tail, Bulma was not surprised in the least. Goku, Vegeta and Gohan had all had tails in the past. The sudden emergence of his tail proved that Trunks had truly awakened his pure Saiyan bloodline. What she cared about most was that the androids had been completely annihilated and that her son Trunks was unharmed. Held tightly by Bulma, the unfamiliar sensation against his chest made Trunks feel somewhat uncomfortable. After all, he was no longer the same Trunks as before. Instead, another soul now resided within his body. And that soul had once been rather fond of Bulma, which made things quite awkward. It was a full 3 minutes before Bulma finally released Trunks. Her face still gleamed with overwhelming excitement. Just a few days earlier, humanity on Earth had nearly lost all hope after all. No one on Earth had been able to stop the androids. The nation's military was utterly helpless against them. They could be utterly destroyed with a single wave of the hand. And now at last the androids had been eliminated, and by her own son no less. It made her happy and immensely proud at the same time. If your father Vegeta knew how amazing you are, he would be delighted for you too. Bulma said again, tears shimmering in her eyes. She wondered whether the dead Vegeta could see this scene. Vegeta, huh? That guy wouldn't be happy to learn that his son has grown stronger than him. Trunks didn't say anything. But from what he knew of Vegeta, That man's jealousy absolutely drew no lines between people. Even if it were his own son once that son's power surpassed his own, he would definitely be jealous. At least the Vegeta of Dragon Ball Z had that kind of personality. Trunks, sit down and rest for a while. Let me go make you something to eat. You must be hungry after defeating the androids. With that, Bulma happily went back into the kitchen to prepare food. To be honest, after so many years of the androids' destruction, it wasn't easy to buy things now. But since the androids had now been completely eliminated, then the days ahead would only get better and better. As long as they joined forces, they could definitely restore Earth to its original state. Ding. System check-in task released. Host must travel to the main timeline within 24 hours to check in. Check-in reward Ultra Instinct. Just as Bulma went into the kitchen, the system synthesized electronic voice suddenly echoed through his mind. A new task already. And it actually requires me to check in at the main timeline. But the reward is Ultra Instinct. For a first reward, that's incredible. Trunks muttered to himself. The main timeline the system mentioned was exactly the same timeline that Trunks had visited in the original Dragon Ball storyline. But he had to check in within 24 hours. That was obviously a bit tight. He wondered whether Bulma had managed to develop an energy source for the time machine. Because to go to the main timeline now, he had to rely on the time machine. However, Bulma had started researching the time machine long ago. She was worried that Trunks might not be able to handle the androids, so she hoped he could go to the past timeline and seek Goku's help. In fact, the time machine had been successfully developed long ago. It was just that the materials required for its energy source were troublesome to find, and the research process was also extremely difficult. But this time the check-in reward was Ultra Instinct. Therefore, no matter how difficult it was, he had to go and check in. This was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Half an hour later, Bulma emerged carrying a lot of food. Trunks wolfed it down ravenously. Now that he possessed a Saiyan body, his appetite was naturally huge. Moreover, the earlier battle against the androids had indeed consumed a great deal of stamina. Eat slower, there's still more in the pot. Watching Trunks wolfing down his food, Bulma said tenderly. Mom, have you finished developing the time machine's energy source? I plan to go to the past timeline. Trunks spoke as he ate. Honestly, calling out the word mom still felt incredibly awkward. But there was no helping it. He had become Trunks now, and this blood relationship could not be denied. Go to the past timeline. But the reason we researched the time machine before was to let you go to the past timeline and ask for help, so that Goku and the others could fight the androids. But now that you've already defeated the androids, do you still need to go? Bulma asked, clearly somewhat confused. With the androids eliminated, their timeline was now safe. There was absolutely no need to look for Goku's help. Yeah, I still have to go. If I don't go, perhaps the disaster we faced before will happen in other timelines. It will become an endless cycle repeating over and over. So I don't want to see humans in other timelines suffer the same pain. Trunks nodded, then said with a serious expression. However, that was merely an excuse to placate Bulma. His real purpose in going was mainly to check in. Bulma, standing nearby, felt immensely relieved and delighted at what Trunks said. She then said with a gratified smile, Trunks, what you just said makes Mom very happy. Your kindness is also Mom's greatest pride. Alright, since you want to go to the past timeline, then go ahead. You can also see your father while you're at it. Bulma knew very well that Trunks had always wanted to see his father Vegeta with his own eyes. But Vegeta had already been killed by the androids when Trunks was only 1 year old. Thus in this timeline Trunks would never have the chance to meet Vegeta. Now that they had developed the time machine, Trunks could meet Vegeta in another timeline. It was just that Vegeta's personality was extremely arrogant. Thinking of this, Bulma continued to remind him, but don't have too many expectations for Vegeta because he is a bit different from other people's fathers. I know. I won't have too many expectations. Trunks nodded. He knew Vegeta's personality better than anyone. Especially the Vegeta from the early days of Dragon Ball Z. He was insufferably arrogant with little real strength and a conceited sense of self-importance. And the purpose of this trip was definitely not to meet Vegeta. Rather, it was to check in and obtain Ultra Instinct. Once he obtained Ultra Instinct, he could train his base combat strength to an even higher level. After that, it was very likely that no one in the future timeline's 7th universe would be able to oppose him, except for Beerus the God of Destruction and Whis the Angel. That would be for the best. However, the time machine's energy I've developed so far is only enough to reach the year the androids appeared. In other words, this energy can't support you traveling to an earlier point in the timeline. I wonder if there's any way to save Goku. Bulma spoke again. If she had more time, she would surely be able to make more time machine energy. But time was limited now, and she hoped she could still save Goku. It's fine, this is actually the best option. Besides, I can help them resolve the android crisis. Trunks smiled and spoke. After all, the check-in window was only 24 hours. If that period passed, even going to the main timeline would be useless. He wouldn't be able to check in at all. So he had to set off within 24 hours. Good, my Trunks has really grown up and he has become more responsible. Mom is truly happy. When do you plan to leave? Bulma asked, immensely gratified as she rested both hands on Trunks' shoulders. It would be best to leave right now. Trunks answered. Because he was not sure whether something unexpected might happen in the time tunnel leading to the main timeline. So naturally, the sooner the better. Then come with me. After saying this, Bulma turned and headed toward the laboratory. Trunks followed close behind. When they reached the laboratory, he saw the time machine marked with the word hope. Bulma had also added fuel to the time machine. She then reminded him again, Trunks, this time machine energy is only enough for you to travel to the past timeline. It won't last until you can come back here. I'll give you the formula for creating the time machine energy now. When you get there, give it to the past version of me. Resources should be easier to find in that era, and I should be able to produce the time machine energy. Because this timeline had been too severely devastated by the androids, many resources and materials could no longer be found. As a result, producing time machine energy had become extremely troublesome. But the past timeline was different. The androids had not yet appeared and Earth had not been destroyed on a large scale. Searching for these materials would naturally be much easier. Okay. Trunks nodded. Bulma then handed the formula to Trunks. Afterward, the time machine was packed into a hoi poi capsule. After saying goodbye to Bulma, Trunks walked out of the yard. Immediately he sensed a presence nearby. Is that Cell? I can't believe that reckless fool still has the nerve to come after me. Since that's the case, I'll send you back to hell, that's where you belong. Although the presence was faint, Trunks could sense it clearly. After all, the power he now possessed far surpassed Cell's. Killing this guy would be easy. What surprised him was that after witnessing Trunks effortlessly eliminate Android 17 and Android 18 in an instant, Cell still dared to show up. It had to be said that Cell had some guts. Or perhaps he had become so obsessed with achieving his perfect form that he was desperate to do so. A faint smile curled at the corner of Trunks' mouth. He leaped into the air and instantly left West City. If he fought here, it would inevitably cause some damage to the city. That was something he didn't want to see. After all, West City was one of the few cities still intact. When he reappeared, Trunks was standing on a mountain peak. The presence he had sensed earlier had followed him. Come out, Cell. Stop hiding, I've already sensed you. Trunks smiled lightly and spoke in a mocking tone. Cell thought he had hidden himself very well, not realizing that the power Trunks now possessed was beyond anything he could imagine. Even if Cell had deliberately suppressed his ki, he still couldn't escape Trunks' perception. And at that moment, Cell, who was hiding behind the boulder. A look of horror appeared on his face. What? How did this brat find me? Did I not hide well enough? Cell was completely dumbfounded. He had already suppressed his ki to the absolute limit. Even if Trunks possessed greater power than he did, he should not have been able to sense his presence. But since he had been discovered, Cell could only step out. You little brat. I never expected you to kill Android 17 and Android 18. That really surprises me. However, you made me lose the chance to become perfect, so you must die today. Looking at Trunks, Cell said in a cold, sinister voice. Because Cell contained Piccolo's cells, his hearing had long been extraordinary. He had heard Trunks and Bulma's conversation earlier. Trunks intended to pilot the time machine to another timeline. In this timeline, Android 17 and Android 18 had already been killed. If Cell wanted to become perfect, he would have to go to another timeline and absorb them. And the only shortcut to reaching that other timeline was the time machine in Trunks' hands. As long as he killed Trunks and used the time machine to reach the past timeline, Then he would have the chance to attain his perfect form. When that time came he would absolutely dominate the world. Stop spouting such nonsense here, Cell. Do you truly believe your third-rate martial arts qualify you to kill me? You couldn't even take down Android 17 and 18, yet you have the audacity to provoke me. I must say you're truly stupid. Trunks studied Cell with a mocking gaze, then spoke slowly, one word at a time. Android 17 and 18 had run rampant for so many years. And Cell had never moved against them. Clearly he was afraid of their strength. He couldn't even overcome the Android 17 and 18 of this timeline, so how did this guy summon the courage to say he could kill me? After all, he possessed the cells of Piccolo and Vegeta. How could he have become this stupid? TCH. Seeing the contempt in Trunks' eyes, Cell's expression shifted. He knew perfectly well that Trunks' strength was already far beyond what it used to be. Killing 17 and 18 in an instant meant that Trunks' power was far above his own. But the only chance now was to kill Trunks, seize the time machine and return to the past. If he could not achieve his perfect form, then he would be doomed to hide in some dark corner forever like a pitiful little insect. World domination. He shouldn't even dream of it. So he had to risk everything on a single desperate gamble. He had to eliminate Trunks once and for all, no matter how difficult it was. My time is limited. Let's end this now. But don't worry. I'm fast, I'll kill you in an instant just like I did to 17 and 18. You won't feel even the slightest pain. Trunks said lazily, his tone casual. The current Cell was far too weak. Even perfect Cell was no more than an ant in front of Super Saiyan 4, let alone first form Cell. You should know better than to be this full of yourself, you little brat. Don't think killing 17 and 18 gives you the right to talk so arrogantly. I am the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero. This world was meant to be ruled by me. Cell burst out in fury like Frieza with his tail stepped on. Not long ago a brat like Trunks wasn't even worth his attention. But now the little runt dared to speak to him in such a tone. It was more than he could bear. After all, inheriting the cells of Frieza and Vegeta meant he had also inherited their arrogant pride. To be humiliated and scorned by the likes of Trunks, it was utterly unbearable. Ha! The moment the words left his mouth, Cell let out a furious shout. Golden aura erupted all around his body at once. Clearly this was Cell's Super Saiyan transformation. After gaining the cells of Goku and Vegeta, Cell could also transform into a Super Saiyan. The only difference was that there was no golden hair. Swoosh! The instant the transformation was complete, Cell charged straight at Trunks. At the same moment Trunks transformed directly into Super Saiyan 4, because he had no intention of wasting time on Cell. Guys like this couldn't interest him in the slightest, he was simply too weak. Die. The instant Cell rushed forward, Trunks casually flicked his wrist. An energy sphere blasted out from his palm. Boom. Cell never even had time to react, let alone scream. His body was blown into fragments on the spot. Then wisps of black smoke scattered in the wind. In less than a second Cell was utterly finished. But that only settled the Cell of this timeline. It was impossible to know about cells in other timelines. After all, in the original Dragon Ball Z there were several timelines where Cell appeared. Killing this timeline Cell didn't mean that no other Cell would emerge in the main timeline. As long as a Trunks in another timeline had any thought of heading to the main timeline, Cell would appear. But it didn't matter. Even perfect Cell was worthless before him. After taking care of Cell so easily, Trunks opened a capsule, boarded the time machine and left the future timeline. Meanwhile, in the main timeline, in a gorge behind a small town northwest of West City, Goku was in the middle of a fierce battle with Android 19. But because of his heart virus he was steadily losing ground. In only a few minutes Android 19 had absorbed all of Goku's energy and defeated him. Fortunately Vegeta ended up saving him. Then Goku was sent back by Yamcha. Naturally the next fight was Vegeta versus Android 19. Vegeta. That guy vanished for 3 years, his sudden return could be good or bad. Krillin and Piccolo frowned deeply, glancing at the sinister look in Vegeta's eyes. Though their relationship had improved somewhat in the past and Vegeta hadn't attacked Earth, they still had to remember that he was an incredibly aggressive Saiyan. Besides, his original purpose in coming to Earth had been to find the Dragon Balls and destroy the planet. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, didn't Uncle Vegeta just save Dad? I think Uncle Vegeta has reformed. And now if we want to deal with these two androids we have to rely on Uncle Vegeta. Gohan was kind-hearted. He believed that Vegeta had definitely become a better person, otherwise he wouldn't have saved Dad. Let's hope so. But don't take such a rosy view of things, Gohan. Piccolo's gaze remained incredibly grave. If Vegeta truly had reformed, that would be best. But what if Vegeta was still the same as before? Then things would become very troublesome. Oh. If it isn't Vegeta. How arrogant. Android 20, Dr. Gero cast a contemptuous glance at Vegeta because their database contained data on all the warriors on Earth. Given Vegeta's power, he couldn't possibly be a match for Android 19. Goku had already been defeated. Though he wasn't killed, it was only a matter of time. Once these small fry were eliminated, it would be Goku's turn. Leaving the tastiest dish for last was always satisfying. Ho! You actually know my name. Good, that saves me the trouble of introducing myself. Then let me tell you something, I'm not as weak as Kakarot. Next I'll tear you two piles of scrap metal apart. With his trademark arrogance, Vegeta pointed his thumb at his own nose and declared with absolute confidence. He didn't know exactly who these creatures were, but he was certain that they were machines built with technology. In that case he would get rid of their scrap metal bodies once and for all and make everyone realize that his power had long since surpassed Kakarot's. Vegeta, those two androids are incredibly powerful. Even Goku after becoming a Super Saiyan is no match for them. If we join forces we might stand a chance. Krillin spoke up immediately. Though he was timid and feared battle. If they didn't fight now, death was the only path awaiting them. These two mysterious enemies before them possessed absurdly overwhelming strength. Even Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan was no match. That meant they had almost no hope. But if they all fought together, perhaps there was still a chance. Fighting alone meant certain death. Don't flatter yourself, Baldy. I, Vegeta, alone am more than enough to deal with these two piles of scrap metal. With trash-level battle power like yours, I suggest you go home, drink some milk and watch TV. Don't be dead weight here. A trademark smirk curled at the corner of Vegeta's mouth as he coldly addressed Krillin. His words made Krillin, Tien Shinhan and the others knit their brows tightly. Although what Vegeta said was true, that they couldn't really be of much help, hearing those words spoken so bluntly still stung with humiliation. The intel we gathered was right. Vegeta is indeed arrogant. But soon you will pay the price for your arrogance. Android 19, dispose of Vegeta. Dr. Gero sneered coldly, utterly dismissing Vegeta as a threat. According to the data in his database, Vegeta's battle power was pathetically weak. Android 19 could defeat him with ease. He. I'll take good care of him, Android 20. I can sense that Vegeta also possesses immense energy in his body. Android 19 grinned like a zombie, licking his lips with a greedy expression. The sound of it sent a chill down Krillin's spine. Vegeta said nothing, merely crossing his arms proudly over his chest, that arrogant confident smirk still on his lips. Android 19 vanished in an instant. Once he obtained Vegeta's energy, he would be the undisputed mightiest being in the universe. But just as Android 19 flashed forward, Vegeta began his moment of glory. Clenching his fists, golden aura erupted from his body in an instant. The earth trembled and debris scattered. Amidst the surging golden flames and the utterly stunned expressions of everyone present, Vegeta transformed directly into the legendary Super Saiyan. Then with devastating, overwhelming force he crushed Android 19, easily dismantling him piece by piece. Just as everyone was marveling at Vegeta's power, suddenly a piercing sound of tearing air echoed. A flash of white light burst into existence out of nowhere. As the light faded, a strange three-legged machine appeared before everyone. What? That's the machine that boy rode 3 years ago. Why did it suddenly appear? Has he come back? Piccolo and Krillin were both stunned. They hadn't sensed any ki approaching at all. Nani? Vegeta and Dr. Gero also wore shocked expressions, because even Vegeta himself hadn't perceived the machine's arrival. While everyone was staring at the time machine in utter astonishment, its top hatch opened. A figure suddenly leaped out and landed on the ground. Naturally it was Trunks, who had just traveled from the future timeline aboard the time machine. So the androids have already appeared. But without Trunks' warning, how did they know the androids would appear in this place? Trunks was puzzled. Because this was his first time visiting this timeline, he hadn't informed the Z fighters about the androids at all. Meanwhile, everyone stared at the suddenly appearing Trunks. And their shock instantly turned into delight. It's the boy from 3 years ago. He's appeared again. But something's different. Look, he has a tail now. Yet I remember the boy from 3 years ago didn't have one. Krillin, Tien, Shinhan and Gohan were all utterly amazed and curious. They knew this young man wasn't a bad person. Because 3 years ago it was this very boy who had utterly obliterated Frieza and his father with overwhelming power, saving them all. But the youth who appeared 3 years ago, though a Saiyan, had no tail. So why had it suddenly grown back now? Perhaps they are not the same person. Piccolo frowned deeply as he spoke. Even though the young man before them looked exactly like the one from 3 years ago. And both appeared to be Trunks, one had a tail and the other didn't. More importantly, their eyes were completely different. The Trunks from 3 years ago had a very kind gaze and was somewhat shy when seeing everyone. But in this Trunks' eyes none of that existed. This convinced him that the Trunks before them was not the same person as the one from 3 years ago. These guys know me. What's going on? Seeing the looks from Piccolo and Krillin, Trunks was also deeply shocked. Because neither the slain Trunks nor the current him had ever come to this timeline. Yet judging by their expressions they clearly recognized Trunks. Could it be that a Trunks from another future timeline came here? Trunks thought to himself. According to the development trajectory of the parallel world, he had crossed into the Trunks before his rebirth had already died. So the one who came to this timeline must have been a Trunks from another parallel future, which was why Piccolo and the others recognized him. This. How is this possible? Their clothes, their faces and the sword strapped to their back are all exactly the same. Just an extra tail, that's all. Krillin looked at Piccolo in bewilderment. No, he's not. Piccolo shook his head firmly. The Trunks before them and the one from 3 years ago were absolutely two different people. Hey. How's it going? Having sorted things out, Trunks smiled and greeted Piccolo and the others. He had expected to feel excited meeting these Dragon Ball protagonists, but now it felt rather ordinary. Hello. Everyone hurriedly returned the greeting. Meanwhile, Vegeta, standing off to the side, was already stone-faced with fury. Damn it. It's that blasted brat again. In 3 years he's actually grown a tail. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his gaze locked onto Trunks. His furious eyes burned with envy and resentment. Of all the Saiyans, only he, Kakarot and those two half-breed brats Gohan and Trunks remained. And after 3 years this bastard had actually grown a tail. Who is that guy? I've never seen him before. Dar. Jero also looked astonished. Because he had absolutely no data collected on this Saiyan. Are you the boy who told us 3 years ago that androids would appear? Krillin, unable to contain his curiosity, stepped forward and studied Trunks closely. He felt that the youth before him harbored no ill intent and would not harm them, which emboldened him slightly. Beside them, Son Gohan and Piccolo also awaited Trunks' answer with anticipation. No, this is the first time I've met you all. The person you met 3 years ago was not me. Trunks answered truthfully. So it really isn't him. Hearing Trunks' reply, Krillin was stunned. Even though Piccolo had said as much earlier, hearing the young man admit it himself was still astonishing. After all, the resemblance was uncanny. No, they looked exactly the same. Ha! It's really not him. Young Gohan was equally perplexed. How could this be? They were practically the same person, even the voice was identical. There's no need for such surprise. It seems this fellow has come from another timeline. In essence, he and the boy from 3 years ago are the same person. Seeing the astonishment and confusion on everyone's faces, Piccolo spoke up, recalling that 3 years ago he had overheard the conversation between old Son and Trunks. Trunks had come from a future timeline. Since a Trunks from the future could arrive in this world, it stood to reason that there were multiple future timelines. So this Trunks being different from the one 3 years ago was hardly worth such shock. Wah! What the hell? That brat isn't the same kid from 3 years ago. Impossible. There are only so many surviving Saiyans. How are there more and more of them? Vegeta himself was baffled. He had always firmly believed that the only pure-blooded Saiyans left were himself and Kakarot. Now there was Kakarot's brat son Gohan. His own household also had a young Trunks. But then who was this guy before him and who was that other one from 3 years ago? Vegeta racked his brain but could not comprehend it. You little brat, you'd better explain yourself clearly. Just who are you? There's no such brat among the Saiyans. If you don't explain yourself properly after I finish off these pieces of scrap metal, you're next. Unable to make sense of it, Vegeta clenched his fists and spoke to Trunks with a threatening, commanding tone. He could now transform into a Super Saiyan. Even though this brat could do the same, Vegeta firmly believed he was the strongest. Neither Kakarot nor this insolent whelp could possibly be his match. The realm attained by unleashing pure rage from within was beyond their imagination. You. Don't talk nonsense in your sleep, Vegeta. A sorry excuse like you could come back 100 times and still never beat me. Seeing Vegeta's arrogant and contemptuous expression, Trunks' temper flared as well. Though Vegeta was the father of the original Trunks, that no longer mattered much to him. If Vegeta had spoken more politely, perhaps he'd have shown some respect in return. But with that kind of attitude, sorry no. Who? An arrogant little brat. Do you think that just because you can turn into a Super Saiyan you can talk so big in front of me? You seem pretty confident in your own strength. Then you just wait right there. Once I've disposed of these 2 piles of trash, you're next. Vegeta laughed instead of getting angry. This brat actually had more of a Saiyan spirit than Kakarot, at least he dared to speak to him like that. That alone proved this guy possessed more of the fierce Saiyan pride than Kakarot. What's going on? Why is Trunks talking to Vegeta like that? Isn't Vegeta his father? Is this Trunks not Vegeta's son? Or does this Trunks not know that Vegeta is his father? Piccolo felt bewildered. 3 years ago he had clearly heard the conversation between Trunks and old son. Trunks was the son of Vegeta and Bulma. Moreover, the Trunks from 3 years ago hardly dared to speak to Vegeta. Yet this Trunks seemed to show Vegeta no respect at all. Of course only he and Son Goku knew about that matter. Vegeta then launched into battle against Android 19 and easily disposed of him. Seeing this, Android 20 immediately chose to flee. There was no other way, the energy within Vegeta's body had far exceeded their estimates. Being able to effortlessly kill Android 19, who had absorbed Son Goku's energy, proved that Vegeta's power surpassed him by a vast margin. Staying here would only mean certain death. Little brat, you see my power now. You're next. After casually disposing of Android 19, Vegeta curled his lips into an arrogant sneer, then turned to Trunks. Vegeta, our most important enemy right now is the androids. This young man is not our enemy, there's no need to pick a fight with him. At that moment Piccolo quickly interjected. One of the androids had already escaped, and if they did not eliminate him, further trouble could follow. And although this Trunks spoke rather arrogantly, he clearly had no intention of harming them. Shut your mouth, Namekian. What I do is none of your business. If you're so capable, go deal with the androids yourself. Vegeta shot Piccolo a look of utter contempt. Now that he had transformed into a Super Saiyan, he didn't even regard the likes of Piccolo as worth his notice. And at present there were only 2 people who could spark his fighting spirit. The first was Kakarot. The second was this arrogant brat before him. TCH. This bastard. I really hope his own son teaches him a lesson. Piccolo frowned and muttered under his breath. This Vegeta was simply too arrogant, too self-righteous. Transforming into a Super Saiyan seemed to have inflated his pride even further. Vegeta, I advise you not to fight me. Because once you do, you'll discover that you're far weaker than you imagine. And when that happens, I'm afraid your pitiful pride won't be able to take it. Trunks warned him with good intentions. For one thing, he had no interest in Vegeta at all. The mere strength of a Super Saiyan was worlds apart from what he possessed now. And besides, Vegeta was still the father of the previous Trunks. Now that he had obtained this body, using it to kill Vegeta would hardly be appropriate. Why, you damned bastard! How dare you spout such preposterous nonsense? Then let me see just how you'll crush my pride. Vegeta gnashed his teeth, his face twisted with rage. He clenched his fists once more and a golden aura erupted from his body again. His golden hair stood upright, his pupils turned pale green, and the veins on his forehead bulged with fury. Ding! The system has detected that the host has arrived at the main timeline and met the check-in conditions. Would you like to check in now? Just then the system's synthetic voice suddenly rang through his mind. I can check in now. Trunks was taken aback for a moment, then without hesitation he mentally confirmed, check in. After all, he had come here precisely to check in. Now that the conditions were met, of course he would do so. Immediately afterward the system's synthetic voice sounded once more. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Reward perfect ultra instinct. Hearing the system's synthesized electronic voice, Trunks had already mentally prepared himself, and he knew that this reward would be ultra instinct. But when he heard the system's reward he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming excitement. At the same time Trunks felt a massive amount of information surging into his mind. It was all knowledge about ultra instinct. Moreover, Trunks felt as if his body had merged with the entire space around him. It was a completely renewed sensation. However, Trunks's mastered ultra instinct was somewhat similar to that of the Angel Whis and others. Unlike Son Goku, there was no silver aura swirling around his body, and even his hair color remained unchanged. This was the true ultra instinct, a state of godhood. However, the others felt nothing unusual, for they were unaware of the transformation Trunks had just undergone. They were even more incapable of perceiving divine power. After all, ordinary humans could not sense the presence of gods. Brat, get down on the ground obediently. Never utter such foolish ignorant words again. Vegeta sneered, then leaped into the air. His speed was so immense that Krillin and the others could not even follow it. Only Piccolo could see clearly. After all, Piccolo's power level had long surpassed 100 million. Among the group he was the strongest aside from Son Goku and Vegeta. Piccolo, what's going on? Why isn't that young man transforming into a Super Saiyan? The other boy who fought Frieza last time, couldn't he transform into a Super Saiyan? Krillin asked in confusion. If he couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan, the young man before them would stand no chance against Vegeta. He would very likely be killed by Vegeta. After all, in their impression Vegeta was extremely ruthless, treating human lives as if they were weeds. For years ago on Namek, Vegeta had personally killed many Namekians. I don't know. Maybe he can't transform into a Super Saiyan. Or perhaps. Piccolo frowned. He continued, or maybe he thinks he can defeat Vegeta without even needing to transform into a Super Saiyan. Piccolo's reasoning had some basis. Earlier Trunks had indeed acted arrogantly enough, and he clearly didn't seem to take Vegeta seriously at all. Although all Saiyans were proud, his intuition told him that the Trunks before him might indeed have the right to be proud. That's a joke, right? Can he beat a Super Saiyan Vegeta without becoming a Super Saiyan himself? Piccolo's words shocked Krillin and the others once again. In their subjective impression, a Super Saiyan was almost invincible. It could be said that once one transformed into a Super Saiyan, they obtained the strongest power in the universe. Even Frieza, the Emperor of the universe, was no match for them. No matter how strong the young man before them might be, he should still be unable to beat Super Saiyan Vegeta. Just watch carefully. I think Trunks has a very good chance of winning, Piccolo said. Because he was very close to Son Gohan. Moreover, he had trained Gohan since the boy was little. Therefore Piccolo knew better than the others that half-breed Saiyans possessed far more extraordinary talents than pure-blooded Saiyans. Gohan was only 8 years old, yet his power level had already reached several million. One must know that at that age Goku's power level was at most 100. Perhaps such a comparison was a bit unfair, but it indirectly proved that half-breed Saiyans indeed possessed incredibly formidable talents. While the group was talking, Vegeta's fist had already appeared before Trunks. Trunks's body instinctively dodged to the side. It should be noted that this was not an intentional dodge on his part, but rather the passive effect of ultra instinct, sensing danger from the surroundings and automatically evading. What? No way. This little brat actually dodged it. He hadn't expected his full power blow to be evaded so easily by the brat before him. This shocked Vegeta and instantly enraged him. According to his earlier estimate, that punch should have been enough to knock the brat down and keep him from getting up. But unexpectedly it had been evaded so easily. Clenching his teeth, Vegeta launched another storm of attacks. His fists shot out one after another like a machine gun, the air itself shuddering with each blow. Yet Trunks just stood in place without moving a step. He effortlessly evaded every single attack from Vegeta. The gap between them was like a college student facing a kindergartner. It was completely one-sided humiliation. Damn you. There's a limit to joking. Dozens of attacks were all precisely dodged by Trunks. Vegeta's face had turned livid. One must know that he had already transformed into a Super Saiyan. It was no exaggeration to say that he possessed the strongest power in the universe. He should have easily disposed of this brat, yet after dozens of attacks he hadn't even touched the hem of the boy's clothes. This indeed dealt a heavy blow to Vegeta's pride. Meanwhile Piccolo and Krillin were already in awe, their hearts churning like a violent sea. Although Piccolo had guessed that Trunks might have power surpassing Vegeta's, being able to dodge all of Vegeta's attacks so easily was something few in the entire universe could do, especially without transforming into a Super Saiyan. So amazing. How did that guy train? He's a Saiyan too, yet he's this strong even without transforming. No wonder he was able to instantly kill Frieza and his father 3 years ago. Gulp. The group swallowed hard. Fortunately the young man before them wasn't their enemy. Otherwise that might truly be despair. At that moment Vegeta launched countless more attacks. Yet the result remained the same. Not only did he fail to hit Trunks, he couldn't even touch his clothes. By now Vegeta was boiling with rage. Damn brat, you're only relying on your speed advantage. Do you dare to fight me with your real power? Dodging around like this is a disgrace to the Saiyans. Vegeta immediately bellowed. As a Saiyan of the warrior race, how could he run and hide like this? It was an insult to the reputation of the warrior race. I'm afraid that if I use my real power I might accidentally kill you with one punch. But since you ask, I'll indulge you a little. Trunks said calmly, looking at the furious Vegeta. If Trunks really unleashed his full power, he could probably kill Vegeta in an instant, whether in Super Saiyan 4 or Mastered Ultra Instinct form. Both forms could accomplish that. Mastered Ultra Instinct was not merely about speed and dodging ability. If it were only that, Son Goku would never have been able to defeat Jiren in the Tournament of Power. Therefore, besides speed and evasive ability, Ultra Instinct also brought a qualitative leap in strength, physical durability, and the energy within the body. You little brat, I didn't expect you to be even more arrogant than I am. In that regard you surpass the Kakarot by a long shot, but unfortunately you've chosen the wrong opponent for your arrogance. Vegeta sneered. It was not difficult to detect a hint of appreciation in his tone. From that brat's arrogant words alone he was indeed more of a Saiyan than Kakarot. If this fellow were not an opponent and had not provoked him, perhaps he would have made the little whelp his subordinate. After all, ever since Raditz and Nappa were killed he no longer had any underlings. But now that was impossible. No matter what, he was going to give this brat a thorough thrashing today. He would make him understand just how foolish and ignorant it was to act so arrogantly before a prince. After saying those words, Vegeta leaped into the air once more. This time he unleashed all of his power without holding anything back. His speed and strength were indeed somewhat greater than before. Whoosh! The very moment the air split, Vegeta appeared directly before Trunks. Then a punch exploded forward. That punch was packed with all his strength. Your power is far too weak. Trunks shook his head. Raising his right palm, he blocked Vegeta's attack with ease. His body stood as firm as a mountain, not shifting in the slightest. Clearly such power could not affect him at all. What? This time Vegeta was completely shocked. If the brat had dodged all his attacks before, it was because of his speed. Then now he had pushed his power to the very limit. Who would have thought the brat would catch it so effortlessly? And his body had not moved in the slightest. Arrogant and proud as Vegeta was, he now realized that the brat before him possessed truly formidable strength. No wonder he had been so proud and confident earlier. It seemed he did have the right to be. As much as Vegeta hated to admit it. This. How is this possible? To block Vegeta's full force blows so easily, that's far too incredible. Don't forget, Vegeta has already become a Super Saiyan. Krillin and Tien Shinhan were utterly astounded. Judging from the young man's calm expression, he had not exerted much effort at all in catching Vegeta's all-out strike. His body had not moved even a little. From that single collision alone everyone could sense the gap between Vegeta and Trunks. Even though I had already imagined he was strong, it seems I still underestimated his strength. This young man is far too powerful compared to the other one from 3 years ago. Piccolo also drew in a sharp breath at the scene. With such overwhelming strength, even all of them combined were probably no match for the Trunks before them. Even if Goku recovered from his injuries, they could never be Trunks' opponents. Bastard. Damn it. Absolutely impossible. Vegeta's pride had clearly suffered a severe blow. After enduring 3 whole years of painful torment, he had finally become a Super Saiyan. To think his first battle after becoming a Super Saiyan would turn out like this. This was absolutely unacceptable to him. After all, he had always believed that becoming a Super Saiyan would make him the strongest warrior in the universe. Kakarot was not even worth a second thought in his eyes. But he never imagined that this little brat could be this absurdly strong. Even so, the proud Vegeta had no intention of stopping. He retracted his fist and attacked once more. Haven't you realized it yet, Vegeta? The gap between us is far too great. Bridging that gap will not be so easy. Trunks caught Vegeta's fist once again. The moment those cold words fell, he gave a light tug. Vegeta's body was pulled forward. Then his right knee drove upward. Thud. A low, heavy impact. Vegeta's pupils instantly lost focus. His hands instinctively clutched his stomach. An expression of unbearable pain twisted his face. Gah. D-damn. Soon Vegeta's body doubled over like a shrimp. From his expression one could tell he was suffering tremendous agony. And Trunks had not even used much force. Otherwise Vegeta would already be a cold corpse. Of course he might have met the same fate as those who had gone down that road before him, Android 17 and Android 18, without even a body left behind. So strong. Even Dad might not be a match for him. Little Gohan blinked his wide astonished eyes and murmured. At this point Vegeta was kneeling on the ground, his face twisted in pain. Just as Piccolo, Krillin and the others were about to step forward and speak with Trunks. Another sound of tearing air cut through the silence. Soon after, a streak of silvery white light appeared in the sky once more. When the light vanished, another time machine emerged, identical to the one Trunks had arrived in. What? Another one? This must be the Trunks from 3 years ago. Everyone stared at the familiar time machine and exclaimed in surprise. Is that another Trunks? How amusing. To think I'd actually get to meet another Trunks. Watching the time machine suddenly appear, Trunks also became intrigued. Just as all eyes gathered on it, the top hatch swung open and the other Trunks leapt out, then appeared before everyone. He looked exactly like Trunks. His clothes and the long sword on his back were exactly the same as well. The only difference lay in their eyes. "TR Trunks." Piccolo murmured, his tone clearly surprised. However, his voice was not heard by the others. After all, he was the only one who knew Trunks' true identity. "Everyone's here. Why you? Are you Trunks?" The moment the other Trunks saw Trunks, a shocked expression appeared on his face. But he quickly realized that the Trunks before him might be a Trunks from another parallel universe in the future. Trunks nodded. The two locked eyes. Apart from their differing expressions, it was exactly like looking into a mirror. Their height, build, clothing and appearance were all exactly the same. They truly are identical. A few bystanders also glanced back and forth between them. There was almost no difference to be found. "Did you come here seeking help too?" The other Trunks asked, surprise still written on his face. Because this time he had indeed come here to ask for help. The androids of the future timeline were simply not something he could deal with. He had hoped to receive help from his father or Uncle Goku. Or perhaps train hard here for a while to improve his strength. Then he could return to his own timeline and take care of the androids. "I'm not here to seek help. Quite the opposite, I'm here to help this timeline," Trunks said calmly. After all, the crisis in the future timeline had already been completely resolved. It seemed this timeline was mainly for him to check in. Then incidentally he could also help them deal with the androids. In this timeline, Android 17 and Android 18 were not evil. As for Android 18 in the main timeline, she was the goddess of the Dragon Ball world. Naturally he would have a good in-depth exchange with her. Naturally he had to have a proper deeper interaction with her. The other Trunks' face showed surprise and he quickly asked, "What? Didn't androids appear in your timeline?" If androids had appeared, there was absolutely no way Trunks could have defeated them with his strength. And before he traveled to this timeline he had narrowly escaped being killed by androids 17 and 18. If not for his tenacious vitality allowing him to survive that ordeal he would probably have been killed by now. Yet from the tone of the other Trunks, it seemed that his timeline was not in danger. In fact, this Trunks had come to this timeline on his own initiative to help deal with the androids. This was somewhat surprising and hard for him to comprehend. Piccolo and the others wore baffled expressions as well. They did appear. But just yesterday I completely took care of androids 17 and 18. I must say their combat power is far too weak. Trunks said indifferently. After all, he had already possessed the power of Super Saiyan 4 at that time. Killing androids 17 and 18 had taken hardly any effort at all. Even Cell had been defeated in an instant. What? Are you saying that you've completely dealt with androids 17 and 18 in your timeline? Heavens! Doesn't that mean you possess power far greater than a Super Saiyan? The other Trunks said with utmost astonishment. After all, in their timeline he and Son Gohan had both been able to transform into Super Saiyans. Yet they were no match for the androids at all. In fact, Son Gohan had already been killed by the androids 3 years ago. Now this Trunks from another timeline actually claimed he could single-handedly kill androids 17 and 18. That truly astonished him. After all, he knew better than anyone how powerful androids 17 and 18 were. They were nearly impossible to defeat single-handedly. That's right. In my timeline I have completely eradicated androids 17 and 18. Haven't you noticed the tail behind me? I have broken through my limits and achieved an even higher form of Super Saiyan. To me androids 17 and 18 are as weak as insects. Trunks spoke calmly. There was not the slightest exaggeration in his words. Whether it was the Super Saiyan 4 form he had mastered earlier, or his current mastery of perfect Ultra Instinct, killing the androids was utterly effortless. Even Majin Buu would now be no match for him. Amazing. The other Trunks immediately looked at Trunks with admiration as if gazing at his idol. They were nominally the same person, yet the gap between their power was so immense. If you train hard you can do it too. Oh right. The two of us are really hard to tell apart now. So I think from now on you should be called Trunks no. 2. Trunks continued. Two identical Trunks were indeed hard to distinguish. So if the other one were called Trunks no. 2, it would be much easier to tell them apart. Okay. Trunks no. 2 had no objection to this at all. Because his heart was naturally kind and his disposition was gentle. So he didn't really care about names. What he was most curious about now was just how far the Trunks before him had progressed. To think he could easily kill androids 17 and 18. And judging by his tone 17 and 18 were as weak as insects before him. He wondered whether he could ever reach such a level. Since you have the power to destroy the androids, please guide me in my training. I also truly hope my timeline can return to peace soon. Please. After hesitating for a moment, Trunks no. 2 made his request directly. If only Trunks would agree to his request and help him train, he was willing to pay any price. He never wanted to feel the despair that the androids of the future timeline had brought him again. If he could completely destroy the androids he would not hesitate even to die. At least that way his timeline could attain peace. Those poor survivors would be able to live on in peace. Trunks saw the sincere plea in Trunks no. 2's eyes. He nodded and said, no problem. I can help you improve your strength. After all, they were both Trunks. More importantly, he truly admired the character of Trunks, one who guarded Earth of the future timeline alone, a genuine warrior of despair. The warriors of this timeline had never experienced that kind of despair. Because no matter how great the difficulties they could at least support one another and had many comrades. But in the future timeline only Trunks fought alone. And he was no match for the androids at all. That despair was easy to imagine. Therefore Trunks was very willing to help Trunks no. 2. Thank you. I'm so grateful. Trunks no. 2 said excitedly. However, let's deal with the android matter first. In fact, with just 1 day inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Trunks no. 2's power could exceed that of the androids in the future timeline. Okay. Trunks no. 2 quickly nodded. As long as the androids could be eliminated he didn't mind waiting a day or two. After all, the androids had run rampant in the future timeline for a full 17 years. Every single day the humans on Earth in the future timeline lived in despair and terror. Did you injure Dad? Trunks, no. 2 glanced at Vegeta, who was lying on the ground in agony. Finally he asked. He knew that the only one capable of defeating his father was probably Trunks. No. 1. Yeah, this guy's mouth is too foul. He has little strength and yet acts so self-righteous. It's lucky he ran into me. If it had been anyone else he would probably be dead by now. Besides, I don't acknowledge him as my father. Trunks glanced at Vegeta, then said coolly. Even though he had inherited Trunks' body, this Vegeta was clearly far too arrogant. If it were the Vegeta from Dragon Ball Super, he might barely accept him. But the current Vegeta was truly unacceptable. Well. Trunks, no. 2 was completely bewildered. However, come to think of it, this timeline's Vegeta wasn't really their father in the true sense, he was merely from a parallel timeline. And indeed, just as Mother had said, father was too self-righteous. He shouldn't have too many expectations of him. At that moment Piccolo and the others walked over. Trunks, although I'm not entirely sure what's going on with you two. The other android has already escaped. I think we should chase him down and destroy him right away. Piccolo said, looking at the two. To completely settle the android threat they might need to rely on the power of both Trunks. That's right. Let's go take a look. Trunks nodded. He had no expectations for that old man Dr. Gero whatsoever. What he looked forward to most naturally was Android 18. What? What about Mr. Vegeta? Trunks too glanced at Vegeta, who was still writhing in agony on the ground, and asked. The androids had already appeared. Leaving his severely injured father here would clearly be unwise. If the androids spotted him they would kill him without hesitation. Then Trunks too turned to Krillin and said, Uncle Krillin, could you give Mr. Vegeta a senzu bean? He still had not admitted that he was Trunks. He needed to find a suitable opportunity to reveal the truth. After all, they had already confessed their identities 3 years ago. It might make Dad very displeased. This. Krillin clearly did not want to waste a senzu bean on Vegeta. Because they were still uncertain whether Vegeta was friend or foe. Although Vegeta had lived on Earth for 4 years, that did not make him an Earthling. The blood of the invading Saiyan race always flowed through Vegeta's body. To Krillin and Tenshinhan, Vegeta's nature of aggression and evil was probably hard to change. He then looked at Piccolo. Now that Goku was absent, the decision naturally fell to Piccolo's hands because Piccolo was stronger than everyone else. Moreover, Piccolo was smarter than them. This was a universally acknowledged fact. Give it to him, Krillin. Piccolo glanced at Trunks and said. After all, Vegeta was Trunks' father. Alright. After Piccolo made his stance clear, Krillin no longer hesitated and directly handed a senzu bean to Vegeta. Then the group vanished in an instant, speeding toward the direction where Dr. Gero had disappeared. Curse. Damn it. Damned bastard. I am Super Vegeta. Vegeta dug his hands into the ground, his expression twisted with agony. Clearly he was in excruciating pain. He had just transformed into a Super Saiyan. Unexpectedly he could not even defeat that pesky brat. More importantly, there seemed to be an enormous gap in their power. That pesky brat had effortlessly defeated him without even transforming into a Super Saiyan. Did that mean the other pesky kid could do the same? Damn it. I must deal with the androids myself. I am the strongest Saiyan. Letting go of his palm, Vegeta directly ate the senzu bean in front of him. His strength was instantly restored. The pain on his body vanished completely. Then he too vanished in an instant, chasing after Trunks and the others. He had worked himself to the bone for 3 years to become a Super Saiyan. He absolutely would not allow those 2 pesky kids to steal his thunder right in front of him. He had to make everyone see that it was Prince Vegeta who eliminated the androids. A few minutes later, Trunks and the others had already found a desolate valley. The surrounding area featured intricate mountain ranges and towering rock pillars reaching into the clouds. This place was indeed very suitable for research, serving as an underground shelter unknown to others. Dr. Gero was indeed clever. If one did not deliberately search for this place, it would be impossible to find. Everyone, look over there. There's a cave. Could it be Dr. Jero's laboratory. Piccolo pointed to a cave in the middle of a mountain peak before them. The other peaks did not appear to have such caves. Obviously this was an excellent hiding spot. Let's go take a look. Trunks said. It did look very similar to the original Dragon Ball Z storyline. But whether it was exactly the same was hard to determine. After all, androids had no aura. Using their superior aura-sensing abilities would not help them detect androids. After speaking, Trunks immediately vanished. He appeared directly at the cave entrance. The others followed closely behind. Then after walking forward for about 40 to 50 meters, an old-looking large iron door appeared before everyone. Looks like we found it. Seeing the iron door, Piccolo was certain this was definitely Dr. Jero's laboratory. Everyone must be extremely careful. Androids 17 and 18 are both very strong. The corpse killed earlier was not from the androids of the future timeline. Trunks too kindly reminded everyone. Then he glanced at Trunks again. Perhaps only Trunks could handle 17 and 18. Uncle Piccolo and Krillin absolutely could not compete with the androids. Their power levels were worlds apart. If they really fought, they might be killed in an instant. Hearing Trunks' words, Piccolo's expression shifted slightly. Meanwhile, Krillin's face showed terror and he shuffled behind the two Trunks. Because he knew that was the safest position. Actually, this was not something to blame him for. After all, fear of death is human nature. Especially when facing an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, that instinct becomes even stronger. At this moment inside the laboratory, Dr. Jero seemed to have discovered that Trunks and the others had found him. He was still hesitating. To be honest, he really did not want to release 17 and 18 at all. Because those two were far too dangerous. More importantly, he had no absolute guarantee of controlling 17 and 18. But under the current circumstances he had no other choice. If those guys forcibly broke in, he would only have one path ahead, death. The only method now was to release 17 and 18. He wondered if they had been successfully repaired. If they had, that would be ideal. Even if they were not fully repaired, at least they could help temporarily repel Piccolo, Vegeta and the others. After all, the remote control to make them self-destruct was in his hands. If they were not repaired properly, he could simply destroy them later. Hope they have already been repaired. Muttering to himself, Dr. Jero directly opened Android 17's cultivation pod. Creak. With a crisp sound from the pod, the door opened completely. A youth wearing an orange scarf and black long sleeves appeared before Dr. Jero. His eyes snapped open, a sharp glint flashing within. His gaze was utterly cold, devoid of any emotion whatsoever. But the moment his eyes fell upon the remote control in Dr. Jero's hand, a smile instantly appeared on his cold face. Hello there, Dr. Jero. Wearing a smile, Android 17 greeted very politely. His tone was remarkably gentle. Ho! 17, you actually greet me proactively. That surprises me. Dr. Jero was thoroughly astonished. You see, the last time he awakened those two, they had almost killed him. If he had not urgently stopped their energy, he genuinely would have died at the hands of his own creation. But now 17 was actually smiling and greeting him. This likely meant 17 had been fully repaired. Of course. You are our creator. You have granted us a second life. Android 17 maintained his gentle smile and replied in a mild tone. However, the corner of his eye still flicked toward the remote control in Dr. Jero's hand. This is wonderful. Looks like you two have been completely repaired. In that case, release 18 as well. Seeing the now extremely obedient 17, Dr. Jero was also preparing to release 18 immediately. With just the two of them, they could easily eliminate the troublesome Vegeta and Piccolo. Then he would deal with Son Goku. He could then completely control this world. Pressing the start button, 18's cultivation pod opened smoothly. A stunning figure instantly appeared before their eyes. Shoulder-length golden hair, a dark blue vest paired with black stockings. Wearing orange knee-high boots. Clearly this was Android 18. After waking up, 18 stepped out of her incubation pod. Then she exchanged a glance with 17. A moment later her gaze flicked toward the remote control in Dr. Jero's hand. The originally freezing expression on her face broke into a faint smile. Then she turned to Dr. Jero and said, "Good morning." Dr. Jero. Though a smile hung on her face, her tone was utterly cold. "Whoa. Even no. 18 is greeting me. It looks like you two really have been completely repaired. This is wonderful." Dr. Jero was instantly overjoyed. He had not expected no. 17 and no. 18 to truly be restored. In that case he would not only be able to kill Goku and take his revenge, but he would soon rule the entire world. Rumble. Right at that moment. With a thunderous roar the entire mountain trembled several times. The giant steel door crashed to the ground. Trunks was still in the middle of the posture from firing the energy sphere. No. 17 and no. 18 merely cast a cold glance at them and said nothing. Because they simply did not regard Trunks and his group as worth their attention. So that's no. 18. She really is beautiful. Trunks' gaze lingered on no. 18. Because this was what he cared about most. No. 18's face and figure were definitely above 95 points. Her only flaw was that she was slightly small in one area. But her other advantages more than made up for it. Moreover, the real no. 18 was even more stunning than she was in the anime. You bastards. Watching Trunks and the others smash through the door, Dr. Jero gritted his teeth tightly. Then he immediately commanded, "You two get rid of these annoying little pests for me at once." With the power of no. 17 and no. 18, it would be more than enough to deal with these troublesome fellows. All right. The corner of no. 17's mouth lifted into a freezing smile. He stepped forward and his eyes instantly turned incomparably cold. In the next moment his body vanished from the spot like a phantom. When he appeared again he was already right in front of Dr. Jero. Before Dr. Jero could even react. No. 17 snatched the remote control from his hand in one swift motion. What? No. 17, what are you doing? Give the remote control back to me right now. Dr. Jero was panic-stricken. This was the only remote control that could control no. 17 and no. 18. Now that no. 17 had taken it away, the situation was quite bad. At this point he seemed to realize that no. 17 and no. 18 had only been pretending to greet him just now. Their real intention had been to make him lower his guard, then seize the remote control in his hand. This is the remote control that can emergency stop our energy, isn't that right? No. 17 asked with a sneer. No, it isn't. Now return the remote control to me at once. No. 17, and perhaps I can forgive your ignorance just now. Dr. Jero said with a panicked expression. Then what are you so nervous about, old coot? I don't know whether you forgive me or not, and I couldn't care less. But I will never forgive you, you rotten old man. As he said those words, no. 17's eyes had already become murderous. As his voice fell, his body vanished once again like a phantom. When he reappeared he was already in front of Dr. Jero. Then he lashed out with a sweeping kick. Dr. Jero did not even have time to react before he was decapitated. The head that fell to the ground had its eyes wide open. Clearly, even in death he had not expected that he would be killed by his own masterpiece. Crimson machine oil kept flowing out from the tubes. Soon Dr. Jero met his end. No. 17 then crushed the remote control in his hand and stomped Jero's head into a pulp. As if only that could make him feel a little better. Without that remote control they were free as birds in a boundless sky. From then on no one would ever be able to restrain them again. Watching no. 17, kill drive. Jero with such ease. Trunks 2 and Krillin wore expressions of sheer terror. They are the androids, no. 17 and no. 18 I told you about. Damn it. They actually killed Dr. Jero. It seems they are just as vicious as the ones in the future timeline. Trunks 2 could not help but feel a little afraid. Perhaps this was a fear long buried deep in his heart. It was not something that could be overcome easily. Even though Trunks I had once said that his power was enough to instantly kill No. 17 and No. 18. So cruel. He even killed his own creator. Krillin was already trembling with fear. After all, he had always been faint-hearted. It looks like the strength of these two androids is ridiculously high. A terrible battle is probably coming next. Piccolo also wore a grave expression. After all, Gero had possessed considerable power moments ago. And yet he had been instantly killed by that android. That was enough to show just how terrifying the two androids before them were. Cruel. I'm afraid you have a misconception about the word cruel. No. 17 and No. 18 were originally ordinary humans. Gero forcibly took them away and rebuilt them into androids. None of us can even begin to imagine the suffering they endured. In my eyes, Gero is 10,000 times crueler than they are. Trunks glanced at Krillin, then said calmly. This was not aimed at Krillin. He was merely telling the truth. In truth, whether it was the No. 17 and No. 18 before them or the No. 17 and No. 18 of the future timeline. They were all victims. They had only been tools for Dr. Gero to take revenge on Goku and conquer the world. These two ordinary humans had originally possessed happy families. But now they had lost everything, and that was the cruelest part. Trunks's voice was not deliberately lowered. So No. 17 and No. 18 heard him clearly. The two then glanced at Trunks in some surprise, clearly finding it hard to believe. They had not expected that anyone would know about this matter. And it seemed that he was sympathizing with what they had gone through. This. Krillin was suddenly wordless. Because he had never known that No. 17 and No. 18 had been ordinary people seized and modified. Thinking of it that way, No. 17 and No. 18 were indeed pitiable. Especially that girl, she looked so cute and so pretty. What a shame. No. 17, there seems to be another incubation pod over here. Is it No. 16? That old coot never mentioned it before. Why not let him out as well? After staring at Trunks for a few moments, No. 18 spoke. They seemed completely indifferent to Trunks and his companions. Let him out. Staying in that thing is too painful. No. 17 nodded because he and No. 18 knew best how agonizing it was to stay inside an incubation pod. Afterwards, No. 18 pressed the activation button directly. But at this moment dense beads of sweat had already gathered on Trunks' two's forehead. Because the androids of this timeline seemed completely different from those of his timeline. In his timeline, No. 16 had never existed. Damn it. They must not be allowed to leave this place, or this world will fall into endless catastrophe. I will never allow this world to become like the one I came from. Trunks too knitted his brows tightly, then suddenly burst with aura. The instant golden flames erupted from his body. Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan. Then with his hands loosely cupped, blue energy quickly condensed in his palms. He immediately blasted it toward No. 17 and No. 18. The moment the energy exploded, shockwaves tore outward in all directions. The mountain began to collapse rapidly. Everyone evacuated the cave at top speed. Rumble. Subsequently they hovered in midair, watching the mountain collapse before their eyes. The research institute was utterly destroyed too. You are accomplishing nothing through this approach. You merely deplete your own energy. Watching second Trunks' movements, Trunks spoke. In the original theatrical release, Trunks had launched attacks with such broad sweeping power. His strike rate was alarmingly low and his energy drained at a remarkable pace. Your words mirror precisely what Android 18 said to me previously. Second Trunks admitted sheepishly. When he nearly perished at the hands of the android before 18 had spoken those identical words to him. Though his physical strength was considerable, the accuracy of his energy assaults proved disastrously poor. Consequently, after unleashing a flurry of energy spheres, his reserves were nearly exhausted. Yet he had managed to harm the androids in the slightest. Those individuals remain unconquered. Tianjin Fan and Piccolo remarked, their brows drawing together. The moment their words left their lips, the dense smoke from the detonation began to clear. Gradually two figures materialized before everyone's eyes. They were none other than Android 17 and 18. Android 18 was dragging Android 16's cultivation pod behind her. D-damned. Second Trunks tightened his grip upon his fists. Though he understood these assaults would not be lethal to Android 17 and 18. Yet they appeared completely unscathed. It became apparent that the Android 17 and 18 of this era possessed extraordinary power. What course of action do we take now? These two adversaries are far too formidable. Even if we pool our combined strength, victory remains uncertain. Piccolo stated with a stern countenance. The android youth had dispatched Dr. Gero with a single strike. This alone demonstrated his overwhelming power. Krillin and the rest lowered their heads in resignation. They were utterly helpless. Against these Saiyans and androids they were simply outmatched. They were of no assistance whatsoever. Whoosh! The moment Piccolo's voice faded, a sonic boom cut through the air. Vegeta appeared before them in a flash. Father! Vegeta! Second Trunks and Piccolo whispered in astonishment. They had assumed Vegeta would seethe in isolation after his earlier humiliation. Instead, having consumed the Senzu bean to restore his energy, he had returned. Humph. So these are the puppets you spoke of. You may return home and mind your own affairs, for I alone shall dismantle them completely. Once restored, Vegeta's arrogance resurfaced. He sensed that the Senzu bean's restoration had elevated his power beyond its previous state. He appeared to have completely forgotten his swift takedown by Trunks. Ugh! This Vegeta, Krillin muttered, staring at him in exasperation. This man had been struck down moments ago by the youth before him, yet here he stood radiating arrogance once more. His pride was unmatched, his strength considerable, but his ability to forget humiliation was equally impressive. Mr. Vegeta, the power of Android 17 and 18 is tremendous. You cannot defeat them by yourself. If we combine our efforts there may be a sliver of hope, Second Trunks urged, his voice urgent. He would not watch his father charge blindly into danger. Begone, whelp. Do I require your counsel on how I conduct myself? Vegeta unleashed a harsh reprimand upon Second Trunks, recognizing that his counterpart's temperament was considerably milder than the original Trunks's. He accepted the abuse without protest. Yet the other Trunks, a different matter entirely. Provoking him in such a manner would almost certainly earn a beating. Though Vegeta carried himself with pride and arrogance, he possessed sufficient intelligence to avoid unnecessary provocation, unless his power had undergone a dramatic transformation. He harbored complete conviction in his ability to triumph over Trunks. Having finished his tirade against Second Trunks, Vegeta vanished in a blur and hurtled directly toward Android 17 and 18. Meanwhile, Android 17 and 18 had already released Android 16. This fellow is far too conceited. He believes himself omnipotent now that he has attained Super Saiyan form. Leave him be, Trunks. A lesson well learned does no harm. Piccolo remarked to the Trunks standing nearby. Unless Vegeta experienced some adversity he would never take anything to heart. Trunks. Piccolo, did you just say their name is Trunks? Krillin inquired with sudden astonishment. Earlier, before their arrival, Bulma had been cradling an infant, the child she and Vegeta had born. If his memory served correctly, the boy's name was indeed Trunks. Krillin's gaze drifted to both Trunks' figures. Their eyes bore a striking resemblance to Vegeta's, while their hair matched Bulma's perfectly. In that moment understanding dawned upon Krillin. Good heavens! Trunks is the offspring of Vegeta and Bulma. The realization sent shockwaves through Krillin's mind. Nearby Tien Shinhan and Son Gohan appeared to have reached the same conclusion. Given their intelligence they could scarcely remain ignorant much longer. With the truth impossible to conceal any longer, Second Trunks had no choice but to reveal his identity. Previously he had concealed his origins to prevent altering the timeline that led to his own birth. Yet now that he already existed in this era, those concerns no longer mattered. Indeed. We are Trunks, the son of Vegeta and Bulma from the future timeline. Second Trunks addressed the astonished onlookers. Just as I suspected. Vegeta mentioned that only a handful of Saiyans survived. No wonder you bear the Saiyan heritage and your hair defies the typical black hue. Though he had suspected as much, hearing Second Trunks confirm it in person still left the group astonished. So you are the adult Trunks. I never imagined you would grow to be this powerful. A young Gohan exclaimed, his face filled with admiration. Both being half Saiyan, Gohan could scarcely help but measure himself against Trunks and find himself wanting. Yet he remained young, and with dedicated training he could surely reach comparable strength by the time he matched Trunks' years. He was confident he could achieve Super Saiyan status. After a moment of astonishment, everyone's attention shifted back to Vegeta and the androids. Vegeta materialized before the trio. Oh. So it is Vegeta. Based on your posture it seems you are seeking a confrontation with us. Android 17 cast a dismissive glance at Vegeta before speaking casually. He held no regard for Vegeta whatsoever. He could not be bothered to even acknowledge the others. Looking for trouble with us? You vastly overestimate yourselves, mere puppets. I, Vegeta, shall utterly dismantle your worthless scrap today. A characteristic confident smile curved Vegeta's lips. He clenched his fist and fixed his gaze upon Android 17 and the others. This time, no matter what, he would destroy all the androids single-handedly. Let those bastards know that he was the most powerful Saiyan. TCH. What a stupid and absurd idea. You may think you can defeat us, but stop dreaming, Vegeta. Android 17's expression shifted, then he said coldly. He did not wish to fight Vegeta, for he simply did not take him seriously at all. However, those words from just now had made him somewhat angry. After all, they used to be ordinary humans themselves, merely taken away and modified by that foul old Dr. Geluel. And now Vegeta actually called them scrap metal. This was clearly a grave insult to both Android 17 and Android 18. As for Android 16, his expression remained unchanged. Because he was essentially a pure machine. And his sole purpose for being created was to kill Sun Wukong. As for Vegeta's insults, Android 16 naturally would not take them to heart. Ho! Is that so? Looks like you bunch of scrap metal are quite confident. I hope you will still be this confident once I tear you apart. Vegeta remained extremely arrogant. That proud little chin was almost pointing to the sky. 17, let me properly teach this arrogant fellow a lesson. Android 18 gritted her teeth and spoke in a chilling tone. Originally they did not wish to conflict with these people. But this bastard Vegeta was far too self-important. Not only that, he actually dared to insult them verbally. If they did not properly discipline him, it would be wasting this power they possessed. Ah, fine. Whatever. We are not in a hurry anyway. Right, Android 16? Android 17 smiled faintly and said indifferently. To be honest, they did not know where to go now, lacking any clear objective. Since Vegeta was being so dismissive of others. Then let Android 18 properly teach him a lesson. It could also pass the tedious time. TCH. A woman. Vegeta wore a look of utter disdain. But just before his lips could curve upward, Android 18's body vanished. Appearing before him like a phantom. Without the slightest hesitation, she delivered a heavy punch straight to Vegeta's abdomen. The terrifying force sent Vegeta flying backward. His stomach churned violently and a mouthful of acid spat from his lips. Damn it! You cursed puppet! Vegeta was instantly consumed by fury. He never expected this foul woman to possess such tremendous power. One punch had sent him flying. This made Vegeta feel that his pride had been struck once again. Hiya! Accompanied by a fierce roar, Vegeta directly transformed into a Super Saiyan. The two instantly engaged in fierce combat. But on the other side, Telenkizi leaped forward and appeared directly before Android 17 and Android 16. Android 16 looked at Telenkizi with surprise, his eyes holding a hint of wariness. What? Do you also wish to spar with me? Android 17 glanced at Telenkizi, then asked coolly. If this fellow had interest, he would not mind knocking this guy down as well. Although he did have a slight fondness for Telenkizi. This fondness might have stemmed from what Telenkizi had said earlier, androids are also victims. Better not, for you could never be my match. Telenkizi also smiled and spoke. Although Android 17's strength was decent compared to his own, it was far inferior. One could say the gap was countless miles. Oh. Are arrogance and conceit the standard trait of all Saiyans? I did not expect you to be even more arrogant than Vegeta. Android 17 was not angered but instead mocked coldly. Because in his view he now possessed the most powerful strength in this entire universe. No one could ever possibly be mentioned in the same breath as him. Perhaps. Telenkizi continued to nod with a smile. In truth he did not wish to compete with Android 17. If he accidentally harmed him it would not be good. After all, this young man would become his brother-in-law someday. 17. He possesses an enormously vast power within his body. This power far surpasses ours, so if possible avoid engaging him in combat. At that moment, Android 16, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke. Android 17 paused, surprised that the taciturn Android 16 had actually opened his mouth. But what he said was too ridiculous. Although the Saiyan before them possessed power that exceeded that of their android kind. What a laughably absurd joke. He then said with boundless confidence, Android 16, your joke is not funny at all. There absolutely cannot be anyone in this world who possesses power exceeding mine, because I at this moment am the most powerful existence in the universe. In Android 17's subjective belief he truly was the most powerful android. Whether Saiyans or other androids, none could possibly become his rival. However, since you have said so, I do find myself interested now. It is rather dull watching 18 fight anyway, so I shall stretch my limbs as well. Android 17 twisted his wrists, eager to try. Watching others battle, his heart was indeed somewhat stirred. You wish to fight me? You would do well to consider carefully, Android 17. For Android 16 speaks the truth, the energy contained within my body is beyond your imagination. Telenkizi spoke in an extremely calm tone. To be honest, Android 17's strength was too weak for him to feel much interest. But if Android 17 had this interest, he could play along. It was quite boring anyway. Truly arrogant. Then let me show you the true power of an android. Android 17 wiped the smile from his face and said with serious expression. Although he knew Telenkizi would not be his match. But this fellow was a Saiyan after all and should be able to provide some amusement. In that case. Very well. Then let me experience the strength of this timeline's Android 17. Telenkizi could only nod. Incidentally, perhaps he could build a good relationship with this future brother-in-law. And at this moment Vegeta and the other Telenkizi were equally curious and expectant. I wonder how strong that Telenkizi truly is. Can he defeat that Android 17? Vegeta glanced at the other Telenkizi and asked. I am not entirely certain either. This is also the first time I have met him. The other Telenkizi shook his head and answered. Since the other Telenkizi had been able to eliminate the androids in the future timeline, then dealing with Android 17 should pose no problem, right? I hope that Telenkizi can defeat the androids. Kellen prayed. For only then might everyone be saved. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vegeta had clearly fallen behind Android 18, because the power she now possessed far surpassed that of Vegeta in the early Super Saiyan stage. Vegeta pushed his strength to the absolute limit, yet none of his tricky attacks posed any threat to Android 18. From beginning to end he never even managed to deal her a single real blow. Android 18 in contrast wore a completely relaxed expression which only made the fire in Vegeta's heart burn hotter. He had never imagined that his first battle as a Super Saiyan would turn out like this. A string of humiliations. His explosive sense of pride could not endure it. On the other side, Android 17 had also readied himself in a fighting stance. Hey, you're a Saiyan too. You should be able to transform just like Vegeta, right? Hurry up and change, or else this fight will be dreadfully boring. Android 17 said to Trunks. After all, the young man before him was certainly no older than Vegeta, so his battle power was certainly no stronger than Vegeta's either. Android 18 could suppress Vegeta steadily and his own strength was above Android 18's. By that reasoning the conclusion was obvious. The young man before him could absolutely never be his opponent. Android 17 was deeply convinced of this. That won't be necessary. Because even without taking a Super Saiyan form I can still defeat you. Trunks still wore his gentle smile. His tone was equally calm because no one present could stir a single ripple in his heart. TCH. You're even more arrogant than Vegeta. But soon I'll make you realize that you've carried that arrogance a bit too far. As the words faded, Android 17's body suddenly vanished on the spot. The next instant he had already reappeared behind Trunks. Clearly Android 17 possessed speed greater than Super Saiyan Vegeta's. He then threw a punch, but it was only at 60% of his full power. He had no intention of killing Trunks, so he was far from using everything he had. Trunks smiled faintly, his body instinctively swaying to the side. This was the passive effect of Ultra Instinct. It could sense danger in advance, and without any conscious thought the body would dodge on its own. Android 17's fist grazed past Trunks' ear, but it never touched his body. What? He actually dodged it. Looks like I underestimated him a little too much. This guy is far stronger than I thought. Android 17 was startled. He had expected that one punch would be enough to end the fight then and there. But as it stood now, he had clearly underestimated the young man's strength. However, dodging once was only a mild surprise to him, because from here on he would fight with all his might. Swish. 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 Android 17 constantly shifted his position, and every time he moved he launched 5 or 6 full power attacks in succession. With every punch the air shook and crackled. Yet after dozens of strikes he still had not touched Trunks' body. Impossible. How can this be happening? Are you kidding me? This guy dodged every single attack I threw at him. And he did it with such ease. At that moment Android 17's expression finally turned grim. If the first attack had been merely exploratory and restrained, then the subsequent strikes were completely full power. Even so, he still hadn't touched the opponent's body. He truly did not want to admit it, but the speed of this man before him was clearly far superior to his own. Nothing is impossible, Android 17. I told you long ago that my power is far greater than yours, far beyond anything you could ever imagine. Watching Android 17's expression gradually darken, Trunks remained calm. Super Saiyan 4 and Perfect Ultra Instinct were for the current Android 17 truly heights that could never be reached. Even for everyone present they were an existence beyond comprehension. Don't get carried away. Do you think you've already won? Android 17 gritted his teeth. Both hands spread flat as 2 energy spheres rapidly converged in his palms. Swish. Swish. The spheres shot from his hands. His and Android 18's greatest weapon was their infinite energy, in other words their bodies contained a reserve of power that would never be exhausted. This was their natural advantage. Trunks neither evaded nor blocked. He let the spheres strike him. Boom. The energy spheres exploded one after another. Trunks' body was instantly swallowed by rolling black smoke. So powerful. All of Android 17's energy attacks had failed to deal any damage to Trunks whatsoever. Piccolo's eyes were wide open, clearly unable to believe it. All of them could sense that the energy waves Android 17 had unleashed were extremely formidable. Any one of those energy waves could have gravely wounded them. Yet they could clearly sense that Trunks was completely unharmed. And his aura had not changed in the slightest. After a full 3 minutes of relentless bombardment, Android 17 finally stopped. The smoke in the sky gradually dispersed. A figure appeared once more before Trunks, surrounded by a layer of silver-white aura. It was this aura that had blocked every blast shockwave from just now. Thus Trunks was not affected in the slightest, not even a speck of dust had landed on him. Are you joking? Is this guy really a Saiyan? Android 17 felt like he was beginning to question life itself. It was one thing for this guy to be so fast. But now he was even able to completely ignore his energy attacks. In other words, no matter what, he could never win this fight. Stop, Android 17. You are no match for him. If you keep provoking him, he may very well end up killing us all. Android 16 once again spoke up to dissuade him. His own strength was somewhat greater than Android 17's. But from his analysis of the energy just now, he knew that even if all 3 of them joined forces, they would be absolutely no match for the man before them. There was not even a shred of hope. Not a shred of hope. Phew. Android 17 turned to look at the serious-faced Android 16, then let out a long breath. Clearly he had already made some sort of decision. Because just now he had realized that no matter what he did, he could never defeat this man. It seemed that what he had said earlier was not arrogance, he truly had the right to be proud. Then he turned his head once more to Trunks and said, I'm done. You are far stronger than I imagined. Even if I kept going, I wouldn't have the slightest chance. Android 17's personality was quite frank after all. by saying that he was essentially admitting defeat. Only then did Trunks slowly descend from midair. He actually surrendered. Android 17 just surrendered. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago he had been so confident and arrogant. Yet he gave up that easily and with such nonchalance at that. Naturally the most astounded of all was Trunks too. Because according to what he knew about androids they were all extremely arrogant. Even if they were killed they would never surrender. Still less would they concede so easily. And no way. Android 17 actually chose to admit defeat on his own. And he doesn't seem angry at all. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Trunks too felt his entire worldview being overturned. This Android 17 seemed quite different from the Android 17 in his own timeline. But Trunks too didn't pay it much attention. As a time traveler he naturally knew that the Android 17 of this timeline and the one of the future timeline were completely different people. This Android 17 never slaughtered the innocent and deeply loved nature. In Dragon Ball Super he even became a forest ranger. But the future timeline's Android 17 was an absolute killing tool devoid of any emotion or humanity. Thus the two could not be compared in any way. My name is 17. That's the name I was given after I was modified. Of course you can also call me Lapis, that was my previous name. Android 17 seemed to have taken a liking to Trunks. He even voluntarily started introducing himself. This scene once again left Trunks too and the others completely dumbfounded. Piccolo, is this really the murderous android? He doesn't really look like one. Piccolo then glanced suspiciously at Trunks too. My name is Trunks. I'm still more used to calling you 17. Trunks then introduced himself as well. Although he knew Android 17's real name was Lapis he still felt 17 was a smoother name to use. It doesn't matter. It's just a name after all, number 17 said with a shrug, his expression casual. To him a name was merely a label, what it was called made no difference whatsoever. Besides, that name he had borne previously was likely seldom spoken of nowadays. Number 16 saw that the two had ceased their fighting and seemed to have grown friendly and he silently breathed a sigh of relief. If they had truly clashed in battle his instincts told him all three of them would have ended up dead here. Fortunately number 17 had made a profoundly wise decision. Over on the other side Vegeta was far less fortunate. It had been he who initiated the provocation and throughout his fight with number 18 he had continually hurled insults her way. This pushed number 18 past her limit and she unleashed her full power. Soon enough she had Vegeta sprawled defeated upon the ground. After all, the current Vegeta still possessed a considerable gap in strength compared to number 18. Trunks II and Piccolo could no longer bear to watch. Though Piccolo held absolutely no affection for Vegeta, if Vegeta were killed Earth would lose yet another warrior. Moreover, the androids might run amok without restraint. Although the other Trunks had defeated android number 17 he showed no intention of finishing them off. Piccolo had sensed this earlier as well. Though the two Trunks appeared identical in appearance their gazes were entirely different. The other Trunks gave him an impenetrable, unfathomable feeling. Watching Vegeta defeated his arm broken, Trunks II finally could contain himself no longer. Father. After calling out he immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan. He then drew the sword from his back and slashed at number 18. Using only 2 fingers she effortlessly intercepted Trunks' strike. She then fired a precise energy wave that sent Trunks flying through the air. Piccolo and Krillin were likewise swept away with equal ease. Fortunately number 18 had not intended to kill. Otherwise they would likely already be cold corpses. Only Krillin remained there trembling in terror. So amazing. Trunks' sword can cleave Frieza in half in an instant and yet the android absorbed it so effortlessly. Krillin knew that with his strength he could contribute nothing. If he charged forward now it would be no different from seeking death. So at this moment he chose to remain frozen in place. Meanwhile Vegeta now understood that Trunks was indeed his son, the future Trunks who had grown up in another timeline. This struck him with even greater devastation. Especially upon seeing Trunks his heart ached profoundly. He never imagined he would be defeated by his own son. And it had been done so effortlessly. For Vegeta this was clearly far harder to accept than being defeated by Kakarot. That other fellow looks exactly like you, yet why is his strength so weak? Number 17 glanced at Trunks II and spoke with visible confusion. He had already experienced Trunks' strength firsthand. It was truly overwhelming, almost beyond imagination. Even the three of them combined would likely stand no chance against him. So why was this other Trunks who looked identical so pitifully weak? He had been defeated with a single blow by number 18. Because we come from different places, our strengths naturally differ. Trunks could only offer a perfunctory reply. After all, within his body resided a system. Without that system, perhaps he too would be as powerless as this Trunks, helpless before the androids and most likely killed by them. Whoosh! At that moment number 18 returned to stand before number 17. Her expression remained calm, though her clothing had sustained some damage during her brief exchange with Vegeta. She then gently tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear and cast a thoroughly interested gaze upon Trunks. It must be admitted Trunks was quite handsome. Handsome features, sharp and well-defined. Trunks also carefully examined number 18. Frankly speaking, aside from her somewhat modest figure, she was nearly flawless. Though such matters could also be significantly improved through later artificial intervention. How peculiar. Two individuals who look exactly alike, yet such a massive disparity in their strength. Number 18 also stared at Trunks with evident curiosity. She had naturally noticed his earlier battle with number 17 as well. He had displayed power far surpassing number 17's, while the other Trunks, who had been defeated in an instant by herself, was absurdly weak. Curious. Trunks smiled and asked number 18. TCH. Number 18 pursed her lips. Her aloof nature prevented her from admitting such a thing. Curiosity, after all, is where a woman's downfall begins. Trunks continued to smile. Once a woman becomes curious about a man, she will inevitably wish to explore further. Women were simply such persistent creatures. Number 18 was clearly curious about Trunks. Perhaps the comparison between the two Trunks' strength gap was precisely what stirred her interest. Don't flatter yourself. I would never feel curious about someone like you. Number 18 shot Trunks a cold glance and stubbornly retorted. Even deep inside she was extraordinarily curious. She would never admit it aloud. 18 I think this Trunks is rather interesting. He's handsome and his strength is extraordinary. If you have any interest in him as his brother-in-law, I have no objections. Number 17 beside them spoke with a grin. First, he held no ill feelings toward Trunks. Simply based on what that person had said earlier, that the androids were also victims, it had greatly increased his goodwill. Second, the way Trunks looked at them was unlike how others regarded monsters. Finally, he clearly possessed the ability to eliminate all the androids. Yet he showed no such intention. Therefore he genuinely held considerable regard for Trunks. If he could become his sister's brother-in-law, it would indeed be quite satisfactory. After all, in this world young men who could surpass the androids in strength and possessed handsome features were few and far between. Number 16 watched the three of them with a puzzled expression, seeming unable to grasp what they were discussing. Shut up, 17. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Number 18 immediately reprimanded him. Her own brother was turning traitor at a moment like this. Admittedly, the Trunks before them was indeed handsome and extraordinarily powerful. He was the kind of existence you could hardly find even searching with a lantern. But she was not the type to fall for someone at first sight. Come with me to find proper clothing. Number 18's tone remained frosty. After saying this, she couldn't help but glance once more at Trunks. Then with a single leap she vanished in an instant as a streak of light. Trunks watched the direction where number 18 had disappeared. However, he had no intention of pursuing her. Sometimes matters of the heart required patience, like simmering frogs in warm water. Rushing only led to failure. One must not act rashly. Number 17 observed Trunks' expression and a sly smile appeared. He then said mischievously, my sister's standards are exceptionally high. If you wish to become my brother-in-law, you'll need to put in more effort. Very well, until we meet again. With that, number 17 also leaped into the air. He then followed in number 18's direction. Number 16 also nodded and greeted Trunks before following along. After all, the three of them were androids. Chances were the others would hardly welcome them. So naturally they needed to stick together. At least with two companions they wouldn't feel so lonely. Ha! Watching the three depart, Trunks merely smiled faintly. He could sense that number 18 harbored significant curiosity toward him. There would undoubtedly be another meeting, soon no doubt. After watching the androids leave, Krillin, who had been frozen in place from sheer terror, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then hurried over to the injured group. Then he handed out senzu beans to everyone. This was exactly why his presence was so vital. At least since the androids had not gone for the kill, he could still distribute senzu beans to the others. After eating the senzu beans, their injuries recovered instantly. Yet every face was grim, for the android's strength had far surpassed anything they could have imagined. Being defeated in an instant meant these foes were simply beyond their ability to handle. At that moment Vegeta and Piccolo both turned their gazes to Trunks in perfect unison. For the only one who could now destroy the androids was Trunks alone. That was evident from his earlier battle with Android 17. He had the power to crush the androids. Just then Vegeta blurred and instantly appeared in front of Trunks. Then he demanded in a cold voice, "You little brat, you clearly had a chance to kill the androids just now, why did you let them escape?" At that moment he was burning with intense frustration. First he had been defeated by this brat, then he had lost to that female android. To the always proud Prince Vegeta this was a humiliation he could hardly accept. Moreover, he had just learned that Trunks was his son from the future timeline. This infuriated him even more. He had never expected his own son to be far stronger than himself. Even worse, that little brat had treated him so disrespectfully before. "Mind your tone with me, Mr. Vegeta. You have no right to order me around." Trunks shot Vegeta a cold glance, then spoke in an indifferent tone. First of all, he was not the real Trunks. Therefore he had no actual relationship with Vegeta. And whether in the past or the present, Vegeta's tone had always disgusted him. The fact that Vegeta could still stand there and speak was already an act of sufficient mercy. "Bastard, you!" Vegeta was so furious that his teeth clenched. He really wanted to say, "How dare you talk to your old man like that?" But in the end he restrained himself. The Trunks before him had not acknowledged Vegeta as his father. And strictly speaking, his connection to the Trunks of the future timeline was not particularly close. So he truly had no right to criticize him from a father's standpoint. After struggling for a long time without managing to say a word, Vegeta could only turn and leave. Today's blow had been too much for him. He needed somewhere else to vent. And at that moment, Piccolo finally spoke. "Trunks, you come from the future timeline, so you know very well how terrifying the androids are. They were created for the purpose of killing all humans and destroying the Earth. But letting them escape now was indeed not very wise." Piccolo's words were clearly more tactful, but he obviously did not approve of what Trunks had done either. For Trunks was the only one with the ability to kill the androids. Yet no matter what, it was Trunks' decision. They could not interfere with or change his decision. Doing so would only anger him. And angering a being so powerful that they could not even imagine it would be an extremely unwise choice. Piccolo naturally would not do that. The androids in this timeline are different from those in the future timeline. If they had been the future androids, they would have killed every one of you without hesitation. But they did not do so just now, which shows they are different from the androids of the future timeline. You had all better not think about this anymore nor actively provoke them. If there is a next time, whether you will be killed is hard to say. Trunks' tone softened considerably. That was simply his nature. If others treated him with courtesy, he would naturally treat them with courtesy in return. But if anyone tried to talk down to him and criticize him, that was absolutely impossible. "All right. I understand." Piccolo nodded and did not continue speaking. Then he too turned and left. Today had dealt him a tremendous blow as well. The androids were far beyond anything they had imagined. Despite training desperately for 3 years, they were still worlds apart from the androids. The gap between their strength and Trunks' was like an unfathomable abyss. Therefore they had to raise their strength again. Perhaps only then could they protect the Earth better. At this moment Piccolo had long forgotten his original ambition. Piccolo then turned and left as well. Now only Trunks, two young Gohan and the others remained where they stood. After a brief exchange, Gohan, Krillin and the others left too. In the end only the two Trunks remained. Trunks too was wise. He did not ask why Trunks had let the androids go. He felt that Trunks probably had his own thoughts. Perhaps it was truly as Trunks said, the androids of this timeline were different from those of the future timeline. Of course, more importantly, he still wanted to ask Trunks for the way Saiyans could grow stronger. You're really incredible. Please guide my training. If I am half as strong as you, I can resolve the crisis in the future timeline. Trunks too immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle and said with great courtesy. If one wished to learn, one had to lower one's posture. Trunks understood this better than anyone. Perhaps Saiyans were proud. But to him, pride could not save his timeline. Pride could not change anything. It only made things worse. Alright. Then I'll train you for a few days. Anyway, I have nothing to do these days. Trunks nodded in agreement. Although he had successfully completed his check-in, he still had no way to return to the future timeline. Because the time machine's energy was only enough for one round trip. He would have to wait until Bulma of this era produced the time machine's energy source before he could return. In the meantime, since he had nothing to do anyway, he could train with the other Trunks. He was already able to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Moreover, he had mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct. However, his base combat power was still far from sufficient. This was a good chance to properly improve it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Trunks too immediately said with extreme gratitude, a look of hope shining in his eyes. Let's go. We'll head to Capsule Corporation first. I suppose you don't have enough time machine energy to return either. Trunks said. After all, in the future timeline, resources were far too scarce due to the android's destruction. After returning to Capsule Corporation, Bulma quickly warmed up to the two Trunks. After all, when she first met Trunks 3 years earlier, he had looked very familiar to her. Now that she learned her two sons from the future timeline were so handsome and so powerful, she was naturally overjoyed. She then began working on the energy source for the time machines. With the blueprints in hand, making the energy source was not difficult for a technological genius like Bulma. In about a month she could complete the energy sources for both time machines. Meanwhile, after suffering the humiliation of 2 consecutive defeats, Vegeta had gone off somewhere no one knew where to vent his frustration. Piccolo meanwhile returned to Kami's lookout and strongly demanded to merge with the old Kami because his current strength was far too weak. Moreover, Namekian simply could not match Saiyans in natural talent. Even if he trained alongside Goku and the others, the results still remained vastly different. Under these circumstances, only by merging with Kami and becoming the true Piccolo could he unleash the power that the true Piccolo was meant to possess. The old Kami naturally refused. It was not that he feared death, but rather that there was no need for it at the moment. It was not until 3 days later, when a sudden upheaval occurred on Earth, that he changed his mind. Just 1 hour earlier, every human in an entire city had been killed. No one on Earth knew what kind of being had done it. But Kami saw it with perfect clarity. It was a grass-green monster covered in black spots shaped like a mutated praying mantis. Moreover, from its body the old Kami sensed an unprecedentedly evil aura. Hey old man, what exactly are you looking at? I've told you long ago that the Earth of the present has no need for a cowardly god like you. What it lacks is a powerful Namekian warrior. Piccolo spoke up again somewhat impatiently. He had spent 3 whole days earnestly trying to persuade him, only to find that the old man was utterly obstinate. Neither soft nor hard tactics could sway him, and Piccolo was completely at a loss. Fine. I agree to merge with you. The old Kami exhaled a long breath, turned around and said to Piccolo. What? Piccolo was startled, clearly finding the old Kami's sudden change of heart almost unbelievable. Just before, the old Kami had worn such a resolute expression. He had refused to merge with him at all. Why would he suddenly agree so readily? Don't be surprised. Because a tremendous calamity may soon befall the Earth. A horrifying monster is gradually taking shape. Just as you said earlier, the present Earth truly does not need an incompetent cowardly god, it needs a warrior who can resolve this crisis for the Earth. Come Piccolo. My only hope is that after we merge you will protect the Earth well. The old Kami spoke with the utmost seriousness. As long as he merged with Piccolo, Kami would still exist and the Earth's Dragon Balls would not disappear. Moreover, as the god of Earth, he truly could not help the Earth in this situation. Piccolo readily agreed, and the two then merged. After merging, Piccolo felt his strength undergo a qualitative leap. It was no exaggeration to say that he now possessed power that completely surpassed Goku and Vegeta. Even against the androids 17 and 18 from before, he could absolutely defeat them. Even he himself had not expected that merging with the old Kami would make him this strong. After fusing with the old Kami, Piccolo immediately left Kami's lookout. Because he had also inherited Kami's memories, he could see what had occurred in those cities. The entire population of a city had been absorbed by that green monster overnight. Therefore the most urgent task now was to eliminate that monster first. That way it would not harm anyone else. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye another 3 days had gone by. After taking the special medicine that Trunks 2 had brought, Goku's heart disease was almost cured. Then after hearing about the androids, he immediately called Vegeta and went to the hyperbolic time chamber. With his current power he had no way to defeat the androids nor the monster that had suddenly appeared a few days earlier and slaughtered innocent civilians on a massive scale. There was only one way to make them stronger: as quickly as possible enter the hyperbolic time chamber without delay and train. Only then could their strength achieve a qualitative breakthrough. After all, a year of training inside the hyperbolic time chamber was equivalent to just 1 day outside. And so Goku and Vegeta entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Meanwhile the monster cell had absorbed countless ordinary people and greatly increased his power. But absorbing the energy of ordinary humans alone was not enough to allow him to become his perfect form. There was only one way for him to become his perfect form: absorb androids 17 and 18. This was also the purpose for which he had killed the other Trunks from the future timeline and come to this timeline several years earlier. He would become the true perfect form and then rule this world. Meanwhile at Capsule Corporation the two Trunks were training in the gravity chamber. After 6 days of training both had seen a substantial increase in their base battle power. Trunks, your base battle power has already increased considerably. Given your current state, if you become a Super Saiyan you are fully capable of dealing with the two androids of the future timeline. Trunks said to Trunks 2. After all, he had trained every day in a gravity chamber set to 3,000 times normal gravity with Trunks providing guidance. Naturally this had greatly boosted Trunks 2's power. At this point Trunks 2 actually possessed the power of the second stage of Super Saiyan. Killing Android 17 and 18 of the future timeline would be no problem at all. Even the cell of the future timeline could be wiped out with ease. I can also feel that my power has grown by leaps and bounds. With my current strength I truly have the ability to kill 17 and 18 now. Thank you again for guiding my training. Trunks 2 said very politely. After all, he had always been a courteous person at heart. Alright, let's go out. There is another sacred training site on Earth. 1 year of training there equals 1 day outside. It is extremely beneficial for training. If we can train inside for a day or two our power will soar once again. Trunks continued. Since they had come to this timeline it was also highly necessary to train for 2 days in the hyperbolic time chamber. Although he could transform into Super Saiyan 4, and although that transformation provided a massive boost in battle power, all of it was still tied to base battle power. The stronger the base battle power, the stronger the overall power would naturally be. Teen 2 also quickly nodded. After all, the time machine's energy source had not yet been completed. During this period he needed to strengthen himself as much as possible. The enemies in the future timeline were by no means limited to Android 17 and 18. Stronger foes might emerge in the future. Therefore he had to seize every opportunity to grow stronger. Only then could he better protect the future timeline. Let's go. Let's head out and check the situation outside. Since you were able to appear in this timeline, it is only natural that the major boss of this stage has already manifested. Teen continued speaking. If there were only his single future timeline, then Cell would have already been defeated by him. The likelihood of its appearance would not be great. But now, since another teen from a different future timeline had appeared, Cell was highly likely to show up as well. For Cell to reach its perfect form it had to absorb both androids 18 and 17. This was something Teen would never allow to happen. After all, 18 was destined to become his woman. How could he let her be consumed into Cell's body? Especially when he thought about those scenes from the manga. This made Teen even more determined to prevent such an outcome. Major Boss. Teen 2 looked thoroughly confused. Because he had no idea what the Major Boss referred to. In his view the strongest enemies were Android 17 and 18. But the 17 and 18 of this timeline seemed to lack that murderous nature. This was a difference from his own future timeline. You will find out in a moment, Teen said, then stepped out of the gravity chamber. The two of them quickly freshened up. They had lunch. Bulma of this timeline treated them exceptionally well, caring for them meticulously. After finishing lunch, Teen suddenly sensed an incredibly powerful presence. I sense a very strong energy. Could it be the major boss you mentioned earlier? Teen 2 quickly spoke up. Indeed, that aura was extraordinarily formidable. If not for the training in the gravity chamber, that sudden presence might have killed him in an instant. But now, although the aura was overwhelmingly strong, he was absolutely confident he could defeat it. Yes, it seems so. I can feel his presence. Teen nodded. Cell's aura was particularly sinister. More importantly, his body contained the cells of numerous warriors, including the Emperor of the Universe Frieza and his own father. Therefore, as long as Cell released his aura, it could be easily identified. Let's go take a look. With that, both teens flickered their bodies and vanished from Capsule Corporation in an instant. They reappeared on a small island in the Longdong Sea area. In the sky above, a solitary figure hovered. It was Cell, having completed one evolutionary stage. What is that monster? Why have I never seen it before? Teen 2 looked up at the creature in the sky and said with some astonishment. In his future timeline, such a monster had never appeared. That creature is called Cell. It is also Dr. Gero's creation. However, after Dr. Gero was killed, his computer continued the development process. The Cell of this timeline has not yet fully matured. It should still be in an embryonic stage. The monster we see now must have killed the teen from another parallel future timeline and taken his time machine to come here. Judging by its appearance, it has already absorbed one android, Teen explained. After all, for a time traveler, these plotlines were quite familiar. However, Teen 2 listened with a completely bewildered expression. He seemed unable to understand anything. But he did catch the key point. That this monster was also Dr. Gero's creation. And it had come from another future timeline. Teen began searching for Android 18. Cell had already completed one evolution at this point. According to the original story, it should have absorbed Android 17. Meanwhile, the monstrous Cell was also hunting for 18's whereabouts. Because once it absorbed Android 18, it would achieve its dreamed-of perfect form. At that point, it could conquer the entire world. No one would ever dare challenge it again. Over a dozen surrounding islands had already been completely destroyed by Cell. 18. I found you. Staring at the final island, Cell dove straight down. In an instant he landed on the island. At this moment, although 18 and 16 were hiding discreetly, they were quickly discovered by Cell. Oh no. This is bad. 18th, run. I will hold this monster off. Under no circumstances can you let it achieve its perfect form. Otherwise the entire Earth will become a living hell. At this moment 16's head was half sheared off with arcs of electricity still leaking from the wound. Yet he was still preparing to fight Cell head-on. Because under no circumstances could this monster reach its perfect form. Otherwise the entire Earth would be destroyed. 18's face was filled with terror. Previously 17 had already been absorbed. Although she desperately wanted to fight, she also knew that resistance would only result in her being consumed as well. That ugly monster, that disgusting abomination. Absolutely not. Soon after, 18 immediately flew off in the opposite direction. Meanwhile 16 charged towards Cell. But he was kicked away by a single blow from Cell. After all, Cell, having completed one evolution, far surpassed 16 in power. Moreover, 16 was already severely wounded. After kicking away 16, Cell immediately appeared in front of 18. Stop struggling, 18. This is your fate. The purpose for which you were created is to allow me to achieve my perfect form. To become part of my perfect form is the utmost honor. You should accept it gracefully. A greedy expression appeared on Cell's face. At this moment it seemed he could already see the perfect form beckoning to him. You ugly monster, even if I die I will never be absorbed by you. 18 knew she could not escape. After cursing fiercely, she unleashed countless energy blasts. However, these energy attacks could not harm Cell at this stage. Cell easily withstood all the energy assaults and then slowly walked toward 18. Directly he grabbed her neck with one hand. The spike on his back instantly transformed into a massive maw opening wide toward 18. It's over. 18 realized she would meet the same fate as 17. She wouldn't even have the chance to take her own life. She was about to be consumed by that disgusting monster. Who could save her? It seemed. Besides 16, no one would come to her rescue. Because they were androids abhorred by all humans. My dreamed-of perfect form is about to be realized. Cell was incredibly excited. He had waited for this day for far too long. Having lain dormant in this timeline for 4 full years. Consider yourself honored 18. With that the massive maw closed directly toward 18. But just as the jaws were about to make contact, a sharp rushing sound suddenly echoed through the air. Whoosh! The next moment a hand firmly grasped Cell's arm. Then a figure appeared in front of 18. T-teen. Both 18 and Cell instantly displayed expressions of shock. Clearly neither had expected Teen to appear at such a critical moment. So sorry, Cell. It seems I've interrupted your beautiful dream. A faint smile curled the corners of Teen's mouth. Then with a gentle but firm pull he forcibly bent Cell's arm backward. Cell's expression of shock instantly transformed into sheer horror. He was clearly astounded by the power Teen possessed. How? How could it be you? Behind him Android 18 was visibly stunned as well. In truth she had been in complete despair only moments ago. In this world aside from Android 17 and Android 16, she had no family or friends left. As androids hated by everyone there was absolutely no way they would come to save her. Just moments ago she had thought she was going to be absorbed by that hideous monster. Yet even at the most critical second the one who saved her was none other than Trunks. Surprised that it's me. Do you think anyone else here has any goodwill toward you? Trunks turned around with a faint smile. To be honest, the other warriors on Earth still harbored tremendous fear of Android 18 and the others. So they would never have done something like saving them. Android 18 said nothing, which was tantamount to agreement. Indeed, no one else could possibly save them. And last time Trunks had obviously possessed the power to kill them, yet he had not made a move. Now that he had been willing to save her, perhaps it wasn't so shocking after all. But what exactly was his purpose? What could he possibly be after? Trunks, I advise you not to meddle. I am about to attain my perfect form. If you dare stop me now I will kill you without the slightest hesitation. Just as I killed the Trunks of another timeline. After a brief moment of shock, Cell immediately issued his threat. This was the final step toward his perfect form, there absolutely could not be any mistake. No one could prevent him from becoming perfect. At this time the other Trunks also rushed over. Naturally seeing Cell left him quite astonished. After all, he had never seen Cell before. Moreover, the chi within this creature's body was extremely strange, as if it were a mixture of many different energies. More importantly, the current Cell was incredibly strong. Is that so? If you think you're capable of that, then by all means try. Hearing Cell's words, Trunks replied with a calm expression. Even a perfect form Cell could be annihilated by him with absurd ease. Let alone a Cell that had merely absorbed Android 17 and evolved once. It was no exaggeration to say that Trunks could obliterate Cell with a single finger. Damned bastard. No one can stop me from becoming perfect. Anyone who tries to stop me will be erased from this world forever. After Cell's ice-cold voice faded, his other hand blasted directly toward Trunks. Trunks' body gave a light flicker. With that he effortlessly dodged Cell's attack. Then a terrifying divine ki erupted from his body. Hum. For an instant the entire space seemed to warp. Cell's body was sent flying. Boom. 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 In the blink of an eye he smashed through countless mountain peaks, leaving a long furrow carved into the ground before finally coming to a stop. Behind him Android 18 was completely unharmed. Amazing. Android 18 was utterly dumbfounded. Because she knew exactly how powerful the monster before her was. It had been able to absorb Android 17. And after absorbing Android 17, it had easily defeated Android 16. That alone was enough to prove the monster's strength. Yet the Trunks before her had sent it flying with nothing more than a trace of divine ki. This gap was as vast as the distance between heaven and earth. Rest over there for a while. Trunks turned around and said to Android 18. After all, at her level she could no longer be of any help. And Trunks didn't need help anyway. Just now that monster absorbed Android 17. Could you please save Android 17? He is my younger brother, my only family. It was obvious that Android 18 had never begged anyone before. She was not used to such a pleading tone. But now it seemed that only Trunks could save Android 17. And Android 17 was already her only family. So no matter what, she had to rescue him. Don't worry. Trunks nodded. He actually had a very favorable impression of Android 17. Especially the words Android 17 had said when they parted a few days earlier. Clearly he had no objection to Trunks becoming his brother-in-law. A brother-in-law like that was hard to come by. How could Trunks just stand by and watch him be utterly absorbed by Cell? Thank you. I mean. Thank you on behalf of Android 17. Android 18's tone was somewhat stiff. Especially the word thank you. For her those words clearly did not come easily. In all this world perhaps only for Android 17 could she speak them. Trunks smiled. Then with a single leap he appeared before Cell in an instant. Damn it. You miserable bastard. This is absolutely unforgivable. Cell struggled to his feet. He had already completed his first evolution. How could that little brat Trunks have beaten him into this state? That was absolutely impossible. After all, before evolving he had already killed a Trunks from another timeline. Thus what had happened was a tremendous humiliation to him. If he wanted to wash away that shame he had to completely eradicate that little brat Trunks. Moreover, his body contained the cells of Frieza and Vegeta. Those two were extremely arrogant and self-important. Cell had naturally inherited that trait as well. Ha! With a furious roar, golden ki erupted from his body. Cell instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. With the cells of Goku and Vegeta at his core, becoming a Super Saiyan was not difficult for Cell. Swish! His body flashed, turning into an afterimage in an instant. The next moment he appeared behind Trunks and launched a sneak attack with everything he had. Swish! 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 His fists moved like the wind, one punch after another in a furious blur. The speed was absurdly fast. But Trunks seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Every single time he accurately predicted Cell's attack and evaded it. What the hell? Does this guy have eyes on the back of his head? How can he dodge every attack of mine? Cell was completely dumbstruck. He had never expected that even by attacking from behind with all his strength he still could not land a single hit on Trunks. Although Cell had inherited the arrogant nature of Vegeta and Frieza, he had also inherited their intelligence. After more than 10 exchanges he finally realized the gap between himself and Trunks. From beginning to end Trunks had never truly fought with serious intent. This made him gradually realize that if Trunks wanted to kill him it might be a ridiculously easy task. Swish! Swish! Just at that moment, with a series of sharp sounds piercing the air, several figures appeared in the sky. They were none other than Goku, Vegeta and Gohan. Goku and Vegeta had just come out of the hyperbolic time chamber and their power had risen dramatically. After all, when those two trained together the effect was far greater than training with anyone else. Moreover, the two of them trained directly inside for 2 days. Of course Goku had 1 month less because he had entered the hyperbolic time chamber for a month when he was little. According to the current rules each person could only enter the chamber for 2 days. And Gohan had clearly gone into the hyperbolic time chamber as well. His strength had also improved significantly, though he was still much weaker than Goku and Vegeta. All three had just witnessed Trunks evading every one of Cell's attacks. Astonishment spread across their faces. That kid. Is he really Trunks? How has his strength become this terrifying? Goku asked with a puzzled and shocked expression. The Trunks from 3 years ago had been strong, but he had definitely not reached such a level. Dad, the one fighting that monster isn't the Trunks we met 3 years ago. He's the Trunks from another timeline. See over there, the one not fighting is the Trunks we met 3 years ago. Seeing Goku's confusion, Gohan, who was beside him, explained. Because time had been tight during this period, they had not told Goku about the two Trunks. So that's how it is. That Trunks is incredibly powerful. Perhaps even Vegeta and I as we are now may not be his match. Goku said with the utmost seriousness. His intuition told him that even though he and Vegeta had grown much stronger in the hyperbolic time chamber, they were still no match for the other Trunks. Shut your mouth, Kakarot. Don't you dare lump me together with you. After these 2 years of training my power has long surpassed yours. That brat. I'm going to teach him a good lesson later. Vegeta immediately cursed at Son Goku. That boy Trunks was his son. Moreover, last time he had embarrassed him in public. Now after 2 years of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. He had even broken past the limits of a Super Saiyan, reaching an even higher level. This time I absolutely must let that little brat Trunks see. I am still the one and only me. Vegeta, you'd better not do this. That Trunks's power is absurdly strong. Son Goku spoke up to warn him once again. His intuition had always been exceptionally accurate, especially his ability to sense the presence of powerful warriors. Within Trunks's body there seemed to be an immense energy that he could not perceive at all. Humph. Vegeta crossed his arms over his chest, turning his head away with an indifferent sneer. He did not bother to acknowledge Goku any further. Yet in his heart his resolve was already set. He had to prove to everyone that he was the mightiest Saiyan. How could the Saiyan prince, possessing the finest talent and the purest bloodline, ever lose to his own son? That would be absolutely preposterous. Meanwhile, on the other side, Cell had already launched over 100 attacks. But the outcome remained the same each time. He could not even graze Trunks's body. At this moment Cell's expression had turned extremely grim. It seemed that he could already foresee his own impending fate. You've had enough fun striking at me, haven't you? In that case it's my turn now. Trunks suddenly turned around, a faint subtle smile curling at the corner of his lips. He then spoke. Against a Cell that had not yet achieved his perfect form there was indeed no need to waste too much time. What? Cell was taken aback. Though Trunks's gaze was calm, he felt the chilling call of death. Whoosh! Before Cell could even react, Trunks's body had already appeared before him. Then without the slightest warning a single punch blasted outward. Bang! Cell had no chance to dodge. The fist struck his abdomen squarely. Gua! A mouthful of purple blood mixed with gastric acid erupted from his lips. He clutched his stomach with both hands, collapsing to the ground in agony. Then he began vomiting violently again and again. That single punch had been far too devastating for Cell. Gua! Acid and bile mixed with blood continuously poured from his mouth. Soon Cell regurgitated Android 17, whom he had just absorbed. The scene was utterly revolting. 17. Yet a look of excitement appeared on Android 18's face. You can disappear now, Cell. Seeing that Cell had finally spat out Android 17, Trunks no longer hesitated. Gathering a sphere of energy in his palm, he unleashed a devastating ki blast. He then fired it directly at Cell. Boom! With the trembling of the ground and a violent explosion, Cell's body vanished without a trace. All that remained on the ground was a massive crater wreathed in wisps of black smoke. This. It's already over. Trunks, no. Two stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Because the other Trunks had acted so decisively. In the space of a casual exchange he had completely obliterated the monster called Cell. Feed this senzu bean to Android 17. He was only absorbed a short while ago, I can still sense his life force. Trunks tossed the senzu bean to Android 18. If he had been absorbed for too long, Android 17 would certainly have died. But fortunately the absorption had not lasted very long. Thus he had merely fallen into a temporary coma. And Android 17 was originally a human body just modified and rebuilt. So the senzu bean would still work on him. Alright. Android 18 immediately nodded, then fed the senzu bean to Android 17. Soon Android 17 regained consciousness. This. What happened? Wasn't I just absorbed by that ugly monster? Android 17 looked utterly bewildered. Just a moment ago he had indeed been absorbed by that monster. And then he had quickly lost consciousness. But what was going on now? Yeah, you really were absorbed by that monster just now. It was Trunks who saved you. Android 18 explained. Then she glanced at Trunks, feeling deeply grateful in her heart. If not for Trunks's rescue, not only would Android 17 have been completely absorbed, but she herself would have suffered the same fate. Just thinking about being absorbed by that ugly monster made Android 18 shudder even now. Ha! Trunks! Android 17 was stunned for a second. He then turned his head to look at Trunks. Afterward he walked over with a broad smile and said, "Thanks for saving me, Trunks. I owe you a huge debt of gratitude." These words came straight from the heart. At the instant he was absorbed, he had never imagined he would survive. It was merely a trivial favor. Trunks replied. Indeed, to him it was a very small matter. Whoosh whoosh. And at that very moment another sound of piercing through the air echoed. Son Goku and Vegeta appeared before Trunks as well. Yo! Trunks, I'm Son Goku. Goku took the initiative to greet him, a bright smile spreading across his face. Hello. Trunks returned the greeting with a smile as well. After all, with a smile like Goku's, who could possibly respond with a cold face? You're incredibly strong. You destroyed that monster so easily just now. It's unbelievable. How exactly did you train? Aside from his astonishment, Goku also asked curiously. One had to know that their training had never paused for even a moment. Even now they had only just barely broken past the limits of a Super Saiyan. He never expected that Trunks so young could possess such overwhelming power. In response, Trunks could only give an awkward smile. Because his power had not been earned through his own training, it was a reward from the system. Although the strength acquired this way could not compare to that of Goku and the others, it was still nothing to be ashamed of. After all, in this world where strength reigns supreme, power was the ultimate truth. Whether it came from one's own cultivation or from a system reward didn't really matter that much. Brat. I want to fight you once more. At that moment Vegeta finally couldn't hold himself back any longer. He stepped forward and spoke to Trunks. Clearly, after 2 years of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta once again felt that he was the strongest. Mr. Vegeta, there's no denying that your power has indeed grown stronger. It seems you must have trained in the hyperbolic time chamber. However, with all due respect, you still cannot possibly be my opponent. If you insist on this, you will only bring humiliation upon yourself. If I were you, I wouldn't go looking for trouble. Looking at the self-assured Vegeta, Trunks said coolly and unhurriedly. His address for Vegeta remained, Mr. Vegeta. The word father truly could not bring itself to his lips. Moreover, the Vegeta of this era didn't quite deserve that title. Don't get too cocky, brat. Did you think I was just lying at home watching TV for these 2 days? Now let me show you the results of my training during this time. Vegeta let out a curse, then a confident smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. To others they had merely vanished for 2 days. But only a handful of them knew the truth. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber they had trained for 2 full years. And carrying that burning sense of humiliation, they trained with even greater desperation. Their power grew at an accelerated pace. Moreover, those 2 years had allowed them to completely shatter the limits of Super Saiyan, ascending to a realm beyond Super Saiyan. Oh! You have indeed grown stronger. Then let me see whether you possess the right to be so arrogant. Trunks remained utterly composed. He could naturally sense the power of Son Goku and Vegeta. It was definitely not merely at the Super Saiyan level. Perhaps they had even reached Super Saiyan 2. Without the system, Trunks would have been no match for the two of them. Yet no matter how hard they strove, there was absolutely no way they could attain Super Saiyan 4 within such a short span. Moreover, during those 6 days he himself had not been idle. He had likewise been training with Trunks too in the gravity chamber. His basic combat power had naturally undergone a qualitative leap. Humph. That Vegeta really doesn't know his limits. With such paltry strength he couldn't even defeat me, yet he dares to provoke Trunks. Android 18 said with a look of utter contempt from the side. After all, just a few days ago she had been able to grind Vegeta into the dirt. So she refused to believe that in just a few days Vegeta's power could have changed all that much. I don't believe it either. Still, Saiyans are indeed an extremely arrogant race. Especially Vegeta, he seems even more arrogant than the rest. Android 17 nodded, echoing the sentiment. If Vegeta truly possessed such remarkable training talent, he would not have been completely overwhelmed by Android 18 just a few days ago. And as a proud Saiyan he would never hold back in battle. Dad's ki has changed distinctly, and Uncle Goku's as well. They've both grown incredibly strong. In just a few days, to think their power would undergo such a dramatic transformation. What on earth happened? Trunks too, meanwhile, wore a look of bewilderment. Because unlike the androids, He could vaguely sense the ki of Son Goku and Vegeta. Their ki had changed tremendously from before. It meant they had grown stronger even within only a few days. Naturally, that was what baffled him beyond all comprehension. Ha! And just as the crowd was filled with contempt and confusion, a low guttural roar erupted from Vegeta's throat. Whoosh! The next instant golden ki burst forth directly from his body. His hair turned golden too. There stood the unmistakable form of a Super Saiyan. Listen well, brat. I'll now show you a transformation that surpasses Super Saiyan. No Saiyan has ever attained this level before. Vegeta's arrogant grin stretched almost ear to ear. Then his expression shifted. He clenched his fists once more. With a low fierce roar his golden aura surged once again. The golden aura instantly took on a jet-like form with bolts of blue lightning erupting around his body. At the same time Vegeta's presence underwent an earth-shaking transformation. Awesome! Incredible! How could Dad have become so strong? Is this the Super Saiyan 2 that Trunks mentioned, the state beyond Super Saiyan? How is this possible? In just 6 days Dad has actually transformed into Super Saiyan 2, the state beyond Super Saiyan. Trunks too was utterly stunned. During the past 6 days he had thought his own improvement was already terrifying. But he never expected his father's growth to be so horrifying. Looking at his current state with the blue electric arcs crackling around him, he had evidently reached the level of Super Saiyan 2 that Trunks 1 had mentioned earlier. Son Gohan and Son Goku meanwhile remained quite calm. After all, they had long known that Vegeta could assume this form. Trunks also remained composed, because this was well within his expectations. It was clear now that they had indeed entered the hyperbolic time chamber. And the results of their training were quite remarkable. As Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta was evidently even more confident. The powerful energy surging wildly through his body made him feel incomparably exhilarated. So how about it, brat? Never expected that I'd already broken past the limit of Super Saiyan, did you? Vegeta said, swelling with pride. In his eyes, he and Kakarot, having mastered this form, had plainly become the most powerful beings. This was absolutely a transformation that Trunks could never hope to reach. I have to admit. Not bad. It does surprise me a little that you managed to break through to Super Saiyan 2 in just 2 years. But that's all it is. Trunks's tone remained utterly calm. In the original story it had taken Vegeta many years to achieve Super Saiyan 2. That he could break through in just 2 years now did catch Trunks slightly off guard. But this level was nowhere near comparable to Super Saiyan 4. Still being stubborn, are you? That tough-mouthed attitude of yours is a bit like me. But the more you insist, the more severely I'll beat you in a moment. Vegeta figured Trunks was just putting on a brave front. There was no way he could possess greater power than himself. But Son Goku and Son Gohan nearby thought otherwise. Dad, that Trunks might truly possess power greater than yours and Uncle Vegeta's. But in the future timeline he was the only warrior. How on earth did he manage it? Son Gohan asked. He felt that Trunks was not merely feigning calm. Rather, he truly had the strength to defeat Uncle Vegeta. I'm not too sure about that either. But right now I'm very interested in Trunks's power. I wonder just how strong his limits are. Son Goku shook his head first, then pursed his lips and watched Trunks with great interest. Perhaps beyond the form that surpassed Super Saiyan there were even more formidable transformations. And perhaps Trunks had already mastered such a form. Then Son Goku said to Trunks, "Trunks, you must have mastered a form far more powerful than ours, right? Could you let me see exactly how strong your power is now?" Indeed, he was intensely curious about Trunks's ultimate strength. My power? Alright. Since you ask, I'll show you another Super Saiyan transformation. Seeing Son Goku so eager, Trunks nodded. Perhaps letting them witness the form of Super Saiyan 4 would also play a significant role in their future strength improvement. Other transformations of the Saiyans. Son Wukong and Vegeta were both taken aback. Then a look of anticipation crept over their faces. They were naturally immensely intrigued by the other transformations of the Saiyans. After all, they were battle maniacs at heart, yearning to witness a higher level of Saiyan transformation. TSK. This little brat isn't spouting nonsense, is he? Is there really a Saiyan form even more formidable than the one Kakarot and I have achieved? Although Vegeta was somewhat expectant, he was also rather doubtful. After all, they had trained so diligently, and at their age they had only just managed to break through to this form. Trunks was only 17 years old. How could he possibly be stronger than them? That was something he absolutely refused to believe. As for Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan, they felt that Trunks was not lying. Perhaps he truly did have an even higher level of Saiyan transformation. Ha! Amid the expectant gazes of everyone, Trunks let out a fierce roar, clenched both fists and took up a stance. Boom! Golden energy burst from his body in an instant, forming a blazing aura. The next moment Trunks' appearance underwent a massive change. Because transforming into a Super Saiyan 4 had become second nature to him by now. Rustle, rustle. The golden aura swirled wildly around him. At this moment Trunks' upper body was covered in crimson body hair. His hair had become even wilder and coarser than before. The tail behind him had also turned red, swaying back and forth with agility. His pupils turned pale blue and the rims of his eyes became crimson red. It was unmistakably the form of Super Saiyan 4. What is this? Damn it! Impossible, absolutely impossible. This is supposed to be a Saiyan transformation. At the very instant he saw Trunks transform, Vegeta seemed to take a critical hit worth 10,000 points. He had never seen this kind of Saiyan form before. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he had never even heard of it. But how in the world had this brat managed to do it? So powerful. Trunks has actually become this strong. Dad, do you know what form this is? Sun Wufan stared at Sun Wukong in utter shock and asked. What shocked him the most was not just Trunks' appearance. It was the overwhelming chi that came surging forth, so powerful that it instantly flooded the entire earth. No, this is the first time I've seen it either. This chi is far too powerful. It's nothing that Vegeta and I could ever hope to match. Sun Wukong immediately shook his head and said, his eyes shimmering with intense excitement. The power of this form was simply too immense. It was utterly incomparable to the Super Saiyan 2 they had achieved. Amazing. Is this Trunks' power? Even though I can't sense his chi, the feeling of danger is unmistakably clear. No. 17 was utterly astounded as well. Thank goodness they hadn't become foes with this guy. Otherwise he might wipe out all three of them in an instant. So handsome. No. 18 was secretly astonished as well. After transforming, Trunks' features had become even more sharply defined. Indeed, he was quite handsome. Although no. 18's temperament was rather cold. She was after all nothing more than a young maiden at the threshold of first love. Seeing a Trunks of such immense power and striking handsomeness, it would have been impossible for her heart to remain utterly undisturbed. 18th Trunks is truly an excellent choice. If you miss this chance, there won't be another one. Finding someone who can compare with Trunks won't be easy in the future. No. 17 kindly reminded her. He knew his sister was proud and haughty with naturally high standards for her other half. But Trunks absolutely met those requirements. Whether in appearance or in strength, he was decidedly worthy of no. 18. This time no. 18 did not retort, nor did she scold no. 17. For she knew that no. 17 was right. Among their peers, finding someone stronger than Trunks was virtually impossible. Moreover, it was now obvious that even Sun Wukong and Vegeta were absolutely no match for Trunks. Damn it! How could this little brat have become so terrifyingly strong? In the future timeline he was the only Saiyan. How had he managed to achieve this? Vegeta was agonized to the extreme. After all, from the moment he was born he had been training desperately every single moment. After all that, his strength was still only this much. Yet his son actually possessed such formidable power. To him this was not comfort but a naked humiliation. He felt as though the dignity of Prince Vegeta had been ruthlessly ground into the earth. Trunks, your transformation is far too powerful. I truly never imagined that Saiyans could reach such heights. Sun Wukong walked over to Trunks with blazing eyes and spoke, his face brimming with excitement. His way of thinking was different from Vegeta's. He held no jealousy toward Trunks' form. Instead, he thought since Trunks had managed to reach that level, then he definitely could as well. This was the essential difference between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Trunks, what kind of transformation is this? Sun Wufan ran over and asked in a childish voice. This is the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. What you've mastered now is only the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Trunks replied. In fact, Super Saiyan 4 was fundamentally distinct from Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3. This form had undergone a complete qualitative change. Super Saiyan 4 was extremely stable and its energy consumption after transformation was not too great. It could almost be treated as a normal state. Unless his energy and stamina were completely depleted, he would never revert from Super Saiyan 4. But other Super Saiyan forms were different. If the drain became too great, it was difficult to maintain the transformation. This was the greatest advantage of Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4. So there's a gap of 2 forms between you and us right now. That's incredible. You are truly amazing, Trunks. After hearing Trunks' explanation, Sun Wukong was even more stunned. They could only transform into Super Saiyans right now. That meant there was still a Super Saiyan 3 form in between. They knew all too well how much effort each form took to achieve. To reach the level of Super Saiyan 4, perhaps even another 10 years might not be enough. Yet Trunks at such a tender age had actually reached that level. There was no denying it, he truly deserved admiration. Actually, it's nothing impressive. I just had some fortunate encounters. Trunks said rather awkwardly. Undeniably, he now possessed strength far beyond Sun Wukong and the others. But that strength had not been gained through his own training. So hearing Sun Wukong's words, he couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. I don't believe a single word of this so-called Super Saiyan 4 nonsense. Trunks. Let me see the power of your so-called Super Saiyan 4. With fury blazing in his heart, Vegeta issued a challenge to Trunks. Although he also sensed Trunks' incredibly powerful chi, he was just too unwilling to accept it. Don't be impulsive, Vegeta. Can't you sense how powerful Trunks is right now? Watching the impulsive Vegeta, Goku quickly spoke up. Although he too was a battle maniac who loved to fight, the power Trunks had just unleashed was far too overwhelming. Trunks was on a level that he and Vegeta simply couldn't compare with. Besides, Trunks had already said it, this was the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. There was a gap of 2 full stages between that and their current Super Saiyan 2 transformation. It was almost impossible to close. That Vegeta cared too much about saving face. Shut up, Kakarot. I'm not going to believe such absolute nonsense. After saying that, Vegeta once again stirred up the energy within his body. Golden aura crackled and snapped, laced with blue lightning. His presence was pushed to the absolute limit. Brat, fight me with everything you've got. Don't expect me to show you any mercy. With that, Vegeta's body flashed forward in an instant. His speed was absurd. At least to Android 17 and Android 18, he was incredibly fast. He reached Trunks almost before they could blink. What incredible speed! Vegeta really has gotten stronger. You've got to be kidding. When he fought me a few days ago, Vegeta didn't have even a tenth of the power he has now. Android 17 and Android 18 were utterly stunned. The instant Vegeta vanished, they didn't even catch a glimpse of an afterimage. This made it clear that the gap between their powers had already become enormous. Then Vegeta threw his full-force punch without any hesitation. Bang! Just as Vegeta was filled with confidence in his punch, a low, heavy impact rang out. Immediately after, his fist was caught cleanly. Trunks' body didn't move an inch. And no. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How could this brat have such terrifying power? Vegeta's mind went completely blank. Waves of shock surged through his heart. He was astonished, utterly incredulous. His power had clearly grown so much. Yet the outcome was exactly the same as a few days ago. Trunks still didn't move in the slightest, catching his all-out blow with effortless ease. Goku and Gohan wore stern expressions. It didn't take a genius to see how powerful Trunks was. He had caught Vegeta's all-out blow with casual ease. I told you fighting me is only asking for humiliation, Trunks said calmly. Then his body vanished from before Vegeta in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already behind Vegeta. His hand rose like a blade and fell lightly. Thump. A faint impact sound followed. Vegeta's pupils instantly lost focus and the golden aura around him vanished in the same moment. His golden hair turned black and then his body went limp and sank to the ground. He was completely unconscious now. Vegeta. Uncle Vegeta. Dad, Goku, Gohan and the other Trunks all shouted in surprise. But they knew Trunks hadn't gone for the kill against Vegeta. He had simply knocked him out. Incredible. So this is the power Super Saiyan 4 commands. Trunks, your power has once again overturned everything I thought I knew about Saiyans, Goku said, astonishment still lingering on his face. In that situation just now, even if he and Vegeta fought together, they were absolutely no match for Trunks. That gap could never be bridged. Actually, that wasn't all of my power. I still have a far greater power yet to unleash. But it's not a power unique to Saiyans. Trunks said this lightly. What he was referring to naturally was Ultra Instinct. But now was not the time to explain all that to Goku. According to the way Dragon Ball's story developed, Goku would eventually master Ultra Instinct. Amazing. It seems our understanding of Saiyans is still far too shallow. Goku muttered to himself. But it also made him believe one thing for certain: they were still nowhere near the limits of a Saiyan. It made him even more eager to know where the Saiyan limit really was. Above the Super Saiyan 4 Trunks had displayed, there were surely more forms to come. After easily knocking Vegeta unconscious, Trunks turned to look at Android 17 and Android 18. What are you two planning to do from here? He asked. Nothing. We were just wandering around with no real purpose. Oh. Want to join our team? Android 17 shook his head, then asked with a smile. If Trunks could join their team, that would be a truly wonderful thing. After all, Trunks possessed such overwhelming strength. With him joining them, no one would ever be able to threaten them again. Something like being absorbed by that ugly freak today would absolutely never happen. I don't belong to this timeline. Before long I'll be going back. Would the two of you like to come with me to the future timeline and take a look? Trunks said. The time machine's power source was almost finished being developed, and when it was ready he would definitely leave this timeline. After all, the future timeline still had other crises waiting. As the Trunks of that future, he naturally had to return to his own time. Sure. For us it doesn't really matter where we are. Besides, in this place you're the only one who treats us as friends. Without a second thought, Android 17 nodded. The other warriors on Earth seemed to look upon them with outright hostility. They clearly had no goodwill toward them. If they stayed with Trunks, at least they'd have one more friend. Moreover, Trunks had saved their lives. What about you, Android 18? As your own little brother, I think I need to remind you again, a man as outstanding as Trunks isn't easy to find. In the whole world I figure there are only two of us left, me and Trunks. Think it over carefully. Android 17 said to Android 18 once more. TCH. Shameless. Android 18 rolled her eyes at him really hard. That guy actually counted himself in as well. That was indeed shameless enough. But he wasn't wrong. Trunks really was outstanding. More importantly, he had saved them at their most desperate moment. That made Android 18's goodwill toward Trunks far surpass what she felt for anyone else. Alright, if that's the case, let's go to the future timeline and take a look. Android 18 actually hadn't refused outright. That meant Android 18 was also interested. Android 17 immediately spoke up. Now the only remaining problem was repairing Android 16's injuries. They were all androids, so it was only natural to stick together. Don't worry. I'll help repair Android 16 in a bit. We'll all go over together when the time comes. Reading Android 17's thoughts, Trunks said. Creating Android 16 had been an extremely difficult feat. Bulma could never accomplish that. But when it came to repairing Android 16, Bulma and Dr. Brief should be able to manage. Then Trunks brought Android 17, 18 and 16 back to Capsule Corporation. As for the androids before him, Trunks too still felt a deep fear. Ever since he could remember, Android 17 and 18 had been slaughtering rampant throughout his world. They were the very embodiment of terror and carnage. Even though the Android 17 and 18 of this timeline were different from those in his own, the fear and loathing that had been seared into his soul since childhood would not be so easily cast aside. Thus he couldn't understand why Trunks would do such a thing. Trunks naturally didn't feel like explaining either. Besides, there was no need to. Trunks, are these two the Android 17 and 18 you mentioned earlier? They seem rather friendly. Bulma said after meeting Android 17 and 18. She had originally expected the so-called androids to be fierce-looking heinous villains. Yet they turned out to be two young people about the same age as Trunks. That's right. But Android 16 is badly injured. Could you please help treat him? Trunks nodded then spoke. Fortunately Android 16 was an android, otherwise with such severe injuries he would have met his end. Don't Senzu Beans work on him? Bulma glanced at Android 16 then asked. As a member of the main cast of Dragon Ball, Bulma naturally knew of Senzu Beans. And Senzu Beans were highly effective for injuries like this. It's useless because Android 16 is a pure robot. That's why Senzu Beans have no effect on him, Trunks said with a shake of his head. If they had worked he would still have 18 left. Alright, I'll do my best to try. But I can't guarantee I can fully restore it. Bulma nodded and began her research. After studying for a while she couldn't help but marvel at Dr. Gero's genius. If only he had chosen to be a force for good, he would have undoubtedly achieved great things. But sadly Dr. Gero was a villain who knew only world domination. And so time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye a week had already gone by. Throughout that week Trunks had been training in the gravity room. This time however besides Trunks 2 androids 17 and 18 had joined the training as well. Because their combat strength was simply too weak. From now on the further they went the more enemies they would face. And those enemies would only grow stronger. With their current strength they wouldn't even be qualified to survive. Fortunately the two of them had originally been normal humans transformed into androids. Therefore through training their power could also be enhanced. A week of training in the hyperbolic time chamber had allowed them to make significant progress. Though their improvement wasn't as fast as a Saiyan's, it was still far quicker than that of an ordinary person. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Trunks went out to check. It was Bulma. Trunks, the research on the time machine's energy source has succeeded. It's enough for the two of you to return to your own timeline. And Android 16 has been fully repaired. Bulma said. Although she knew that after the time machine project succeeded the two Trunks might leave her, the two of them were meant to return to their own timeline after all. For the Bulma of the future timeline certainly needed them far more. Really? Thank you so much. Trunks expressed his gratitude with deep emotion. The Bulma before him was not very old, and thanks to excellent care she looked extremely young. Trunks could never bring himself to say the word Mom. It made him feel far too awkward. He simply gave up on using any form of address. Look at you being so polite with me. After all, you are my son from another dimension. Bulma said with a smile. Then the group left the gravity room and took a simple shower. Back in the laboratory, Android 16 had indeed been repaired. Trunks, Ms. Bulma, thank you both for repairing me. And thank you for saving Android 17 and 18. They are both good people. Android 16 said with immense gratitude. Although he was merely a robot, he had been implanted with emotions. He could tell good from evil and knew gratitude. Had it not been for Trunks' rescue, Android 17 and 18 would have long since been completely absorbed by Cell. Even he by now would likely have been reduced to a pile of scrap metal. No need to be so polite, Android 16. By the way, Android 17 and 18 are both planning to come with me to the future timeline. What about you? Trunks too cut straight to the point. In fact, Android 16's combat power was quite impressive. With further modifications and training, his strength could be enhanced even more. By then he could become a major fighting force in the future timeline. Because of his own check-in system, Trunks might not be able to stay on Earth for long periods of time. Thus the task of protecting Earth would have to fall to others. Android 16 and 17 were excellent choices. I'll go with you. I can sense that you are all good people. Android 16 said with a serious expression. After all, there was nothing left for him to hold on to in this timeline. Originally he had been created for the sole purpose of killing Goku. But after the last battle he knew he could never kill Goku. Furthermore, Dr. Gero was already dead. It was time for him to abandon his programming. Once the time machine's energy was fully prepared, Trunks too returned to his own timeline first. Trunks meanwhile used the Earth's Dragon Balls to remove the emergency energy stop devices implanted in Android 17 and 18. Those devices were to them a ticking time bomb. If they ever encountered enemies who were both powerful and technologically gifted, those enemies might easily create devices to control Android 17 and 18's energy. That would be a fatal threat. Therefore, to eliminate such a threat, the most reliable approach was to make those devices vanish from their bodies entirely. Trunks' thoughtfulness naturally made Android 18's fondness for him grow even more. After bidding farewell to Bulma, Goku and the others came by to exchange brief greetings. Then Trunks left with the three of them. When they appeared again, the three had already arrived in the future timeline. They emerged in a city near West City. However, this city had been attacked by androids and no survivors remained. Ruins stretched everywhere, scarred and riddled with holes. What happened here? How was this city destroyed so badly? Android 17 and Android 16 glanced at the ruins around them, then spoke with grim expressions. They could sense that many humans had been killed here. It was caused by the Android 17 and 18 of this timeline. But it has nothing to do with you. Let's go. We're heading to West City. Trunks explained. Although he had brought Android 17 and 18 with him, it was clear that the people of this timeline would still harbor great fear toward them. This would require a long process of adaptation. West City. Capsule Corporation. A piercing scream erupted from within Capsule Corporation. Trunks. Didn't you say you had already eliminated the androids? What is going on? Bulma stared at Android 17 and 18, who had just walked in, her face pale with terror. She then turned to Trunks and asked. Mom, they aren't the Android 17 and 18 from this timeline. They are completely different from the androids of before. You don't need to be so afraid. Trunks quickly spoke up to explain somewhat awkwardly. Bulma's reaction was exactly what he had expected. After all, everyone on Earth still harbored deep apprehension toward androids. However, this fear would surely dissipate little by little. So we from this timeline were destroyed by you. Android 18 cast a glance at Trunks and murmured quietly. This made Trunks feel rather embarrassed. But there was no way around it, he simply couldn't stand by and watch them destroy Earth. Of course, Android 18 was only speaking in jest. They had nothing to do with the Android 17 and 18 of this timeline. Having just seen those cities riddled and devastated, the sight had genuinely shocked them both. That was precisely why they were completely different from the androids of this world. It was only natural that the androids of this timeline suffered such a fate. Are really? Bulma asked, still wearing an expression of terror. After all, fear branded deep into the heart over more than a decade could not be so easily dispelled. Yes, it's true. These are Android 17 and 18 I brought back from another timeline. And this is Android 16. All three of them are good people. In the future, when I'm not on Earth, they may assist in protecting this planet. Trunks spoke with utmost seriousness. Bringing Android 17 and 16 along was indeed his primary purpose. As for Android 18, well, she was naturally meant to become his wife. Alright. I suppose. That's good then. Bulma could only nod. She then took another look at Android 17 and 18. Indeed, although the two before her appeared somewhat aloof, their eyes seemed entirely different from those of the androids who once knew only slaughter. Moreover, she knew Trunks would never deceive her. By the way, you must not have eaten yet after just arriving. Let me prepare something for you. Bulma immediately spoke up and hurried into the kitchen. Clearly she still harbored some unease toward Android 17 and 18. Only after Bulma had entered the kitchen did Android 18 speak softly. It seems bringing us here was not the wisest decision. You could have become the savior of this world, but our appearance might cause other humans to fear you instead. Android 18's tone was somewhat cold, yet it was evident she was considering Trunks' interests. In truth, Trunks had no need whatsoever to bring them along. In that case, Trunks would have remained humanity's hero and savior in this world. Yet the emergence of these few might cause humans to grow fearful of him. It doesn't matter. I don't care about their opinions at all. I think they will understand. And if they truly cannot understand, then they had best keep it to themselves. Trunks shrugged and replied with an indifferent expression. At the very least, he had saved everyone from the androids. He was their rightful and well-deserved savior. Trunks could face the world with a clear conscience. If after his explanation they still made a fuss about Android 17 and 18, then that would be their fault. Being overly narrow-minded is hardly a virtuous trait. You. Android 18 shot Trunks an exasperated glance. Nevertheless, she felt rather pleased inside. It was obvious that Trunks harbored no regrets about bringing them from that timeline. It seems our reputation in this timeline is quite poor. Then to prevent Trunks from being wrongly judged in the future, it seems we ought to behave ourselves properly from now on. Android 17 said with a joking tone. Android 16 however nodded very seriously. The Earth of this timeline was in ruins, recovering from devastation. Perhaps they truly could offer some assistance. At that moment Bulma emerged from the kitchen carrying some food. Her expression had clearly improved compared to before. It seemed she had come to accept the situation. After a simple meal, everyone resumed their training. Trunks knew that whether it was Super Saiyan 4 or perfected Ultra Instinct, they were abilities bestowed by the system as rewards, not powers attained through his own cultivation. Therefore what he needed to do now was to exert maximum effort and strive to elevate his foundation. Only in this way could Super Saiyan 4 and Ultra Instinct unleash greater power. At the same time he would be worthy of wielding such abilities. In this manner half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Trunks' base combat capability had undergone a qualitative improvement. As for Android 17 and 18, their strength had also increased significantly. During these half a year people had also begun vigorously reconstructing the destroyed buildings. Signs of life were beginning to emerge in the cities on Earth that had been devastated. Android 17 and Android 16 also helped people begin rebuilding the destroyed cities. At the beginning people were indeed wary of Android 17 and 16. But as time passed they seemed to have slowly come to accept Android 17 and 16. As for Android 18, she did not seem to have such leisure. As for Bulma, she had already completely accepted Android 18 and Android 17. She knew they were completely different from the androids of before. Especially after Trunks recounted the experiences of Android 17 and 18 to Bulma. She also expressed great sympathy for Android 17 and 18. In truth, all of this was the doing of that old man Dr. Gero. Two once happy youths had been turned into killing machines by Dr. Gero's hand. After a morning of training, Trunks and the others were having lunch. Android 18, have you had enough? Let me get you another serving. Bulma said with a beaming smile. After half a year of getting along she could also see that her son seemed to like Android 18. Moreover, Android 18 also seemed to have feelings for Trunks. Perhaps this was exactly why Trunks had brought the Android 18 from another timeline. As a mother and someone who had been through it all, such matters naturally could not escape her notice. Thank you. Android 18 blushingly offered her thanks. Over the past several months Bulma had been very kind to her. It was obvious that she regarded her as a future daughter-in-law. Android 18 was not foolish, how could she fail to sense it? However, regarding this matter only felt no resentment but sometimes even felt a touch of happiness. Just at that moment, Trunks, who had been eating heartily, suddenly changed expression. What's wrong, Trunks? Seeing Trunks' expression, Android 18 beside him immediately asked. I just sensed an extremely powerful divine energy. And it is very close to Earth. Trunks said with a grave expression. For in that instant he had suddenly sensed an immensely powerful divine energy descending near Earth, likely on a planet in Earth's vicinity. This divine energy filled him with tremendous pressure. A strength he had never felt before. Such an overpowering divine aura could absolutely not belong to a Supreme Kai. Divine energy. What is that? Android 18 asked, a mix of surprise and confusion in her voice. Although she had spent a considerable amount of time with Trunks and often trained alongside him, she had never heard him mention divine energy before and was largely unfamiliar with it. It is the aura of a god, Trunks replied. It means that a deity has appeared near Earth. And based on the energy I just sensed, this divine aura is extraordinarily powerful, even surpassing my own. Trunks's expression grew grim as he spoke with the utmost seriousness. An ordinary god could never exert such pressure on him. The Supreme Kai would be absolutely incapable of it. Even if the 4 Supreme Kais who were not killed by Majin Buu were combined, they could never reach such a level. Unless it was the Grand Supreme Kai in his prime. But that was a thing of the past. In the entire 7th universe there was only one being capable of possessing such terrifying and overwhelming divine energy. That being was Beerus, the God of Destruction of the 7th universe. There was no one else it could possibly be. As for the Angel Whis, although he was also a deity, his level and power were far too high. He far surpassed the God of Destruction. The aura of an angel was absolutely impossible for Trunks to perceive at his current level. Of course, other powerful deities had also appeared in the future timeline. That was Goku Black, Zamasu, the Supreme Kai candidate from Universe 10 of the main timeline. But if that man had only just appeared, his power could never have reached such a level. Even with the Super Saiyan Rose transformation, it would be absolutely impossible for him to put pressure on Trunks, who had mastered perfected Ultra Instinct. Then the only possibility was that Beerus, the God of Destruction of the 7th universe, had awakened. And he had come to the vicinity of Earth. Divine energy. Is it that strong? Do you think you can handle it? Android 18 asked with some concern. Although the two had not yet defined their relationship during these past few months. In their hearts both of them harbored deep affection for each other, a fact they both knew quite well. It was just that Android 18's cold and proud nature made her reluctant to make the first move. As for Trunks, he had always adhered to the philosophy of slowly simmering the frog in warm water, so he had never breached that final thin barrier. Now, seeing the grave expression on Trunks's face, Android 18 was naturally very worried. To be honest, this is the most powerful energy I have ever sensed in my life, Trunks admitted. Against such overwhelming divine energy, I don't have full confidence that I can win. Trunks shook his head, then spoke with a solemn expression. Even though he could now transform into Super Saiyan 4, and even though he had mastered perfected Ultra Instinct, defeating a God of Destruction at full power would not be an easy task. Moreover, beside the God of Destruction stood an angel whose strength was even more absurd. Although angels always emphasize their neutral stance, if the God of Destruction's life were ever threatened, who could guarantee that they would not intervene? Then what should we do? Maybe we shouldn't provoke them at all, Android 18 suggested. As long as they haven't attacked Earth, there's no need to confront such terrifying beings head-on. Her tone was serious as she tried to dissuade him. She did not want Trunks to put himself in danger. If such a powerful enemy posed no threat to Earth and had caused no harm to it, Trunks could simply ignore them. Right now I truly don't want too much involvement with these beings, he said. But I have to go confirm whether it's Beerus, the God of Destruction. Don't worry, I won't start a full-scale confrontation with them. Trunks smiled as he spoke to Android 18. Since these beings had already drawn near Earth, there was a real possibility they could cause destruction to the planet. And when a God of Destruction wishes to destroy a planet, it could be done almost instantly with a single finger. By the time Trunks tried to intervene at that point, he would have already lost any chance to stop it. This feeling made Trunks deeply uneasy. If Earth were destroyed without any warning, he would not be able to prevent it. But if he went to observe the situation now, at least he could formulate some countermeasures. All right. Then take me with you. I know my power is still too weak and I won't be of much help. But since this is so dangerous, I still want to be by your side. Android 18 spoke again with solemn determination. She was self-aware enough to know that she could never hope to match Trunks' strength. The gap between their power levels was far too obvious and far too immense. But in a situation this dangerous, she did not want Trunks to face the risk alone. Fine then. If you want to come with me. After all, if those beings truly intend to destroy Earth, it would indeed be extremely difficult to stop them. When that time comes, everyone's fate will be the same. After hesitating for a moment, Trunks did not refuse her. If a battle were to break out and he found himself outmatched, then the God of Destruction would surely be enraged. And once a God of Destruction was provoked, the likely consequence was the annihilation of most planets in the northern galaxy. Earth, being so close by, would certainly not be spared. More importantly, by his side was an angel endowed with countless extraordinary abilities. And as an angel, he would naturally know that Trunks lived on Earth. Android 18 nodded firmly. To be honest, as an artificial human, she was not afraid of death at all. If she could die together with Trunks, that would probably count as a rather fortunate thing. They then walked out of the living room. Trunks directly scooped Android 18 into his arms, and the two of them leaped into the air in an instant, vanishing into the sky like a shooting star. Around their bodies was wrapped a layer of silver-white spiritual energy. Although Android 18 was an artificial human, she had been created from a human body. As such, she could not survive in a vacuum. This silver-white spiritual energy would sustain her in the void of space. In less than a minute, The two had already appeared in outer space. They hovered in the void gazing at the planets around them. So this is what it's like to look down at planets from the universe. It's so beautiful. Gazing at one glittering planet after another, Android 18 let out a heartfelt exclamation. Indeed, viewing the universe from this angle was truly breathtaking. To be honest, this is also my first time standing in space and observing the universe, Trunks admitted with a smile. Alright, I've locked onto the planet from which the divine energy is emanating. Let's go. Trunks smiled and quickly sensed which planet the divine energy was coming from. Their bodies flickered once more. In an instant they vanished from where they stood. When they reappeared, they had arrived on a somewhat barren planet. Though there were a few sparse patches of vegetation on its surface, they had long since withered. No other signs of life could be felt on this planet any longer. It had already become a dead world. And it seemed that it had been that way for a very long time. After landing on the planet's surface, Trunks immediately concealed his energy as completely as possible. Even so, they could not avoid being discovered. After all, the power of gods of destruction and angels was simply too absurd. Especially the angels, their perception and supernatural abilities were beyond what ordinary beings could imagine. Probably even a mosquito entering this planet would be easily sensed. And at this moment, in a desolate valley on this barren planet, two rather peculiar figures appeared. To be precise, it was one person and one cat. Standing on the left was a woman with a tall, curvaceous figure and strikingly beautiful features. She was nearly 1.8 meters tall, with long, straight, gorgeous legs encased in green stockings. She wore a strange, peculiar outfit. In her hand she held an angel staff. Her most distinctive features were her light blue skin and a silver-white ponytail that reached down to her waist. Standing beside her, however, was a fat purple cat. Fat. Truly fat. To describe him, simply as wide as a vat and not as tall as one, nothing but neck and waist. However, this cat had clearly gained sentience, for he could stand on 2 feet. He also wore a strange special outfit. Besides his obesity, his most distinctive feature was a golden earring on his ear. Also, this fellow's tail was half missing, making him look somewhat comical. If Trunks were present, he would surely recognize these two at a glance. They were none other than Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6, and Vados, the angel of Universe 6. Lord Kampa, it seems our judgment was off this time. This is merely an ordinary planet. It is not a Super Dragon Ball, Vados said in a cool and different tone. Indeed, this time they had secretly come to Universe 7 with the main purpose of searching for the Super Dragon Balls. Over the past few years they had secretly visited several times. They had already taken 2 Super Dragon Balls belonging to Universe 7. However, the first 2 had been found on planets at the edge of the southern galaxy. This time they had come to the northern galaxy, but unfortunately their mission got off to a bad start. They did not find a Super Dragon Ball. TCH. Damn it. I wasted so much of my time and still didn't find a Super Dragon Ball. This trip has cost me a lot of calories. Vados, hurry up and bring out my drink. God of Destruction Kampa looked annoyed with dense beads of sweat on his forehead. Then he spoke to the angel Vados beside him. As a fat man, such long-distance travel would be very exhausting. Even though flying had always been Vados's responsibility. Even so, just sitting in the back burned a significant amount of calories. Lord Kampa, you have already consumed enough calories today. The amount has far exceeded what you should consume in a day. If you drink more beverages, you will only get fatter. Vados the angel reminded him with good intentions. As a god of destruction, Lord Kampa's obsession with food had reached an almost pathological level. Years of excessive calorie intake and lack of exercise had severely distorted his body. If this continued, it would not be a good thing. Moreover, a beautiful angel accompanying such a bloated, obese god of destruction. It was rather embarrassing for her to be seen with him in public. Thus she would often remind Kampa that he needed to lose weight properly. Yet the fellow seemed to pay no heed to her words. TCH. Cut the nonsense. I'm terribly thirsty. Just now I roughly calculated that I've walked about 1 kilometer. The calories I took in earlier have been completely digested and are now in the negative. Drinking 1 can of beverage will just replenish the calories I've lost. Kampa, the god of destruction, immediately retorted. That Vados was really infuriating. Every day she had to control his portions and nag in his ear. This made him absolutely unbearable. But there was no help for it, the attendant angel had the right to discipline the God of Destruction. Moreover, they possessed overwhelming power and supernatural abilities that were far beyond what any God of Destruction could compare with. So sometimes even if he was scolded he could only obediently listen. But right now he was truly dying of thirst. Lord Compa, you certainly know how to calculate. If you keep getting fatter like this I will lodge a complaint when we next meet Grand Zeno and the Grand Priest. Vados said in her usual flat tone. As an angel she knew very well what a God of Destruction feared most. Naturally it was Grand Zeno and the Grand Priest, the god standing at the apex of all universes. Using Grand Zeno and the Grand Priest to intimidate Lord Compa, that trick had never failed. Grand Zeno and the Grand Priest. Sure enough, at the mention of those two names Compa's expression changed drastically. A look of extreme terror appeared on his face. Those two names were absolutely the most terrifying existence deep in their hearts. There was no God of Destruction who was not afraid of Grand Zeno and the Grand Priest. For the power they possessed could in an instant erase a God of Destruction and his universe from existence. Forget it. I suddenly don't feel thirsty anymore. You bastard. Compa immediately backed down. Yet his resentful eyes still shot a fierce glare at Vados. That bastard always using Grand Zeno and the Grand Priest to scare him all day long. Giggle giggle. I knew Lord Compa wasn't thirsty after all. Well then Lord Compa, since you're no longer thirsty, let's continue scouting the surrounding planets. Vados let out a victorious giggle, smiling as if she had gotten her way. That trick was just too effective. It simply never failed. Humph. I am in a very bad mood right now. Then this worthless planet that disappointed me has no reason to exist. Compa gave a cold snort. Then he raised his hand and a purple energy sphere instantly gathered in his palm. Not finding a Super Dragon Ball was bad enough. But now he hadn't even gotten a drink, which made Compa absolutely furious. He could only vent his anger on this useless planet. The brilliant fireworks produced by every planet's explosion were for a God of Destruction a favorite spectacle he never tired of, his most beloved scenery. Oh my. He really is angry again. Vados said helplessly. Lord Compa was always like this, whenever he got angry he destroyed planets. But whatever, after all, a planet with no signs of life, if destroyed then so be it. At that moment on a mountainside several hundred jong away from Compa and Vados. Are those two the gods you mentioned? Android 18 asked in a low hushed voice. She had already sensed the gravity in Trunks' tone earlier. Combined with his furtive movements now it was obvious that those two bizarre-looking beings possessed overwhelming power. That's right. That fat cat is the God of Destruction. I guessed wrong. I thought it was our 7th universe's God of Destruction, but it turned out to be the 6th universe's God of Destruction. Trunks nodded, gazing at Vados and Compa from several hundred jong away, and continued in the same low tone. He had already guessed that the terrifying godly aura was over 90% likely to belong to a God of Destruction. But he had believed all along that it was Beerus who had awakened. It turned out to be Compa, the 6th universe's God of Destruction. That guy was not easy to handle. Even if Compa was not particularly strong among the 12 gods of destruction, he might even bring up the rear, he was still a God of Destruction. A starved camel is still larger than a mule. To come into conflict with him would be an extremely unwise move. Moreover, he was ruthless and above all extremely petty. He was precisely the sort one would never want to provoke. The 6th universe. Android 18 looked confused. She didn't have much of a concept of universes. But she knew this was not the time to ask too many questions. After all, if Trunks wasn't stronger than the cat in front of them, they were still in great danger. Should we get out of here now? That guy looks like he's going to destroy this planet. If we wait until then we won't be able to escape. Android 18 urged. Dying on this barren planet would be a wholly irrational choice. It's probably too late for that now. We've already been found. And even if we leave now, the crisis on Earth will not go away. That guy will very likely destroy this planet, then head to Earth to do the same. Trunks shook his head. They were only a few hundred jong from Compa and the others. Even if Compa hadn't noticed them, Vados, being an angel, certainly had. Moreover, if they just left like this, Earth might be next in line for disaster. After all, the two planets were far too close. Meanwhile on the other side Kampa was just about to destroy the planet when Vados beside him suddenly spoke. Lord Kampa, please wait a moment. 2 life forms just landed on this planet. A few seconds earlier she had sensed 2 waves of life force emerge on this planet. Although they had gone out of their way to suppress their power as an angel, she could still sense them with ease. In that instant she had already locked onto their exact positions. Oh. Why didn't I sense anything? Kampa showed a hint of surprise. He certainly hadn't noticed any aura fluctuations just now. Normally he could sense any creature's aura. Because they have a purpose beyond that of ordinary beings and deliberately hide their power, so that's why Lord Kampa didn't sense them. See? They're on that mountain peak. Vados explained calmly, pointing at a peak in the distance. The 2 life forms that had landed had tried their best to hide their power, but as an angel she could still tell that they were different from ordinary beings. TCH. I don't know what they are, but I'm in a terrible mood now. So let's destroy them first. Kampa puckered his lips into a cold smirk. The gathered sphere of energy changed direction in an instant, aiming straight at the mountain peak where Trunks and Android 18 were. Whoosh! The next second the violet sphere shot out. Boom! The instant it touched the mountain a violent explosion followed and the peak was obliterated. It was reduced to powder. Kampa hadn't used the power of destruction. If he had, there would have been no explosion at all. For the power of destruction, put simply, was the process of making something pass from existence into nothingness. In that process no energy was born. Instead the thing would vanish completely as if it had never existed. Whoosh! At that very instant the mountain burst apart. A crimson figure instantly shot skyward. In almost the blink of an eye it appeared before Vados and Kampa. Oh! You actually dodged it. Interesting. Kampa looked at the 2 figures that had suddenly appeared before him and showed surprise once again. Although he had merely fired off a random energy sphere, there were few in either the 6th or 7th universe who could dodge such an attack. He never expected that this guy would be one of them. A transformation. It seems to be a race never seen in the 6th universe. Vados beside him also looked at Trunks with slight surprise. That was because she had sensed their presence the moment they appeared. Moreover, she had clearly seen that this man didn't have red hair earlier, nothing like now. The way he looked now was unmistakably the result of some kind of transformation. In the vast universe many races could transform, so transformation was not unusual. But she had never seen a transformation like this. Nor had such a being ever appeared in the 6th universe. Hey! What exactly are you two? Why were you eavesdropping on our conversation? Kampa asked coldly. When they had just landed on this planet those 2 had definitely not been there. In that case they must have come to eavesdrop on his discussion with Vados. He didn't know whether they had heard them talking about the Super Dragon Balls earlier. In Kampa's eyes these 2 little creatures weren't even worth a single blow. Without exaggeration they were no better than ants. But if that bag of bones Beerus ever got wind of it, it would become extremely troublesome to take the Super Dragon Balls from the 7th universe. So Beerus absolutely must not know about this. The solution was simple: just silence these 2 for good. For a god of destruction that was the simplest thing there was. We were just passing through. Trunks said calmly in the face of the arrogant demanding god of destruction Kampa. That lofty condescending attitude was indeed rather unpleasant. But what could they do about it? After all, the destroyer's power was plain to see. Lord Kampa, it seems those 2 truly are just passing through this planet and did not overhear our earlier conversation. Because during our talk I did not sense their presence. Vados glanced at Trunks before speaking. This was not to defend Trunks and Android 18, but because he truly had not heard anything. That meant their earlier exchange had been completely unheard by these 2 as well. Shut your mouth, Vados. Whether they heard us or not, since they now know we've come to Universe 7, we absolutely cannot let them go. Besides, I refuse to believe in such a convenient coincidence. Kampa said coldly. In his eyes a pair of ordinary humans were nothing more than a pair of insects. Crushing 2 insects was a trivial matter for him. Perhaps these 2 did not know Beerus, nor had they ever even heard of the existence of destroyers. But to be safe it was better to simply make them disappear. Ho! As high-handed as ever, my lord. Vados could only mutter in resignation. Although angels indeed possessed far greater power than destroyers, they could never overrule a destroyer's decision. If Lord Kampa genuinely intended to kill these two humans right now, even she as an angel would be powerless to stop him. And she had no reason to intervene either. TCH. Destroyers. Truly are so unreasonable. Trunks frowned, muttering inwardly. He knew that with the power he currently commanded, defeating a destroyer was out of the question. Even gaining the upper hand seemed nearly impossible. But if that fat pig Kampa wanted to kill him, it would not be such a simple matter. You too, you've simply had rotten luck. Not only did I happen to discover you, but I happen to be in a rather foul mood right now. Kampa cracked his knuckles, then cast an icy gaze at Trunks and Android 18. Perhaps destroying these two would lift his spirits a little. A destroyer was after all precisely this unreasonable. And these pitiful humans could do absolutely nothing about it. Trunks, what do we do now? Do we still have any chance to escape? Android 18 looked at Trunks, her expression grim. Though she had anticipated such an outcome, in all honesty she did not want to die. Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you. Trunks grasped Android 18's hand, his tone profoundly earnest. The situation was clear now. Even if he had no wish to be an enemy of a destroyer, this man clearly had no intention of letting them go. And even if they had not come over, Earth would still be in danger. They now had only one road ahead: fight. Oh. What a reckless little insect. Still refusing to give up, are you? Still struggling? Having overheard their exchange, Destroyer Kampa sneered with contempt. Humans were always so arrogantly self-important, utterly blind to their place in the world. Until the very moment of death. Very well then, let this ignorant fool taste the despair of hell itself. Kampa, don't be so arrogant. You know better than anyone that a destroyer is hardly omnipotent. When you stand before certain great figures, don't you still bow and scrape, groveling like a dog? So there's no need to act so high and mighty before humans. In others' eyes your so-called destroyers are nothing but ants as well. Seeing Kampa's utterly arrogant expression, Trunks decided to throw caution to the wind. In the current situation, Kampa would never let them go regardless. Even if he knelt and begged for mercy, this man would not change his mind. And that was something Trunks would never do. Moreover, despite the gap in strength, it had not yet reached the point of being instantly annihilated. What? This piece of trash actually knows I'm a destroyer. Hearing Trunks's words, Destroyer Kampa was instantly overcome with astonishment. After all, the existence of destroyers was shrouded in profound secrecy. Aside from deities, ordinary humans could not possibly know of their existence. Most humans who had learned of destroyers had already had their planets obliterated. Yet this insect before him seemed fully aware of the destroyers. And judging by his tone and words, he knew far more than just that. He might even know of the Grand Zeno and the Grand Priest. Otherwise he could never have said that even destroyers are mere ants before certain great figures. Oh my! How surprising! You actually know that Lord Kampa is a destroyer. Vados was taken aback as well. After all, even in Universe 6, humans who knew of the destroyer were exceedingly rare. And for a human from Universe 7 to know of Universe 6's destroyer was all the more impossible. Under ordinary circumstances, the destroyers of the 12 universes rarely visited one another. Not only did this human know of destroyers, he clearly knew even more about the gods. Lord Kampa, it seems these two humans are far from ordinary. They may well know of the Grand Zeno and the Grand Priest. I would advise against killing them lest we invite unnecessary trouble. Vados once again earnestly advised Kampa. Though these two before her were humans bearing not a trace of divine aura. If they truly knew of the Grand Zeno and the Grand Priest, they could not possibly be ordinary humans. Kampa did not answer. Instead he stared at Trunks and continued in an icy tone, "Insect, tell me how you knew I was a destroyer. And besides me, what other deities do you know of? If you cooperate, perhaps I will show mercy and spare your miserable lives." His tone remained one of arrogant command. Android 18 frowned deeply. Even if this man was immensely powerful, his attitude and manner were unbearable. Besides, she knew well that Trunks was a proud man himself. It seemed today's battle was unavoidable. Ha! Mercy! Trunks let out a cold laugh. His gaze slowly grew icy as he continued, "Perhaps your power does far exceed mine, and perhaps you truly have the strength to kill us both. But let me be perfectly clear, if even the slightest harm befalls us, your precious cat life will be forfeit as well. Trunks said these words deliberately to intimidate Kampa. For even destroyers have those they fear. Such a threat in truth could easily spook a destroyer. With such a massive disparity in strength, even fury alone made a head-on collision far from a wise choice. Why you? Trunks's threat ignited blazing rage within Kampa. Flames of fury burned in his eyes. He had been a destroyer for over 100 million years. Never once had he been threatened by a mere human. It was utterly intolerable to him. Damnable insect. I will soon show you the price of threatening a destroyer. Oh my. It seems Lord Kampa is genuinely furious this time. This situation is getting rather dire. Beside him Vados let out a sigh. She too could sense Kampa's wrath. As gods of destruction they had never regarded humans as anything more than insignificant. And now being threatened by a mere human was utterly intolerable to beings who had always stood above all else. Vados, please look after my beloved. Trunks realized this battle was unavoidable. And since that was the case, then so be it, let them fight. However, with Android 18 here, it was obvious he couldn't unleash his full power in battle. He would constantly have to think of ways to protect her. If things continued like this, the gap between him and the God of Destruction Kampa would only widen further. Very well. Until your battle concludes I can guarantee her safety. But if you lose, then I'm sorry, your beloved may very well be killed. Vados nodded. Then she gently tapped the ground with her staff. A verdant energy barrier instantly formed, enveloping both of them within its protective glow. Vados lightly leapt into the air. The energy barrier also rose to a height of several hundred zhang above the ground. Thank you. Trunks said to Vados. He then clenched both fists. Golden aura exploded from his body in an instant. The power of Super Saiyan 4 was now fully revealed. If it had been at the very beginning, his Super Saiyan 4 form wouldn't have been all that strong. But he had trained for a long time in the main timeline and also trained extensively in the hyperbolic time chamber. Combined with the past 6 months, his base combat power had undergone a qualitative leap. Because almost every day his training was completed in a gravity chamber with 3,000 times Earth's gravity. Such high-intensity training had greatly elevated Trunks' base combat power. Now, after transforming into Super Saiyan 4, his strength was naturally incomparable to what it had once been. His light purple hair fluttered in the wind. The aura around his body crackled and roared. Huh. Not bad at all. For a mere little insect, your body actually manages to unleash such tremendous power. No wonder you dared to threaten a god of destruction. Seems you do have a tiny bit of capital after all. But soon I'll show you that no matter how strong you are in the eyes of a god of destruction, you will always remain nothing more than an ant. Killing you is as simple as moving a finger. A faint hint of surprise appeared on the face of the god of destruction Kampa. But that surprise vanished in an instant. For a human to reach such a level of power was indeed remarkable. Yet in the eyes of a god of destruction this level of strength was still far from impressive. Destroying this man before him would still be an effortless task. Humph. Then come on, since battle is unavoidable, let me see just what the god of destruction of Universe 6 is truly capable of. Trunks was completely committed now. Battle was inevitable. The only thing he could do was fight with all his might, protecting both his own life and Android 18's life. A reckless fool. Kampa let out a cold snort. Then purple aura instantly surged around his body. Whoosh! With a faint sound of air being rent apart. The god of destruction Kampa's body vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already behind Trunks. Although the fellow's physique was extremely bloated and obese, it didn't seem to hinder his speed in the slightest. It was astonishingly fast. Trunks only caught a glimpse of an afterimage flashing before his eyes. Die now. You presumptuous little insect. A contemptuous mocking voice rang out from behind him. Kampa drove his fist directly toward Trunks' back. He was confident that this single punch would completely finish off this reckless human before him. But Trunks keenly sensed the danger behind him. He immediately lunged forward, covering dozens of zhang in the blink of an eye. Slash! Kampa's punch met nothing but air. The overwhelming force of the fist caused faint tremors in the air itself. Nanny! He never expected his very first strike to miss. A look of astonishment crossed Kampa's face, but it quickly transformed into something cruel. He couldn't believe this brat had actually managed to dodge his attack. This surprised Kampa while also dealing a blow to the dignity of a god of destruction. After all, in his eyes he should have been able to finish off this fellow in an instant. You filthy bug. Let this be the absolute end of you. The moment the words fell, the god of destruction Kampa raised his right hand high and a colossal energy sphere materialized above his head. And as he continued to condense it, the sphere swelled larger and larger. In the blink of an eye its diameter reached several dozen jang. Crackle crackle. Around the energy sphere black electric arcs flickered and sizzled violently. At this moment the sphere was truly terrifying. It was no exaggeration to say that this energy sphere could effortlessly annihilate an entire galaxy. And this wasn't even Kampa's full power. Perhaps in his eyes dealing with a mere human didn't require him to reveal his full strength at all. This is terrifying energy. Can I withstand it? Staring at the incomparably enormous energy sphere, Trunks' expression turned incredibly grave. Although with his strength he could easily dodge the attack. But if he dodged, then for the remainder of the battle he would have to keep dodging all of Kampa's attacks. Not only would he lose the ability to confront Kampa head-on, but he might even lose the very courage to do so. For a cultivator this would be not merely a disgrace, but something that could corrupt his very state of mind in future training and battles. I absolutely cannot dodge. Clenching his teeth tightly, a wild, fierce look emerged on Trunks' face. To break past his limits one must seek survival in the most perilous of situations. Only then could a Saiyan's potential be truly awakened. Besides, he still had 18 senzu beans on him. In other words, as long as he wasn't killed in a single instant his wounds could heal at an astonishing speed. And Saiyans possessed a unique trait: if they recovered from the brink of death their combat power would increase dramatically. This was especially evident when Goku and Vegeta fought Frieza on planet Namek. Ant. Now utterly vanished from existence. This is the power of a god, a power that you weak humans could never even begin to imagine. Keek keek. A shrill laugh escaped Kampa's throat. Trunks, get out of the way. Hurry. Android 18 clearly sensed the immense energy contained within that sphere. Her instincts told her that this attack could very well kill Trunks. She was overwhelmed with panic and terror, screaming desperately at Trunks. But Trunks acted as if he hadn't hurt her at all. Come on. What god of destruction? I don't care about that. Right now. I only want to fight with everything I have. Until the very end, until I completely defeat you. Trunks roared, his gaze filled with unwavering determination. In that moment it was as if the proud will of a Saiyan had awakened within him. Although Trunks' energy had not increased in the slightest, his will to fight suddenly swelled into something as vast and turbulent as a raging ocean. A colossal purple sphere of energy came plummeting down from the sky. In that instant Trunks' figure before it seemed truly as insignificant as an ant. But at that moment Trunks' fighting spirit was incomparably fierce. His eyes locked onto the enormous purple sphere, neither dodging nor retreating. Instead he gritted his teeth and prepared to take the sphere head-on. If he dodged this time, then from now on it would be far less easy to raise his strength through his own cultivation. Oh. You truly are an arrogant little ant who doesn't know his place. Do you really intend to stop my energy sphere with your ant-like body? That is no different from courting death. Watching Trunks, who had actually made no attempt to dodge Kampa the god of destruction, let out a cold shout. In his eyes Trunks might as well already be a corpse. No human could withstand a god of destruction's attack with nothing but physical strength. No such being existed in Universe 6, and it was even more impossible for any creature in Universe 7 to accomplish such a thing. Therefore in Kampa's eyes Trunks' behavior was no different from rushing to his death. Rumble. Before the enormous purple sphere even touched the ground, its terrifying pressure had already begun to bear down with overwhelming force. Crack. Crack. The ground began to split and collapse in earnest, and cracks spread outward in every direction like a spiderweb. Only the ground beneath Trunks' feet remained exactly as it was. A furious wind howled as broken stones shot out in every direction like bullets. Every stone was like a cannonball. When they struck the surrounding peaks they pierced clean through them. Ceaseless thunder rang out as the ground around Trunks quickly caved in. It looked exactly like the end of the world. Kampa watched coldly as the colossal purple sphere swallowed Trunks whole. After killing this reckless bastard he would go and smash up a few planets in Universe 7. That should improve his foul mood a little. Then he would be able to return to Universe 6. Trunks. No. Let me out. The colossal purple sphere continued to plunge downward and by now it had fully hit the ground. Trunks's body had already been completely swallowed by the purple sphere. Android 18's face was deathly pale as she screamed at the top of her voice. She kept firing energy spheres at Vados's barrier knowing full well that even if she joined the battle it would change nothing. The final outcome would not change in the least. But even if death was certain she wanted to die together with Trunks. Yet how could such energy attacks ever shatter a barrier forged by an angel? It was utterly impossible. Everything she did was nothing more than a waste of strength. Let me out now. Trunks is about to be killed. Seeing that she absolutely could not break the energy barrier with her own power, Android 18 immediately shouted at Vados. Trunks was in imminent danger. In that moment Android 18 had completely lost her usual cool detachment. Her eyes were red with anxious tears. Because now she truly understood her own heart. When Trunks was in danger she knew she was more desperate than anyone else. It was because she liked Trunks. She loved Trunks. So when she saw him in danger she was seized by such panic. It even made her heart ache terribly. Let me out. Seeing that Vados made no move at all it was clear she had no intention of setting her free. Android 18 attacked Vados directly. Energy spheres shot out as if they cost nothing. But how could such attacks possibly harm Vados and Angel? Vados simply ignored her. Damn you. Let me out. Android 18 grew even more frantic because Trunks' situation was growing worse by the second. If this went on Trunks would definitely be killed. Even if she could not help she could at least die together with him. Given the current situation perhaps that was the happiest death she could hope for. You had better stop your insolent behavior. I just promised that boy I would protect you for the time being. But if you keep making a scene don't blame me for erasing you first. Vados's expression turned icy and an extremely cold glare suddenly burst from her eyes. It was like staring directly into hell. After all Vados was an angel. Angels possessed an innate overwhelming presence and terrifying authority. This was indeed something Android 18 could not compare with. TSK. If you have the guts kill me. Do you think I'm afraid to die? If Trunks dies do you think I would live on alone? Even if I die I will make you both pay. Android 18 continued her assault. If Trunks was killed she absolutely would not live on alone. She would use every last shred of strength to deal the two bastards before her the greatest possible damage, even if perhaps she could not harm them at all. TSK. Are all humans so stupid? Vados gave Android 18 a cold glance. She hadn't expected this woman to have no fear of death. She truly couldn't understand it. Was this what humans called emotion? Then she said coolly, that boy hasn't been killed yet. His energy hasn't weakened in the least. But if you continue making a nuisance of yourself I will kill you first. He isn't dead. Android 18 was stunned. She immediately turned her gaze toward the enormous energy sphere. The sphere was already plummeting at great speed, crushing the ground into a massive crater. It was as if a falling meteor had smashed into the earth. At that moment Trunks' body was already hundreds of meters below the surface. The colossal energy sphere was as heavy as a planet. Damn it. I won't die in a dump like this. Absolutely not. His arms braced desperately against the colossal purple sphere. Sweat poured down Trunks like rain and his golden aura blazed ever brighter. Ha! With a guttural roar the golden aura around Trunks surged up once more. It instantly transformed into a blazing jet. The purple sphere which had been descending steadily came to an abrupt halt, suspended in midair. Kampa looked at the enormous crater with a calm expression. Unless something unexpected happened that foolish human would vanish completely together with this planet. Vados, we can go now. This planet is going to explode in a few seconds. Kampa cast a cold glance at Vados and spoke. A mere human could never survive the shockwave of a planet's explosion. He admitted though that this human was somewhat different from other humans. But that was all. Rumble. The moment Kampa's voice fell the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. What's going on? Kampa's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't even fully detonated the energy sphere yet. Why was the earth shaking so violently? Before he could react, a purple glow appeared from within the massive pit. Then a violet energy sphere slowly began to rise. Impossible. How could this happen? That accursed ant is still alive. Kampa's eyes went wide as he watched the purple sphere ascend from the ground. His gaze was filled with utter disbelief. Though that human was somewhat different from others by his judgment, the man had no ability whatsoever to withstand his energy sphere. But the outcome now was completely different from what he had assumed. While Kampa remained stunned, the purple sphere had already risen to the same level as them. At the very base of the sphere, Trunks supported it with both hands. Though drenched in sweat, his expression and eyes were unwaveringly resolute. "Tr Trunks. Thank goodness." Seeing that Trunks was unharmed and had raised the sphere high above him, Android 18's face lit up with excitement. It seemed the woman beside her hadn't lied after all. Interesting. To think he could lift Lord Kampa's energy sphere. Even hit the strongest assassin of our 6th universe could never accomplish such a feat. What a fascinating fellow. I find myself rather intrigued by him. Vados gazed at Trunks with slight surprise, his willpower unyielding, and mused inwardly. After all, across the 2 universes one would be hard-pressed to find more than a handful with such tremendous power. Even hit the strongest assassin of their 6th universe could never have achieved something like this. Beyond his immense strength, the man's courage was equally admirable. Knowing full well that Kampa was a god of destruction, he still dared to challenge him. And he showed no fear in doing so. His gaze at this moment was incomparably steadfast. Perhaps this was the true reason he could catch that energy sphere. After all, an unyielding spirit can unleash the latent potential hidden deep within one's body. You damned ant. Your stubbornness is meaningless. It will only infuriate me further. And when the time comes, it will only make your death far more miserable. Kampa felt as if he had been slapped in the face once again. Rage surged through him in an instant. If that accursed ant had simply died right then and there, it might have been the greatest mercy he could have shown. But now the bastard had crawled back up again. This made him feel utterly humiliated. And the consequence of that would only make this damned ant die an even more miserable death. Kampa, if you want to kill me, that thing is far from enough. Take it back. Trunks spoke in an ice-cold tone. The instant his hands left the energy sphere, he spun his body in a 360-degree turn and sent the sphere flying straight toward Kampa with a single kick. Hearing this, Kampa's face instantly turned the color of pork liver. Though in fact his original complexion was already quite similar. He watched as his own energy sphere came flying straight back at him. Kampa tapped his fingertip lightly and the sphere vanished without a trace. Clearly this fellow had used the God of Destruction's divine technique, destruction. Ant. I must say your talent for enraging me is quite remarkable. In the eons I have been a God of Destruction, you are the first human to make me feel such fury. You should feel proud. But at the same time you will pay a grievous price for such foolish and ignorant behavior. I originally intended to let you die comfortably. But now I will torment you to death piece by piece. Kampa said, his voice bitterly cold, each word deliberate. Enough with the nonsense. If you want to kill me, then come. Trunks snapped back coldly. In the next instant his hands came together before his chest. A pale blue energy instantly coalesced in his palms, forming a massive sphere of power. He then hurled it straight at Kampa while his body blurred into an afterimage in the same moment. He appeared directly behind Kampa. Kampa merely tapped his finger once more and the incoming energy wave vanished instantly as if it had never existed at all. Trunks then drove a punch directly from behind. Whoosh! The force of the fist tore through the air with a sharp hiss and pierced straight through Kampa's body. An afterimage. Trunks' expression drastically changed. Clearly the power of Super Saiyan 4 alone was nowhere near enough to cause any harm to a God of Destruction. Even landing a hit seemed nearly impossible. Worm. Accept your fate. A great god is an existence beyond anything you could ever imagine. Kampa's voice sounded out. He gave Trunks no time to react, clasping his hands together and slamming them heavily down onto the top of Trunks' head. Boom. The moment the dull impact resounded, Trunks' body plummeted to the ground like a meteor, crashing heavily into the earth. With a thunderous rumble, debris flew in all directions as the ground was once again smashed into a massive crater. Trunks knelt on one knee, his hand supporting his body. A smear of crimson blood dripped from the corner of his mouth onto the ground. His head buzzed loudly and a wave of dizziness surged over him. Yet his iron will quickly snapped him back to clarity. He spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, his gaze still unshakably resolute. At this moment crimson cracks began to appear in his eyes. Damn it! Is this filthy ant's body forged from steel? Kampa frowned once more. A blow like that would have smashed even steel into smithereens. Yet after taking such a heavy strike, not only was the bastard not dead, he could still get back up. Once again Kampa felt utterly insulted. After Trunks rose to his feet, he wiped the bloodstain from his lips with his sleeve. He looked up at Kampa with contempt and provocation in his eyes, as if to say, is this all the power of a god of destruction? That look naturally reignited Kampa's fury. Let's see how much longer you can hold on. Kampa roared. In the next instant he shot toward Trunks like an eagle diving across the sky. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded. The colossal pit expanded further as Trunks and Kampa's bodies plunged straight into the ground. Rumbling booms continued without end. Crack! Boom! The next moment the ground split open. Trunks' body came flying out of it. At this moment, however, he looked extremely battered. Countless wounds covered his body. Blood poured endlessly from the wounds. Whoosh! The next moment Kampa's body also burst out of the ground. In the blink of an eye he had already overtaken Trunks. Then he delivered a dazzling spinning kick. His instep slammed heavily into Trunks' chest. Bang! Crack! The dull sound of impact and the crunch of breaking bones rang out almost at the same time. Trunks' body was smashed into the ground once again. By now the planet looked riddled with gaping wounds. Scarlet magma continuously erupted from the enormous craters. It seemed as if the planet could explode at any moment. If Kampa didn't have any intention of destroying this planet for now, this world would already have been reduced to dust in the universe. Rumble. Trunks landed heavily. This time he truly no longer had the strength to get up. Kampa had struck far too ruthlessly. Even now he was still able to maintain Super Saiyan 4, this was a unique trait of the form. It was a state that differed very little from his ordinary form. As long as there was even a tiny bit of energy left in his body, he could keep Super Saiyan 4 active. Cough cough. I really am badly hurt. He coughed violently twice. Once again Trunks endured the agonizing body-wrenching pain and forced himself back to his feet. With both hands braced against the ground, sweat and blood mingled, streaming continuously from his chin and the tip of his nose. Soon a huge patch of the ground was stained wet. With injuries like this, it was fair to say he was hovering on the edge of death. If he were hit with a few more attacks like that, perhaps he really could be killed by this fat pig. It was time to use a senzu bean. He hoped it would work. Trunks immediately took out a senzu bean from his system inventory. He put it into his mouth, chewed it a few times and swallowed. It was a good thing the senzu bean had been stored in the system inventory. If it had been kept on his body after that terrifying barrage just now, the battle would probably have been over long ago. Crunch. Gulp. The moment the senzu bean was swallowed, an unimaginably vast force burst out from within his body. Immediately after, the remaining wounds on Trunks' body healed in an instant. His whole being radiated renewed vigor. Clearly his power was far greater than before. So this is the Saiyan trait. My power is so much stronger than before. As expected, this passive effect really is quite useful. After standing up, Trunks clenched his fist and said with great excitement. At that moment, seeing Trunks stand up once again, once all the wounds on his body had vanished, Android 18 knew that Trunks had used a senzu bean. An expression even more excited than Trunks' own appeared on her face. She had been so worried just now that she had forgotten Trunks still had senzu beans. As long as he was still breathing, a senzu bean could instantly heal all of his wounds. What? What's going on? That filthy ant actually healed all of his wounds. And his aura is even stronger than before. What in the world is going on? Kampa, the god of destruction, was completely dumbfounded. Just a moment ago this filthy ant had already been at the end of his rope. He was on the verge of death. Yet now he had recovered completely. What's more, his power had become stronger than before. What in the world was happening? Was it a trait of his race? But in Universe 6, how had he never seen a race with such an ability? He then looked over at Vados. It was obvious he was asking Vados whether she knew what was going on. After all, Vados was an angel with the power and supernatural abilities she possessed far surpassed those of a god of destruction. Even her accumulated knowledge was something no god of destruction could match. So perhaps Vados would know what had happened. To his disappointment, however, Vados also shook her head. To be honest, Vados had no idea why Trunks had suddenly recovered and become even stronger than before. After all, she had never discovered a race like this in Universe 6. Forget it. I do feel extremely curious though. It's only a slight increase in strength after all. In front of a god of destruction he's still just a little bug. Astonished as he was, Kampa no longer intended to find out the truth. That small increase in power made no difference to him. A bug was still a bug. Even if it had grown somewhat stronger, how could it possibly compare to the great god of destruction? Meanwhile, down on the ground. After sensing the surging power within his body. Then let me see if I can surpass Super Saiyan 4 and become an even higher form. Trunks muttered to himself. He knew that with the power of Super Saiyan 4 he was no match for Kampa at all. Ultra Instinct was his final trump card. He would not reveal it before a god until the very last moment. I hope I can break through. Ha! After offering that prayer, Trunks once again let out a wild roar. Rumble. The moment Trunks roared, the entire planet began to shake violently. Crack. 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 Spiderweb-like cracks spread rapidly across the ground in every direction. Trunks' aura continued to surge higher. Ha! The roar went on. Kampa and Vados looked on in astonishment. They could feel Trunks' aura continuously climbing. This guy seemed to have no limit at all. Crackle. Just then, within the golden aura around Trunks' body, thin wisps of pale purple lightning suddenly appeared. Immediately after, the tiny arcs grew more and more numerous. They became thicker and thicker. And in the next second, Trunks' hair changed in an instant. His originally pale purple hair suddenly turned violet red in that instant. At the same time, his pupils also changed. His originally light blue pupils turned the same violet red color. This color was very similar to the one Goku had when he first transformed into a Super Saiyan God. At the same time, the golden aura around his body disappeared completely. What replaced it was red ki intertwined with purple arcs of electricity. God. Godly ki. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This bug's body actually contains the aura of a god. What is going on? What in the world is going on? This time Kampa was thoroughly shaken. It was not because Trunks' aura was especially powerful. Rather, in that instant just now, this ant's body had burst out with the aura of a god. And this aura was extraordinarily dense. A human becoming a god was simply an outrageous, unheard of matter. Who could have imagined that such an absurd thing would happen right before their eyes? Even Vados, standing off to the side, was completely stunned. She had been an angel for hundreds of millions of years, yet she had never seen anything like this. And right before their very eyes a divine aura had been born within a human body. That was truly something utterly inconceivable. If this young man had undergone the training of a god or an angel, then the birth of divine chi within his body would not have been so astonishing. At that moment Trunks' roar ceased as well. The planet, which had been violently shaking as if the world were ending, now fell into complete stillness. He had changed completely. Tiny arcs of violet-pink electricity crackled and danced around his body. His hair had turned entirely violet red. The aura blazing around his body had also shifted to violet pink. At this moment his energy had become divine chi. Trunks. Android 18 exclaimed in astonishment. After all, she had spent over half a year with Trunks. She had never seen Trunks appear like this. His hair had always been light purple even when he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. The color had always remained light purple. But now it had become violet red. This appearance and color were genuinely something she had never witnessed before. Even she could feel the immense intimidation radiating from those crackling arcs of electricity around his body. That alone proved that Trunks had undergone yet another evolution. He had grown stronger. This was undoubtedly a tremendous boon for them. Perhaps this newly transformed Trunks now possessed the power to defeat the two before them. Damnable ant. I don't know what happened to give your body a divine aura, but this is nothing less than blasphemy against the great gods. After slowly suppressing his shock, Kompa's expression darkened even further. This brat had actually broken through in the midst of battle. Even more importantly, he now possessed divine chi within his body. Reluctant as he was to admit it, this brat's talent was ridiculously extraordinary. Letting him continue to grow like this would clearly be unwise. What is happening? Divine chi has actually been born within my body. Trunks examined his own body. Every inch of his skin shimmered with those tiny violet-pink arcs of lightning. Moreover, the sensation was incredibly pleasant, his body brimmed with power. This felt entirely different from Super Saiyan 4. He had originally assumed he might become Super Saiyan 5, a form stronger than Super Saiyan 4. But unexpectedly he had transformed into something like this. Looking more carefully, Trunks realized this form was not the full-power Super Saiyan 4 form. Instead, it closely resembled the Limit Breaker Super Saiyan 4 from the promotional anime Dragon Ball Heroes. In Dragon Ball Heroes, the Time Patrol versions of Goku and Vegeta had once assumed this very appearance. In fact, they looked almost exactly the same. However, the reason Goku and Vegeta had been able to achieve this form back then was mainly because they had absorbed the Saiyan power of Xeno Goku and Xeno Vegeta, as well as Trunks and Gohan. That was how they were able to achieve this form. And yet just now he had not received anyone's Saiyan power. He had still managed to achieve this form, and its strength was truly absurd. It was qualitatively different from Super Saiyan 4. Since it's so similar, I'll call it Limit Breaker Super Saiyan 4. Trunks made up his mind immediately. Since his body now possessed divine chi and his appearance was nearly identical, he would name it accordingly. And so he named it thus. Perhaps he was now the first Saiyan to achieve this form. Sure. At that very moment, Kompa's body flickered again. He appeared before Trunks. Then in an icy tone he said, "And I don't know what method you used to raise your power and birth divine chi within your body. But I swear you will die here today." His tone and demeanor made Kompa's resolve clear. In truth, he was also feeling rather frustrated. Because this was Universe 7. He and Vados had originally snuck into Universe 7 to search for the Super Dragon Balls. This absolutely could not be known by that skinny bag of bones Beerus. Since childhood, although they were twin brothers, their relationship had never been good. They would argue endlessly at every meeting. So if Beerus learned that he was searching for the Super Dragon Balls, then it would not be so easy to take them from Universe 7 in the future. Therefore he had to suppress his power during the fight. If he fought at full strength, it would not be long before the Angel noticed. This was exactly why he felt so constrained. If they were in Universe 6, he would have already completely annihilated this little insect by now. Then let's keep going, Trunks said with a firm gaze. Actually, this time he had come to check the situation, not only because he feared Earth might suffer inexplicable catastrophe, but also because there was another very important factor for him. He really wanted to see the power of a God of Destruction. Through battle with a God of Destruction, he hoped to break past his limits. It was dangerous, but danger and opportunity often went hand in hand. And now he had truly done it. Through his battle against the God of Destruction Kompa, he had successfully reached the form of Limit Breaker Super Saiyan 4. If he continued fighting, perhaps his power would grow even further. Although as a transmigrator he had an innate advantage. If he lowered his posture, abandoned his pride, and offered delicious food to Kompa and Vados, there would have been no need for a major conflict. But doing so would mean losing a perfect opportunity to enhance his strength. More importantly, he could hardly accept such an approach. "You're asking for death." Kompa squeezed out those two words through his teeth. Then his body flashed again with incredible speed. Instantly he was before Trunks and threw a straightforward no-nonsense punch. This guy did not increase his power further, because if he did or resorted to the destructive power of a God of Destruction, he would almost certainly be discovered by the Angel in an instant. If Beerus were awakened, matters would only get more troublesome. This time Trunks could clearly see Kompa's movements. He extended his right hand and grabbed Kompa's wrist directly. Instantly, Kompa's fist came to an abrupt halt, unable to advance even a fraction. "Nani? Impossible. This ant actually blocked my attack." Kompa was completely dumbfounded. Although he hadn't used all his power, he had at least exerted 60 of his strength. It was no exaggeration to say that this power could easily destroy a universe, yet this fellow had received it so effortlessly. It seemed that the breakthrough just now had greatly strengthened this ant's power. While the God of Destruction Kampa was utterly dumbfounded, Trunks seized the moment instantly. The hand gripping Kampa's wrist yanked hard backward. Kampa's obese body was yanked forward. In the next instant Trunks drove his right knee upward. Bang! The knee slammed hard into Kampa's abdomen and the searing pain made Kampa's pupils contract sharply. His body flew backward uncontrollably. Whoosh! Trunks vanished from the spot like a phantom. A blur remained where he had stood, but his body had already reached behind Kampa. He then delivered a heavy kick straight to Kampa's back. Kampa's body was hurled into midair. The two moves happened almost in a flash, as if Kampa had no time to react at all. Looking up, Kampa saw a dark silhouette descending from above. Trunks clenched his fists together, channeling all the energy in his body, and hammered straight down with immense force. "This one's for you." Trunks's roar faded as his clenched fist smashed heavily into Kampa's chest. Kampa's body plummeted like a falling meteor, striking the ground in a steep diagonal line. Boom! Rumble! The ground exploded apart instantly and a mushroom cloud shot into the sky. The spectacle seemed even more devastating than 10 nuclear warheads exploding. Oh ho! Lord Kampa is being pushed back. This is the first time in hundreds of millions of years. Vedosa's face showed a hint of surprise as she murmured to herself. She was not worried about Kampa's safety because she knew that Kampa as a god of destruction could never be killed so easily. Such attacks might not even cause him serious harm. What surprised her was that this human named Trunks from Universe 7 could possess such overwhelming power. Although Lord Kampa hadn't used his full power, the fact that a god of destruction could be suppressed to this extent was enough to prove how powerful Trunks was. Even across all 12 universes he was certainly one of the finest among mortals. However, his actions would only make Lord Kampa even angrier. From the very start, Lord Kampa had evidently been afraid of being discovered by Whis and Lord Beerus. Therefore he hadn't unleashed his full power. But if he were truly enraged, even if it meant being discovered by Whis and Lord Beerus, he would surely destroy Trunks. Meanwhile, hovering in midair, Trunks also knew that such an attack couldn't possibly kill Kampa. This attack just now probably hadn't dealt much damage to him. So he let out a furious roar, once again pushing the energy in his body to the limit. His palms converged instantly and a massive violet-red energy sphere quickly formed between them. He then launched it directly toward Kampa's position. Since he had already made an enemy of Kampa, if there was a chance he would wipe him out then and there. Even though the odds were slim with the Angel Vados nearby, if he wanted to survive this battle he had to do it. Rumble. The moment the terrifying energy struck the ground, it pierced straight through the entire planet. A gaping hole appeared in the planet's core. Crimson magma poured through the hole and spilled into space. The next second, boom. The planet exploded violently. A terrifying shockwave spread instantly and a brilliant firework blossomed in the cosmos. Nearby planets were struck by the violent force and began to tremble intensely. A few seconds later the firework faded away and the universe returned to calm. Trunks calmly watched the planet's explosion wave gradually disperse. When the purple figure emerged from the blast, his brow furrowed. Damn it. He didn't take any damage at all. I never imagined that even after breaking through to the form of Limit Break Super Saiyan 4, I still couldn't hurt this guy. Narrowing his eyes, Trunks thought in shock. It seemed the only way to completely defeat this guy was to break through to an even higher level. Only then might he have a chance. At that moment Kampa's face was extremely grim. With a contemptuous bloodthirsty smile curling at the corner of his mouth, he said to Trunks, "Is this all the power you have, you insignificant ant? This little bit of power can't cause any damage to a god of destruction. However, you have managed to ignite all the rage of a god of destruction. Now you'd better bear the wrath of a god of destruction properly. I'll make you taste a fear more despairing than hell itself." This time Kampa was utterly enraged. Although Trunks's attack just now hadn't inflicted any substantial damage on him. For a god of destruction, however, it was absolutely humiliating. If that scrawny Beerus ever learned about this, he would surely make it a laughingstock. He absolutely could not allow such a thing to happen. And Beerus must never find out about it. Meanwhile Trunks's expression grew more and more solemn. First, Kampa's strength was truly overwhelming, far beyond what Trunks had imagined. In the original story Kampa had seemed rather pathetic. Especially in the Dragon Ball Super manga during the melee among the 12 gods of destruction Kampa appeared to be the weakest. So that created such an illusion. But after actually fighting him Trunks realized that Kampa only appeared weak because the other gods of destruction were far stronger. Compared to them he seemed weaker. But compared to humans his power remained as unfathomable as an abyss. Furthermore this battle between them, honestly every shockwave from their clash could destroy any planet. If they kept fighting here Earth would inevitably be destroyed. One of the main reasons he was fighting was to protect Earth from harm. If Earth itself were destroyed then this battle would lose its meaning. At that thought Trunks glanced at Android 18. Then his body turned suddenly and he flew off in the opposite direction at top speed. To continue this battle he had to move the battlefield elsewhere fighting somewhere else so that Earth would not be destroyed. Empowered by the red aura Trunks shot through the boundless universe like an arrow released from a bow. Android 18 immediately understood his intention, she knew Trunks wasn't trying to flee but wanted to move the battle far away from Earth. Only that way could Earth's destruction be avoided. Nani? Kampa was stupefied. This guy had been fighting with incredible spirit just now. But why was he suddenly running away without any warning? TCH. It's too late to think about running now you ant. You've successfully provoked my fury. No matter where you crawl today you're dead. Kampa said in an icy merciless tone. Then a purple flame of energy erupted around his body and he immediately chased after Trunks. Angel Whis also took number 18 and gave chase. After reaching limit break Super Saiyan 4 Trunks had not only become significantly stronger but his speed was also absurdly fast. His entire body resembled a streak of crimson lightning continuously darting through the cosmos. He needed to travel as far away from Earth as possible before engaging in battle. That way there would be no destruction caused to Earth. Damn it. I never expected this ant to be this fast. Lord Kampa's body also followed closely behind. He said with a furrowed brow having never anticipated that after pursuing for fully 10 minutes he still hadn't caught up with this guy. However this tedious chase was about to end soon. The next moment the purple aura surrounding Lord Kampa intensified dramatically. His speed underwent a qualitative leap at this moment. The instant his figure vanished it was as though he had teleported across space. He appeared directly before Trunks without hesitation and delivered a kick straight at him. His patience had been worn away almost entirely. It was time for this human ant of the 7th universe to pay for his arrogance and ignorance. What? The god of destruction Kampa had materialized before him in an instant. Trunks was startled and completely failed to react in time. Dodging was clearly impossible at this point. He could only use his fastest reaction to cross his arms before his chest in a blocking stance. The moment his arms went up Kampa's leg smashed down onto Trunks' defenses with crushing force. Terrifying power erupted like a vast ocean crashing against him. Trunks' body was launched backward at speeds nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye he had been sent flying tens of thousands of miles away. Just as he was about to crash into the planet behind him Trunks clenched his fists. Flame-like spiritual energy erupted from within his body. He stabilized his body in an instant. However even without direct contact with the planet's surface the terrifying pressure still carved a circular crater into the world below. What terrifying power! Trunks felt his arms had gone completely numb utterly devoid of sensation. If the god of destruction Kampa was already employing his full strength prepared to completely kill him then the coming battle would undoubtedly be even more perilous. The level of danger would only increase. However Kampa clearly gave Trunks no time to think, his body instantly closed the distance. The moment he appeared before Trunks he unleashed another devastating punch. This time Trunks had absolutely no chance to block. He could only watch helplessly as the fist struck his chest. A dull impact sound and the crack of breaking bones rang out almost simultaneously. Suffering such a heavy blow Trunks' chest caved in. A spray of blood erupted from his mouth. His body then plummeted like a meteor once more crashing into the planet behind him with earth-shattering force and leaving a massive crater on its surface. Trunks' body had long since landed on the planet's surface. The tearing pain in his chest was excruciating and his numb arms struggled to support his gravely injured frame as he forced himself to stand. Summoning his will he immediately retrieved a senzu bean from his system storage. After chewing it a few times he swallowed it whole. This Kampa fellow had already begun fighting seriously, giving it his all. If he couldn't maintain peak physical condition and awareness at all times, one careless moment could mean certain death. As Trunks had just risen to his feet and consumed the Senzu Bean, Kampa's figure appeared once more. Whis and number 18 also materialized in the sky above. Ha! What's going on? Trunks' body has recovered again. It seems this guy has some ability or item that restores injuries. Whis looked at the unharmed Trunks with astonishment, muttering to herself. She had witnessed the previous scene clearly. The God of Destruction Kampa's punch had crushed Trunks' chest inward. At that force he would have been severely wounded or even killed. Yet Trunks was now completely unscathed, just as he had recovered from previous injuries. This ant truly keeps surprising me one after another. He recovered again. Kampa himself was somewhat amazed. He hadn't encountered such a persistent opponent in a long time. Moreover, this extraordinary healing ability was something even gods of destruction did not possess. This guy is truly a headache of an opponent. If his strength grows any stronger, it will only become more troublesome. This must be dealt with before it grows any further. Trunks let out a long breath after recovering. The flame-like aura surrounding his body vanished completely. He then fully reverted from his Super Saiyan 4 transformation, returning to his normal state. Because he knew in his heart that the Limit Break Super Saiyan 4 form stood no chance against the God of Destruction Kampa. Continuing like this, he would likely be killed by him. Then he had no choice but to use his final trump card. That was the power of Ultra Instinct. The perfect form of Ultra Instinct was by no means weak in combat ability. It was not merely an enhancement of speed and evasion abilities, but rather an elevation of all bodily functions to their absolute peak. If Ultra Instinct only improved speed and dodging capabilities, then in the Tournament of Power from Dragon Ball Super, Son Goku absolutely could not have held his own against Jiren. After all, at the beginning of the Tournament of Power, even with the Super Saiyan Blue form enhanced by a 20-fold Kaioken, Son Goku could not inflict any damage on Jiren. He was not even regarded as a threat by Jiren. Yet after comprehending the power of Ultra Instinct, he was able to fight Jiren, after his second transformation, to a standstill. This alone proves that the strength of Ultra Instinct far exceeds mere improvements to speed and evasion. Moreover, in the second season of the Dragon Ball Super manga, the perfect Ultra Instinct form grants a tremendous boost to bodily strength and durability. This can be seen from how Son Goku's body hardness was able to shatter Moro's arm. An ant. So you finally realize the gap between yourself and the God of Destruction and are preparing to abandon your futile resistance. Watching Trunks revert from his transformed state, a smug smile finally curled the corners of Kampa's mouth. In the eyes of a God of Destruction, humans are forever insects. But even if this little insect had awakened now, it was far too late. Such a disrespectful creature toward a God of Destruction was absolutely unforgivable. Abandoning resistance, are you? I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Trunks slowly raised his head, his gaze instantly becoming extraordinarily calm. Even his tone lost all fluctuation. Almost the moment those words left his mouth, a silver gleam suddenly flashed across Trunks' pupils. Then his irises directly transformed into a silvery gray hue. The very next instant Trunks' hair shifted from pale lavender to silvery white. At the same moment an immensely tranquil divine aura surged forth from deep within his body. WH. What the hell is this? Divine energy again. You bastard. What on earth is going on? Feeling yet another wave of divine energy from Trunks' body, God of Destruction Kampa's expression drastically changed once more. This fellow truly kept him reeling with shock after shock. Though he was merely an ordinary human, a divine aura had actually been born within his body. Clearly this guy had already stepped out of his transformed state. Yet why had the divine aura within his body been born anew? This series of doubts left God of Destruction Kampa utterly baffled. What? That is Ultra Instinct. How is this possible? That brat Trunks is nothing more than a mortal from Universe 7. How could he possibly master Ultra Instinct? Even Vados the angel spectating from the sidelines wore an expression of sheer unimaginable shock. One had to remember that Ultra Instinct was the innate divine technique of the angels. Without being personally instructed by an angel, it was absolutely impossible for any human to master Ultra Instinct. Humans never even had the opportunity to learn of Ultra Instinct's existence. Moreover, cultivating Ultra Instinct was extraordinarily difficult. The demands it placed on one's state of mind were exceedingly high. Unless one could achieve absolute single-mindedness and a heart as calm as still water, mastering Ultra Instinct was utterly impossible. And it was evident that the Trunks before them had already mastered Ultra Instinct to a perfect degree, a feat not even the 12 Gods of Destruction could manage. Among the 12 Gods of Destruction, only Lord Beerus of Universe 7 had attained the entry-level realm of Ultra Instinct. As for the other 11 Gods of Destruction, none had even reached the entry threshold of Ultra Instinct. This was entirely sufficient to illustrate how exacting the cultivation conditions for Ultra Instinct truly were. And now it had been fully comprehended by a human from Universe 7. This naturally left even the perpetually unruffled Angel somewhat stunned. Could this Trunks fellow be Whis' disciple? Or is he a candidate God of Destruction for Universe 7? Vados immediately began speculating in her mind. Although she had never heard of Universe 7 having a candidate God of Destruction, nor had she ever heard of Whis taking on a disciple. But across the entire Universe 7 only Whis had mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct. Without Whis' guidance, a human could never have known of Ultra Instinct's existence in the first place, let alone cultivated it. You're called Android 18, aren't you? Let me ask you something. Does Trunks know the God of Destruction and the Angel of this universe? Their manner of dress is very similar to ours. Vados glanced at Android 18, then asked. She wanted to confirm whether Trunks really knew Lord Beerus and Whis. If they did truly know each other and Trunks was indeed the candidate God of Destruction of Universe 7, then it would no longer be so astonishing for Trunks to know the God of Destruction of Universe 6 and to wield the perfect Ultra Instinct. No, we have never come across anyone like you. We don't know you at all. And there is absolutely no way Trunks would know despicable bastards like you who casually destroy other people's planets. Android 18 declared with righteous fury. Although she too was uncertain whether Trunks truly knew the so-called Lord Beerus and Whis. After all, she had only known Trunks for a little over half a year. What in the world is happening? Vados grew even more bewildered. If he did not know Whis, then how had he come to comprehend Ultra Instinct? If a human being relying purely on his own power of enlightenment could master the perfect Ultra Instinct, then that was something she would never believe. Because it was absolutely impossible. Even if Trunks was a monstrously gifted genius. Meanwhile, on the other side, God of Destruction Compa had clearly begun to notice something amiss. Could this bastard's appearance be Ultra Instinct? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ultra Instinct is a realm that not even the gods could attain. How could a mere ant-like insect possibly master the perfect Ultra Instinct? If that were truly the case, then it would be an immense insult to all the gods. In truth, from the moment he saw Trunks's appearance, God of Destruction Compa had long since known the answer in his heart. He merely refused to believe such a fact. A realm that even the gods could not reach, how could an insignificant mortal ant possibly grasp it? Would that not be equivalent to saying that all the gods of destruction were inferior to a single human? Such an outrageous thing he would never believe, much less accept. Meanwhile, in the realm of destruction of Universe 7, Angel Whis was watching the battle between God of Destruction Compa and Trunks through the image reflected by his staff. Seeing Trunks unleash the perfect Ultra Instinct, an expression of immense astonishment also spread across his face. Then he murmured to himself in amazement. Good heavens! How truly incredible! That Trunks has actually mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct. What exactly is going on here? He is a human of Universe 7. Why is it that even I was unaware of this matter? Over the decades during which Lord Beerus had been asleep, he had kept a close watch on all the developments within Universe 7. And yet he had never sensed any other divine aura from Universe 7. So what was the story with that Trunks? Why was it that not only had a divine aura been born within his body, but even more importantly, he had actually comprehended the perfect Ultra Instinct as well? After all, without the guidance of an angel, it was absolutely impossible for a human to master Ultra Instinct. This matter was simply far too earth-shattering. Still, to be able to comprehend Ultra Instinct, a power that even the gods of destruction cannot grasp, truly makes him a genius warrior. Perhaps in the future he will become Lord Beerus's perfect successor. Should I inform Lord Beerus of this matter? Angel Whis continued muttering to himself. Trunks possessed extraordinarily fierce combat power, and his battle intuition was equally exceptional. To have reached such a level of strength with only several decades of training, if properly cultivated, he could absolutely attain the level of a god of destruction in short order. If such a formidable warrior were to fall here, it would be a considerable shame. More importantly, Universe 7 was still lacking a candidate God of Destruction. And this Trunks who had appeared out of nowhere was clearly the right choice. What troubled him now, however, was that this matter involved Lord Kampa, the God of Destruction of Universe 6. If Lord Beerus were awakened, the two of them would inevitably clash once again. In the end, it was always the two angels who would have to deal with the aftermath. After pondering for a moment, it was decided not to wake Lord Beerus after all. Once awakened, he would only bring an endless stream of trouble. It was better to simply let him remain asleep. He could go over and take a look himself. If such an excellent seedling of a God of Destruction candidate were to be destroyed by Lord Kampa of Universe 6, that would truly be a pity. With that thought in mind, Whis gently tapped the ground with his staff. A mass of silvery light instantly shrouded his body. The very next second he vanished completely from the realm of destruction. You insignificant ant. Whether or not you have truly mastered Ultra Instinct, today will be your end, Kampa said in a low voice. Then he gave his arms a sharp shake and a terrifying violet aura erupted from his body. This time he had to eradicate this bastard once and for all. After all, mastering perfected Ultra Instinct was an insult to every God of Destruction. Whoosh! Kampa's figure flickered. His speed was outrageously fast. In the blink of an eye he was already in front of Trunks, unleashing a whirlwind of relentless attacks. But Trunks, having awakened Ultra Instinct, now moved with a capacity for evasion entirely different from before. That was because Ultra Instinct's defining trait was that the body could anticipate and evade danger on its own with no need for conscious thought. Whoosh! 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 Kampa's fists sprayed out like a machine gun, every punch appearing able to tear through space itself. Enough to prove how mighty a God of Destruction truly was. Even if Kampa was the weakest among the gods of destruction, his power still reached an abyssal, unfathomable level. The God of Destruction Kampa moved faster and faster. Although Trunks had mastered perfected Ultra Instinct, even he was beginning to struggle to evade under such a dense and ferocious assault. Ultra Instinct was certainly formidable. But if the gap in strength between the two sides was too vast, the effectiveness of Ultra Instinct would inevitably weaken. Boom! A momentary failure to dodge, Trunks' shoulder took a heavy punch and his body flew backward like a shell fired from a cannon. Boom! 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 In a flash he plowed through several mountain peaks. It was only by digging his feet into the ground and skidding for several hundred yards that he finally managed to stop himself. His entire arm went numb and lost all feeling. Damn it! Even with perfected Ultra Instinct, my speed still can't match a God of Destruction. What exactly do I have to do to have a chance in this fight? How can I defeat a God of Destruction? Trunks' mind was racing. But no matter how hard he thought, he could not come up with a way to defeat Kampa, the God of Destruction. Before absolute power, every clever trick seemed utterly futile. Unless he could break through the limits of Super Saiyan 4 and reach the level of Super Saiyan 5, only then might he have the right to stand against Kampa, the God of Destruction, as an equal. Ho! Trunks is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime genius, to think he's actually mastered Ultra Instinct. But their base combat power is far too different. Even so, he cannot possibly be Lord Kampa's opponent. Vados remarked calmly from the side. After all, a God of Destruction had lived for eons. Every God of Destruction possessed decent natural talent, otherwise they could never have become gods of destruction. With countless eons of training, their power was simply immeasurable. That Trunks had managed to hold on this far was already extraordinary. You insignificant ant. If I'm not mistaken, what you're using now is the divine skill, Ultra Instinct. But even if you truly mastered it, what then? Before a God of Destruction you are nothing but a pitiful ant. Even if you were given another 10,000 years to train, you could never defeat a God of Destruction. After that one punch sent Trunks flying back, Kampa again spoke with the arrogance of one standing far above. Trunks gritted his teeth. Although he was deeply unwilling to admit it. He had to acknowledge that some of Kampa's words were true. Right now, even with perfected Ultra Instinct, he still could not overcome a God of Destruction. Even more importantly, Kampa had not used a God of Destruction's divine technique from start to finish. Perhaps because they were in Universe 7, he also had his own misgivings. You insignificant ant. Now say goodbye to this world. You've wasted far too much of my time. After Kampa's words fell, a violet sphere of energy condensed in his palm once more. In an instant it became as large as a football field, containing a devastating might that could shatter heaven and earth. Although it did not carry the power of destruction, such an energy sphere could probably destroy half of the universe. What the hell is this? I won't die here. I refuse to die at the hands of a fat pig like you, absolutely not. Trunks gritted his teeth. In that instant radiant silver ki erupted around him and immediately engulfed his body. The divine ki within Trunks grew increasingly dense. His silver hair swayed in the wind and his aura burned like silver flames. The temperature of the entire space skyrocketed in that split second. Whoosh! The next moment after he heightened his divine ki, Trunks' body vanished. His speed was absurd. Kampa was stunned again. Bang! But before he could pull himself together from the shock, a tearing pain struck his back. His body was sent flying and the energy sphere in his palms scattered in an instant. You want to kill me? Don't be foolish. After sending Kampa flying with a single punch, Trunks jumped high into the air once more. He could feel his stamina and energy burning away rapidly inside his body. It felt as though his body had suddenly become a bottomless pit and the energy within him was nowhere near enough to fill it. He hastily took out 2 senzu beans and tossed them into his mouth. The moment they went down, his vanished energy returned once more. Then he stamped both feet heavily down toward Kampa. Boom! Kampa's body was slammed straight into the ground, then plummeted at light speed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this ant's power have surged to such a degree? What is going on? Feeling the searing pain in his body and sensing the overwhelming divine ki radiating from Trunks, Kampa the God of Destruction was seized by panic. Because Trunks' power had increased too much in that very moment, enough to make even Kampa feel uneasy. You so-called God of Destruction, go die. Then Trunks poured all his strength into a mad explosive assault on Kampa the God of Destruction. Boom! 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 Punch after punch. In the face of that crazed barrage, Kampa simply crossed his arms in front of his chest and continued to block. He couldn't make sense of it, in just a few seconds. How had this ant's strength become so immense? He was exactly like a rabid beast, like some desperate final struggle before death. For a moment he truly didn't know how to handle it. Rumble. Amid the frenzied assault, yet another planet exploded. Taking advantage of the explosion, Kampa immediately pulled away. Huff. 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 His breathing became ragged and uneven. The fierce barrage from Trunks had genuinely left him disoriented, and in that instant his ki began to spiral into disarray. On the other side, Trunks' expression turned even grimmer. The ki in his body was wildly chaotic. Like a leaking balloon, his energy kept fading away. Trunks immediately ate 2 more senzu beans to preserve the energy and strength in his body. You damned ant. You've truly angered a God of destruction. This time I'll give you no more chances. Kampa's face was grimly dark. He felt that if this continued he might very well suffer an unexpected fall. The way this guy's power had grown was far too abnormal. In a short span, the ant he could once crush with a flick of his little finger had actually grown to such an extent. It seemed he could not allow this to go on any longer. After speaking, a violet energy sphere instantly took shape in his palm. This time it was entirely different from the energy before, it brimmed with a bone-chilling aura of destruction. That's right, this time he would use the God of Destruction's ultimate move, Destruction, to completely eradicate this ant. An orb of purple energy gathered in his palm, growing larger and larger as it radiated the might to destroy both heaven and earth. It was as if this sphere of energy could annihilate the entire universe at any moment. Damn you, you cursed ant. Everything is about to end. I must say you are the most tenacious human I have ever met. For me to have to use destruction in order to kill you, you truly should feel proud. The sphere of destruction energy in Kampa's palm had condensed to about the size of a basketball. Admittedly, the sphere did not look especially large. But this was destruction energy, the slightest touch would cause anything to vanish completely. So after all, I still have to face destruction energy. Trunks' brows knitted tightly. What he feared most was the destructive power of a God of Destruction. Once contaminated by such a force, he might disappear without a trace in an instant. This was the power of the universe's laws, and no one could stand against it. Yet Trunks was not about to give up that easily. In an instant his hands came together. Terrifying silver spiritual energy converged in his palms, coalescing into an incomparable sphere of energy. Whether it could match Kampa's energy or not, at least he would never give up. Vanish, human. The destruction energy in Kampa's hand shot forth. He had clearly pronounced Trunks' death sentence. No matter how ridiculous or breathtaking his earlier performance had been before destruction, all things were nothing but ants. It was absolutely impossible for any human to resist the power of destruction. Ha! Trunks let out a furious roar and hurled the sphere of energy gathered in both hands straight at Kampa. In such a desperate situation, all he could do was unleash every bit of strength in his body and stake everything on one final gamble. This is bad. It looks like Trunks is about to be killed. Though the divine aura he has condensed right now is powerful, it is utterly incomparable to destruction. Vados, standing to the side, slightly knitted her slender brows before speaking in a low voice. Destruction power was imbued with the rule force contained in the entire universe. Such a rule force was beyond comparison with any power whatsoever, divine power included. Trunks was incredibly powerful, and he had indeed mastered divine power. Yet before the destructive power of a god of destruction he was still no match at all. The two forces shot toward each other in the blink of an eye. They closed in at an incredible speed. Whoosh! However, just as the two energies were about to collide, a faint sound of something cleaving the air suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, a white light materialized and blocked the exact center between the two forces. The silvery white glow vanished instantly and a familiar figure appeared before them. He then effortlessly stopped the collision of the two forces. Whiz! Trunks looked at the newcomer, his expression going blank. That's right, the one who had suddenly appeared was Whiz, the Angel of Universe 7. Damn it! Why did this Whiz fellow have to show up now? Bastard! He didn't come earlier or later, he just had to appear at this moment. Is he doing it on purpose? Kampa stared at Whiz and muttered under his breath with a grim expression. Whiz's arrival was obviously to stop this battle. And once an angel wanted to stop it, even a god of destruction could do nothing about it. Whoa! He really did come after all. I thought Whiz wouldn't bother making a special trip all the way here for some kid like this. A trace of surprise also appeared on Vados's face. But the surprise vanished in the blink of an eye. Trunks was a human with remarkably strong potential. If he were properly nurtured, it might not be long before he could wield the power of a god of destruction. Such a human blessed with both strength and talent might be an excellent candidate for God of Destruction. Now that Whiz had come to stop the battle, this was no longer so surprising. Whiz gave the staff in his hand a gentle wave. The two energies instantly vanished without a trace. Even the destruction of a God of Destruction clearly held no power in the eyes of an angel. Lord Kampa, enough is enough. This is Universe 7. Your battle has already destroyed several planets. If Lord Beerus finds out about this, it could get very troublesome. I believe you already know that. Whiz turned his head and cast a glance at Kampa before saying in a calm tone. Stay out of this, Whiz. You should be well aware that although an angel's power is greater than a god of destruction's, angels have no right to interfere in the affairs of gods of destruction. Kampa was clearly hellbent at this point. He said to Whiz in a huff that this human had to be killed today. Otherwise that man would definitely become a threat in the future. And judging from the look in his eyes, he was not one to swallow humiliation without seeking vengeance. If a man like that could never stop watching for an opportunity, that would not be a good thing at all. So today was absolutely the best chance to kill him. Lord Kampa, this is Universe 7. And Trunks is Lord Beerus's disciple and also a candidate to become the god of destruction of our Universe 7. In the future he will become the official god of destruction of Universe 7, so I cannot let you kill him. A thought struck Whiz and he spoke up. It was true that angels were sometimes unable to interfere in disputes between gods of destruction. But if Trunks was a god of destruction candidate, then Whiz had an obligation to protect him. Moreover, Lord Kampa had brazenly destroyed planets in Universe 7 and even tried to kill someone. This was clearly going too far. If Lord Beerus were to discover it later, it would become another troublesome affair. What? Are you saying that this ant is your Universe 7's candidate god of destruction? Stop joking, Whiz. Why have I never heard anything about this? Even Vados didn't know that Universe 7 had a candidate god of destruction. Kampa, the god of destruction, immediately said in astonishment. He had indeed felt such doubt when Trunks's body erupted with divine aura. This has always been a matter for Universe 7. It's only natural that you don't know about it, Lord Compa. Otherwise, why do you think there is divine aura inside Trunks' body? Why would he be able to master the perfect Ultra Instinct? I believe you are also well aware, Lord Compa, that without an angel's instruction how could a human possibly master Ultra Instinct? Whis went on. That boy Trunks indeed possessed tremendous potential and was extremely well suited to be a candidate for God of Destruction. So far he had yet to find any human in Universe 7 who was stronger than Trunks. Upon hearing the angel Whis' words, Trunks' face revealed an expression of astonishment, for he had no idea why the angel would intervene to aid him. It must be understood that angels have always maintained strict neutrality. Unless a God of Destruction explicitly requests action, they will never intervene. However, considering the nature of Beerus, the God of Destruction of Universe 7, if he learned that Compa, the God of Destruction of Universe 6, was causing chaos in his universe, he would undoubtedly come himself. He would utterly reprimand God of Destruction Compa. This made Trunks all the more bewildered. What was Whis' true reason for offering help? Moreover, Whis was even willing to tell such a blatant lie on his behalf. Since when had he become a candidate God of Destruction for Universe 7? And since when had he become Beerus' disciple? TCH. Compa's expression had grown increasingly grim. Now that the angel Whis had spoken thus, it was clear that killing Trunks under the angel's protection was impossible. Yet today was the perfect opportunity to eliminate this threat. If he failed to completely destroy him, given Trunks' power and talent, he could very well become a grave danger in the future. Lord Compa, you have already destroyed several planets in Universe 7. And over the past few decades you and your sister have visited Universe 7 numerous times. But you didn't cross any lines back then, so I didn't make a fuss about it. I imagine you prefer Lord Beerus didn't hear about these matters, wouldn't you? Observing Compa's darkening expression, Whis spoke once more. Upon hearing these words, Compa's face underwent another dramatic change, becoming even graver. The matter of collecting the Super Dragon Balls must never reach Beerus' ears. Moreover, they had not yet gathered all the Super Dragon Balls. This meant they would need to return to Universe 7 in the future. If Beerus discovered this, gaining entry to Universe 7 would become far more difficult. It seemed impossible to eliminate this little bug today. Budo. He clenched his teeth, an expression of reluctance crossing his face. Compa called out to Budo. Her figure shimmered slightly and she appeared instantly before God of Destruction Compa. Lord Compa, shall we return? Budo asked. Given the circumstances, it was clearly impossible for Lord Compa to kill Trunks now. After all, they were in Universe 7. If the matter escalated, it would bring no advantage to Lord Compa. Return. Compa cast an extremely dark glance at Trunks. He clenched his teeth tightly and forced those two words through gritted teeth. Whis, we shall be taking our leave. I must say your judgment and Lord Beerus's is quite keen. Mr. Trunks' strength and talent rank among the absolute finest across all 12 universes. Should he one day become the God of Destruction of Universe 7, he would surely rival Lord Beerus as one of the most formidable destroyers. Budo said with a smile to Whis. She then glanced at Trunks once more and lightly tapped her staff against the ground. Brilliant light immediately enveloped the pair. In the next instant they transformed into a silver streak and vanished into the cosmos. As soon as Budo and Compa's figures disappeared, Trunks immediately reverted from his Ultra Instinct form. At that moment he felt an overwhelming weakness. Having expended so much energy and repeatedly consuming senzu beans, he sensed his body's foundations had been compromised. At that moment Android 18 flashed forward. She immediately caught and supported Trunks. Are you all right? She asked with concern. I'm fine. Trunks shook his head. However, the power he had just unleashed had apparently exceeded his body's limits. Even now a tearing pain coursed through every inch of him. Then Trunks turned his gaze toward Whis and managed a faint smile. I never imagined an angel of this universe would resort to deception. Oh ho. Whis turned with a warm smile and said to Trunks, had I not lied just now, you likely would have perished at Lord Compa's hands. Your strength is undeniable, few among humans can match your caliber. However, no matter how powerful you are, it would be impossible to survive destruction. Though Trunks was sufficiently powerful, rarely would one find a human across all 12 universes who could rival him. Nevertheless, that alone was insufficient to contend with a true God of Destruction. Had Lord Compa employed destruction from the very beginning, Trunks would have been completely erased long ago. You speak truth, Whis. If you had not intervened just now I certainly would have been killed by Compa. So. Thank you. Trunks nodded most earnestly. Regardless of what true motive drove Whis to save him. You're most welcome. Trunks, your strength is truly formidable. You possess ample qualification to serve as a candidate God of Destruction for our Universe 7. I wonder if you might entertain interest in being a candidate God of Destruction. Whis inquired with his ever-present smile. Perhaps throughout all of Universe 7 none was better suited for this position than Trunks. More significantly, Trunks had already mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct. This too was a matter that deeply astonished Whis. To achieve Ultra Instinct without the guidance of an angel was unheard of. This was absolutely unprecedented. A candidate God of Destruction. Trunks paused. Then he said, I'm sorry but I have no interest. And unless I'm mistaken Lord Beerus is unaware of this, is he? I wonder if an angel possesses the authority to make such a decision. Although becoming a candidate God of Destruction would grant certain divine privileges, they were rather limited. More importantly, if he became a candidate God of Destruction or a full God of Destruction, he would face numerous constraints. For his direct superior would be the Grand Minister, whose power is terrifying, and the Omni King. These beings could annihilate a God of Destruction or even an entire universe with a single word. Without absolute power, engaging with such beings would be exceedingly unwise. Mr. Trunks, please do not rush to refuse. Becoming a candidate destroyer of Universe 7 has many benefits, and you would also receive personal guidance from an angel. Although I do not know why you have mastered perfected Ultra Instinct, do you know that Ultra Instinct also has different levels? Under an angel's guidance your Ultra Instinct would become even more refined, and as a candidate destroyer you would also qualify to learn the techniques of a God of Destruction. If you had learned the skills of a destroyer you would not be in such a passive position when facing a situation like today's. Whis continued speaking. It was obvious from his words that he deeply hoped Trunks would become the candidate destroyer of their 7th universe. After all, such a promising talent was not easy to find. I will consider it carefully, Mr. Whis. Thank you once again for your assistance. Trunks could only nod and say. In truth, he also knew that even with his mastery of perfected Ultra Instinct there was still a difference compared to what angels and the Grand Minister possessed. Because in Dragon Ball Super Part 2 Whis had once told Son Goku that although angel apprentices, angels and the Grand Minister all possessed perfected Ultra Instinct, their levels were completely different. In other words, Ultra Instinct did indeed have hierarchical distinctions. As for the power of destruction Whis had mentioned earlier, Trunks, who had a system, did not care much about it. Perhaps one day the system would reward him with the power of destruction. Once he mastered the power of destruction, if he encountered Compa again next time he would absolutely not be in such a helpless position. Alright. In that case, Mr. Trunks, please consider it well. Then I shall take my leave. A warm smile still graced Whis's face. After speaking he gently tapped the ground with his staff. Immediately his body vanished from the universe. After Angel Whis disappeared, Trunks immediately took out another senzu bean. He consumed it directly. At this moment the excruciating pain in his body gradually subsided. However, his energy recovery was very slow. Clearly the consumption of energy had been far too immense, so much so that it had even damaged his physical foundation. Therefore even a senzu bean could not restore his energy completely in an instant. Let's go back. After recovering a portion of his energy, Trunks directly brought Android 18 back to Earth. And at this moment, Android 17 and Android 16 had already arrived at Capsule Corporation. Because when they felt the earthquake on Earth just now they knew this incident must be related to Trunks. So they immediately came over to check. But upon arriving at Capsule Corporation they discovered that neither Trunks nor Android 18 was there. Moreover, Bulma did not know where they had gone. Trunks, Android 18, are you both alright? What was that earthquake on Earth just now? Seeing the two suddenly appear, Android 17 immediately asked with concern. After all, one was his biological sister and the other was his future brother-in-law. They were the people closest to him, so of course he cared deeply. Android 16 also wore an expression of obvious concern. After all, Android 18 and Trunks were among his few friends. We just encountered an extremely powerful deity and Trunks fought against him. That guy was simply too formidable, we almost did not make it back alive. Fortunately another person came to our rescue. Android 18 looked at Android 17 and answered immediately. If that man named Whis had not intervened to save them today, perhaps both of them could have died in space. A deity. Even Trunks could not defeat him. Good heavens. Is there really such a powerful deity in this universe? Both Android 17 and Android 16 wore expressions of shock. They had rarely heard of the existence of deities before. And in their minds Trunks was the most powerful being. They never expected that there were such formidable deities in this universe, even Trunks could not match them. There are many powerful beings in this universe. And there are many that I find difficult to handle. Otherwise, do you think I would train so desperately? I simply want to ensure that when I encounter those kinds of opponents I will not feel so powerless. But it seems my training is still far from sufficient. Compared to those gods of destruction and angels, my strength remains pitifully weak. Trunks spoke in a calm tone, but his expression was extremely resolute. Although he was already training desperately, it was clearly still not enough. He needed to continue raising his base combat power as quickly as possible. Because every transformation of a Saiyan amplified their base combat power. Hearing this and seeing Trunks' exceedingly serious expression, Android 17 and Android 16 also wore serious expressions, though they did not speak. Deep inside they had secretly made a resolution. They also needed to train together and raise their combat power. Because only in this way, when a powerful enemy appeared next time, would they not let Trunks fight alone. Trunks, let us continue training alongside you. This Earth is everyone's home. It should not be your sole burden to bear. Although our training pace may never catch up with yours, at the very least next time several people can fight alongside you. At this moment Android 16 spoke with great firmness. He was an android who deeply loved Earth and nature. Therefore he did not wish for Earth to be destroyed by others. Nor did he wish for his friends to be harmed. So he also wanted to raise his combat power as quickly as possible. Yes, me too. I originally thought you were invincible on this Earth, so I never considered further improving my strength. But now it seems my thinking was rather naive. I will also train alongside you all. Android 17 said with utmost seriousness. Although they were androids, their strength was not fixed. After training, their abilities could also undergo a qualitative improvement. Me too. Android 18 also nodded firmly. She had witnessed today's events with her own eyes. No one understood it better than she did. Watching Trunks grapple with the feeling of helplessness, unable to help in the slightest, that sense of shame, guilt and powerlessness. She never wanted to experience it a second time. Seeing the three's exceedingly resolute expressions, Trunks could only nod. All right then, from today onward we shall train together. He had also set a goal in his heart. Next time they met he would surely trample that fat pig firmly beneath his feet. He would make him thoroughly understand what it felt like to be humiliated. Before long the four of them once again entered the gravity chamber to begin their training. In this timeline both the Temple of the Gods and Kairon's Tower had been destroyed. Thus training in the hyperbolic time chamber was no longer possible. Nevertheless, honing their base battle power in the gravity chamber proved to be highly effective. Their resolve to train was unwavering. Apart from the brief moments spent eating, they trained in the gravity chamber almost constantly. In this manner 9 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. During those 9 months Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6, and his attendant Vados had not returned to Universe 7. Whis had also provided no news, nor had he ever come looking for Trunks. Earth continued to enjoy a period of peace. After more than a year of repairs and reconstruction, the planet had not yet regained its former vitality and splendor. Still, things were gradually taking a turn for the better. At that very moment, however, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the sky. One of them bore an uncanny resemblance to Son Goku. The other had a silver afro and green skin, dressed in the distinctive attire of a Supreme Kai. Zamasu, is this the Earth of Universe 7 in the future timeline? It seems I can't sense the ki of Saiyans like Son Goku. Black Goku, who looked exactly like Son Goku, spoke up. He had already extended his senses but had failed to detect Son Goku's ki. This left him feeling somewhat disappointed. After all, in other timelines that man Son Goku had committed blasphemous acts against the gods. His objective was not only to rule the entire universe but also to eliminate every single Son Goku. What a pity it seemed that Son Goku did not exist in this era. Because he could sense absolutely no trace of his ki. Indeed, this being was Black Goku, who had used the Super Dragon Balls to swap bodies with Son Goku, then traveled to the future timeline using the Supreme Kai's time ring. He was Zamasu, the candidate Supreme Kai of Universe 10 from another timeline. According to the information I obtained earlier, Earth in Universe 7 once suffered a catastrophic calamity. Many of Earth's warriors were killed. It is highly likely that the Son Goku you speak of was also slain during that time. Greenskin Zamasu remarked calmly. Since their Zero Mortals plan was to commence in Universe 7, it was only natural for him to gain a deeper understanding of the state of affairs there. Black Goku, however, seemed particularly fixated on the Son Goku of Universe 7. What a shame. It looks like I won't be able to kill this parallel timeline Son Goku after all. No matter. Let us first conquer this actual Universe 7. There was an overwhelming iciness in his eyes. Although he deeply loathed the likes of Son Goku, the first priority was to complete the Zero Mortals plan as swiftly as possible. As for killing Son Goku, there were plenty of him in other timelines, so he could simply go and slaughter them one by one later. To completely seize control of Universe 7 will not be such an easy task, will it? The God of Destruction of Universe 7, Beerus, is the most powerful of all gods of destruction. Even Vermaud, the God of Destruction of Universe 11, is probably no match for him. With the two of us alone, we are still worlds apart from the likes of a God of Destruction. Although you have obtained Son Goku's body, you are unable to unleash 100% of the power it holds. And as for my immortality, it would not be of much use against a God of Destruction. Greenskin Zamasu frowned slightly, then spoke. He too harbored deep resentment toward those weak and incompetent gods who actually allowed lowly beings like mortals to exist. Yet overthrowing those deities and carrying out the Zero Mortals plan was no simple matter. After all, every God of Destruction across the 12 universes possessed the power to kill them with effortless ease. As they stood now, their strength was still far too weak. In a true battle, an immortal body would serve no purpose whatsoever and would be of no help at all. More importantly, every God of Destruction wielded the fundamental laws of their respective universe. It was entirely possible that his so-called immortality could not even withstand the destructive force of a God of Destruction. TCH. And to think you were a candidate Supreme Kai. How could you forget such a critical piece of information? Have you already forgotten that Supreme Kais and Gods of Destruction share a linked life? If we kill the Supreme Kais of each universe, the Gods of Destruction will die along with them. Although our own strength makes it difficult to kill a God of Destruction, directly killing the other Supreme Kais would be child's play. Black Goku declared in an exceedingly cold tone. Since he had contemplated killing the Gods of Destruction of all universes to realize the Zero Mortals plan, he had naturally prepared himself thoroughly. They truly could not kill the Gods of Destruction, but they could certainly kill the Supreme Kais. Once the Supreme Kais perished, the Gods of Destruction would perish along with them. As for the angels, once a God of Destruction died, the angels' functions would cease. Thus they would no longer be of any consequence. It appears you have made thorough preparations. You are absolutely right. With the power the two of us possess, killing the Supreme Kais of other universes would take no effort at all. Then let us begin with Universe 7. As soon as Beerus is dead, this universe will instantly fall into our hands. Greenskin Zamasu nodded in approval. Judging by this, their conquest of this universe was well within reach. Once that happened, those filthy mortals would no longer have any right to pollute this beautiful universe. They would then establish a true paradise free of filthy beings like mortals. Afterwards the two of them suppressed their ki. With a flicker of their bodies they vanished from where they stood in an instant. Their target was the Supreme Kai of Universe 7. If they could slay the Supreme Kai, they could easily seize control of the entire Universe 7. After all, they were well aware that the Supreme Kai of Universe 7 was exceedingly weak. As for his attendant Kibito, he was even more pathetically fragile. Killing them would not even take a full minute. Meanwhile, back in the gravity chamber of Capsule Corporation, Trunks, who had been training with all his might, suddenly ceased his workout. What's wrong, Trunks? Has something happened? Android 18 immediately noticed the change in Trunks and asked. Judging by the expression on his face, something must have gone wrong. I suddenly sensed two divine presences. They appeared for only a moment and now they seem to have vanished again. Trunks raised an eyebrow slightly before speaking. These two presences were completely different from that of a God of Destruction. They could not even compare to a 10,000th of Compass power. But they were definitely not a God of Destruction. God. Is it that guy called Compa from before? Android 18's slender brows knit tightly as she asked with some unease. If it was that fellow again, the situation might be quite dire. After all, they had only trained for 9 months and their battle power had not increased significantly. No, it's not Compa. This presence is very faint. Could it be? Trunks shook his head. Yet suddenly 2 faces surfaced in his mind. What is it? Android 17 and Android 16 quickly gathered around as well. Zamasu and Black Goku. Trunks continued to murmur under his breath. He could be certain that these 2 divine presences did not belong to a god of destruction nor to the Supreme Kai of Universe 7. Judging by his speculation, they were most likely Zamasu and Black Goku. After all, according to the original storyline, in the future timeline Zamasu and his ally would appear and wreak havoc. Zamasu and Black Goku. Who are they? I've never heard of them. Are they formidable? Android 17 asked, his face full of confusion. He had heard of Goku but never of Black Goku. As for the name Zamasu, it was truly the first time he had ever heard it. Android 18 and Android 16 were clearly just as astonished and puzzled. They too had no idea who those 2 fellows were. They're only minor characters. But they couldn't have come at a better time. They'll give you some practice. And in the process you'll get to feel just how strong you've become. Trunks smiled lightly and said in a casual tone. Zamasu might have managed to make a bit of a splash in Dragon Ball Super. But the 2 of them were still extremely weak now. Even if they became fused, Zamasu, Trunks had absolute confidence that he could destroy them. Moreover, they hadn't yet reached the level of Super Saiyan God. From what he had sensed just now, they were very weak. At the very most they couldn't exceed Goku and Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 power. Trunks, Android 16 and the others had trained for so long. And with overloaded training every single day, their strength had already improved tremendously. Defeating Zamasu and Black Goku shouldn't be a problem at all. Now that you put it that way, I'm a little intrigued. Haven't we spent all this time on dull, tedious training precisely for the sake of battle? This is a perfect chance to test our combat ability and sharpen our fighting skills in actual combat. Android 17 said, brimming with enthusiasm. After all, solitary training was extremely monotonous. But battling enemies allowed one to taste the joy of combat. Then let's go now. The energy signatures of those 2 have already vanished from Earth. If we wait any longer we might not be able to catch them. Trunks said to the others. Then he quickly changed into a new set of clothes. These were all combat suits custom-made by Bulma. Although they couldn't absorb an attack completely, they could at least help disperse some of the force. Especially against Zamasu and Black Goku, who were not very powerful, they could play a tiny role. After changing into their combat suits and giving Bulma a brief word of farewell, the 4 of them vanished from Capsule Corporation in an instant. When they were about to leave the atmosphere, Trunks used his divine power to erect an energy barrier, because Android 17 and Android 18, after all, had human bodies and could not survive normally in the vacuum of space. Trunks was incredibly fast, leaving Earth in a mere 10+ seconds. Trunks, can you sense the energy of those 2? Android 17 asked a little eagerly. After all, after training for such a long time, he could barely contain his craving for a real fight. Dull and repetitive cultivation had made him intensely eager for actual combat. Yeah, I can sense them already. Those 2 are moving at top speed. Trunks nodded, then accelerated. A streak of silver light flashed across the universe in an instant. Meanwhile, in the world of the Kais, the Elder Kai and Supreme Kai Shin were watching the scene unfold through their crystal ball. Reflected in the crystal ball were Zamasu and Black Goku. Great Ancestor, who exactly are those 2? Why do they have the aura of gods in their bodies? And that one, he's wearing the special uniform of the Supreme Kais. Is he also a Supreme Kai? Supreme Kai Shin looked at the 2 people in the crystal ball and then asked the Elder Kai. Because in this timeline Goku and Vegeta had been killed far too early. The Supreme Kais had thus never had the opportunity to meet Goku and Vegeta. Therefore they fixed all their attention on Zamasu. That was because the fellow possessed a rather powerful divine aura, and the clothes he wore were exactly the same as the Supreme Kai's robes. This meant he might have some connection to the Supreme Kais. Idiot, can't you sense even that? That one is most likely a Supreme Kai from another universe or a candidate for Supreme Kai. But I know the Supreme Kais of the other 11 universes, and none of them is this fellow. It seems he is a Supreme Kai candidate I don't recognize, or perhaps a Kai. The Elder Kai scolded Supreme Kai Shin, then offered his analysis. After all, he was quite familiar with the Supreme Kais of the 12 universes. Although he had been sealed inside the sacred sword for a very long time, he could still recognize them. Could it be that while you were sealed the Supreme Kais of other universes were replaced? Kibito spoke up. That is possible. But judging by how those two look, they are heading straight for our world of the Kais. When they arrive we can ask them and find out. The Elder Kai nodded in agreement. Since he was a Supreme Kai, there shouldn't be any ill intent. Moreover, the current Supreme Kai of their 7th universe did not even know the Supreme Kais of the other universes. So there should be no reason for any enmity. Why do I feel those two are up to no good? Supreme Kai Shin muttered. He just felt that those two didn't seem like good people. Half an hour later. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of air being rent apart suddenly rang out, and then two silhouettes appeared before the Supreme Kai and the Elder Kai. They were obviously none other than Black Goku and Zamasu, the pair they had been observing earlier. Hey! Who are you two, and why have you come to our sacred realm? Kibito immediately put on a stern face and said. That man's appearance was indeed quite intimidating. It was just that his strength and courage did not match his looks. What's going on? Does the 7th universe's Supreme Kai in this timeline not recognize you? Black Goku looked at Zamasu in surprise and asked. Because in their timeline Supreme Kais knew one another. Also in the past he had met the 7th universe's Supreme Kai a few times. But from the way things looked now, this timeline's Zamasu and the 7th universe's Supreme Kai and Kibito were completely unacquainted. Right, never seen them. Zamasu shook his head. I see. Even better. A bloodthirsty smile curled at the corner of Black Goku's mouth in an instant. If they didn't know each other, it made things even easier. Hey! Who are you two exactly, and what are you doing here? If you have nothing to do here, leave right now. This is the realm of the gods. Supreme Kai Shin also said in a defiant tone. After all, he was the master of this sacred realm. Now that strangers had suddenly barged in, he naturally wouldn't allow it. No need to worry, Supreme Kai of the 7th universe. We'll leave soon enough. But before that, I will kill every last one of you. A savage, bloodthirsty look instantly spread across Black Goku's face. Then strands of purple-black aura burst out from his body. This power within an instant surpassed both the Supreme Kai and Kibito. God Ki. This guy is also a god. Elder Kai and Supreme Kai Shin were instantly taken aback. For the being before them had erupted with none other than God Ki from his body. More importantly, this man's strength was formidable. Just from releasing his aura alone, he made them feel overwhelming pressure. Who on earth are you people? Why did you come here? What is your purpose in killing us? Supreme Kai Shin asked again with a grim face. Those two bastards had actually said they wanted to kill them. After all, they were the Supreme Kais of an entire universe. If they died, the whole universe would descend into chaos. It would not be long before a universe could very well decline and even perish. Although their power was not great as the supreme deities of the universe, their importance was beyond measure. If not for their creation and maintenance, the whole universe would slowly waste away. Which universe are you from exactly? Do you even know what punishment you will face for trying to kill the Supreme Kai? Elder Kai also demanded, his expression dark. That man had just mentioned Universe 7's God of Destruction. That meant they were not gods from Universe 7. But if they were gods, they should have known that one must not lay a hand on the gods of other universes. Doing so would violate the divine code. When the time came, they would definitely be punished. It was truly unexpected. Once he had been sealed inside the Z-Sword by Lord Beerus. Not long ago, those two good-for-nothings had managed to release him from the sword by sheer coincidence. Of course, it was complete dumb luck, a blind cat running into a dead mouse, that allowed him to escape the divine sword. But he never imagined that just a little while after being freed from the divine sword he would be killed so soon. What terrible luck! I refuse to accept this. Shut up, old man. Once the entire universe falls into our hands, no one will be able to punish us. Goku Black said with incomparable confidence. Because their Zero Mortals plan was absolutely infallible. It was only the Omni King and the Grand Priest at the very end who would be a little difficult to handle. Apart from those two, as for the so-called angels and gods of destruction, they could find ways to make them die or lose their powers. Zamasu, kill them. Goku Black clearly did not want to waste any more words. After all, villains die from talking too much. If he continued chatting with them, an accident would very likely occur. And he absolutely could not allow any accident. No matter what, today he would kill Universe 7's Supreme Kai. And by doing so, Beerus, Universe 7's God of Destruction, would also die. At that point the entire Universe 7 would become their spoils. After hesitating briefly, Zamasu nodded. Clearly Zamasu of this timeline could not match Goku Black in ruthlessness. At the same time, a purple flame of energy burst from his body. Though the two of them were not strong, in Trunks' eyes they were like insects. They were more than enough to deal with Supreme Kai, Shin and Kibito. As for the frail and aging Elder Kai, he had virtually no combat power at all. Goku Black would not take him seriously. The next moment, the two of them with perfect coordination flashed forward and appeared before Kibito and Supreme Kai Shin in an instant. Then punches were launched. The speed was astonishing and they clearly had no intention of holding back. They went all out from the very first blow. Supreme Kai Shin and Kibito were not ready for battle. Having lived in the divine realm for so long, they had not fought for over 1,000 years. Although one could not say their bodies had rusted, their reaction speed had indeed deteriorated far too much. Watching the fists blast toward them, the two had no chance to dodge. All they could do was raise their arms as quickly as possible and shield their chests. Boom! Boom! Two dull collision sounds rang out almost simultaneously. Then Supreme Kai Shin and Kibito were sent flying backward almost at the same time. Their feet dragged across the ground as they blasted dozens of yards away. The hard ground was plowed into two shocking furrows. Such overwhelming power. These two are too strong. Supreme Kai Shin instantly panicked. Fear spread through his heart. That single punch had already made his arms feel as if they had gone numb. In this battle there was absolutely no chance of victory. What should we do now? If this continues, those two boys will be killed. But right now there is no way to contact Lord Beerus. Elder Kai was so anxious he stamped his feet. But he could not be of any help. Because in his twilight years he had no real strength and was useless in this kind of fight. If it were Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction, he would definitely annihilate those two in an instant. The problem was that they had absolutely no way to contact Lord Beerus right now. Goku Black and Zamasu obviously did not want to give Kibito and Supreme Kai Shin any breathing room. Because Goku Black knew very well that the two of them had mastered instant transmission. If they used instant transmission to call for reinforcements, or even invited Beerus over, their plan would collapse completely. They might even die right here. Goku Black knew Beerus's personality very well. Killing a Supreme Kai was for someone like Beerus as easy as crushing an ant. Before the Supreme Kai and Kibito could even steady themselves, their attacks came one after another. Punch after punch, faster and faster. Supreme Kai Shin and Kibito could only dodge and block. They had barely enough strength to defend and none at all to counterattack. Despair had already filled their hearts. Because no matter what, the two of them could never defeat those two fellows. Moreover, their coordination was extremely seamless. In less than 2 minutes they would be completely killed. Boom! Boom! Just as the two were rapidly racking their brains for a countermeasure, Zamasu and Goku Black each kicked out. The blows landed heavily on Kibito's and Supreme Kai Shin's chests and their bodies were sent flying backward. Goku Black and Zamasu leaped into the air in perfect sync. Their palms came together loosely and spheres of purple and black energy condensed in an instant. This time they gathered all the energy in their bodies. Their goal was to kill in one strike, to thoroughly wipe out Universe 7 Supreme Kai. For them this was a life-or-death battle. If they failed to kill Universe 7 Supreme Kai, they knew exactly what their own fate would be. They would very likely be completely destroyed by Beerus. All of you disappear. Goku Black shouted shrilly. The condensed black energy sphere was blasted out in an instant and Zamasu's purple energy sphere followed close behind. At this moment Supreme Kai Shin and Kibito were already feeling despair. Because it was absolutely impossible for them to withstand those two energy spheres. Nevertheless, the two instantly summoned every trace of energy in their bodies and mounted a last-ditch resistance. Yet the gap between them was plainly immense. The moment the energy spheres collided, the spheres of the Supreme Kai and Kibito were swiftly suppressed and then engulfed. Bracing their feet hard against the ground, the two began to stagger backward at great speed. TCH. Is this the end? Supreme Kai Shin was now completely in despair. This was the sacred realm of the gods, and it was absolutely impossible for anyone to come to their rescue. Given the pair's strength, they were in no way a match for the two before them. The result could only be one: they would be utterly slain. Once that happened, the entire universe would lose its Supreme Kai, descend into chaos, and eventually be driven to ruin. Stubborn and obstinate. Now vanish from existence. Goku Black let out a triumphant roar. It seemed that his Zero Mortals plan had already made a perfect start. The Supreme Kai and Kibito were drenched in sweat. Their bodies retreated rapidly. By now their arms were trembling and they could barely hold on any longer. Whoosh! 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 Just then several more sounds of something tearing through the air suddenly rang out. The Elder Kai lifted his head sharply and caught sight of a protective barrier wrapped in silvery chi. Inside the barrier stood 4 figures. That's the one who fought Lord Kampa, the God of Destruction of Universe 6, some time ago. The Elder Kai recognized Trunks at a glance. It was because just a few months earlier a fierce battle had broken out in Universe 7. The ones responsible for that battle were Lord Kampa, the God of Destruction of Universe 6, and the young man named Trunks. But now Trunks had appeared in their divine realm. Whether that was a good omen or a bad one, no one could tell. But on second thought, they were already on the verge of being killed, so there could hardly be a worse outcome than this. And in that very instant when Trunks and the others appeared, in a flash he appeared directly in front of the Supreme Kai and Kibito. Then with a casual wave of his hand, the energy spheres fired by Goku Black and Zamasu were sent flying away. What? Who are you? Goku Black and Zamasu were both startled. This was the Supreme Kai realm of Universe 7. By all reasoning, apart from the Supreme Kai and his attendant, no one else should possibly be able to set foot in a place like this. And yet these sudden arrivals were clearly not the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai and Kibito were equally baffled, but relief flooded their hearts. It seemed they had been saved. So it really is those two reckless fools who are courting death. Trunks raised his head, cast a faint glance at Zamasu and Goku Black, and said in a placid tone. It seemed his earlier guess had been absolutely right. The two of them were none other than Zamasu and Goku Black. Coming straight here to kill the Supreme Kai was actually quite a clever move. After all, Beerus's power was not something they could ever hope to equal. If they had tried to kill Beerus, that would have been no different from courting death. Trunks then cast another look at the Elder Kai in the distance. A flicker of surprise and suspicion passed through his eyes. By all rights, the Elder Kai should still have been sealed inside the Z-Sword at this moment. In the Dragon Ball storyline of the main timeline, the Elder Kai was only released after Goku accidentally snapped the Z-Sword. But the Supreme Kai and Kibito before him did not seem to possess such ability. How had this old man gotten out then? It seemed that the timeline he was in differed from the future timeline. It was also completely different from the one where Goku and the others lived. Hey! Do you ants realize what you're doing? Ignorant lowly creatures. How dare you meddle in the affairs of gods? Gazing at Trunks and the others who had appeared out of nowhere, Goku Black's eyes blazed with furious flames. A few measly bugs actually dared to thwart his plan. Then he would just eliminate them first. Goku. No. 17 and no. 18 looked at Goku Black with some surprise. This man looked exactly like Goku. Apart from the difference in their clothes, it was almost impossible to detect any distinction at all. As for no. 16, upon seeing Goku Black, he clenched his fists tightly. The purpose for which he had been created was to kill Goku. A mere Supreme Kai candidate from Universe 10, and you have the nerve to brag so shamelessly. Trash like you has no right to shout and bluster before me. Trunks said with a look of disdain. These words not only startled Goku Black and Zamasu, even the Elder Kai and the Supreme Kai nearby looked on in astonishment. So these two were actually Supreme Kai candidates from Universe 10. In response, Goku Black's and Zamasu's expressions darkened further. This fellow actually knew their true identities. In that case they absolutely could not let them off today. Let them be buried here forever alongside Universe 7 Supreme Kai. No. 16 No. 17 Beat these two to a pulp. Pound them until their teeth scatter all over the ground. Naturally Trunks did not want to dirty his own hands on such small fry. After all they were far too weak. No. 17 and no. 16 were more than enough to deal with them. You got it. We've trained for so long, time to truly experience the fruits of that training. No. 17 nodded with a touch of excitement. After all, the purpose of training was real combat. Such a fine opportunity could not be missed. And as it happened, no. 17 had no liking for these two. Especially the green-skinned one, for some reason that man always made people feel extremely uncomfortable. So today this one would be beaten until his teeth littered the floor. As for no. 16, he too nodded solemnly. Perhaps it was because Dr. Gero had planted an order within his mind. Thus he naturally harbored hostile feelings toward Goku. Although this man was not the true Goku, he still looked exactly like Goku. Defeating him would make no real difference. A lowly creature too blind to know life and death, swept up in arrogance. Do you really think you are worthy to contend with gods? Zamasu and Goku Black naturally dismissed Trunks and the others as beneath their notice. They had no idea how these people had managed to appear in the divine realm, but they could never be a match for gods. Moreover, the two of them now possessed strength that far surpassed the supreme Kais of the other universes. Thus killing a few humans was simply an easy matter for them. Lowly creatures. Then watch how a lowly creature bashes your heads in. No. 17's expression hardened. As an android he had always resented arrogant types like this. And now this man was going to use his divine status as a weapon. Then he would let them see just how a god gets his head bashed in. The instant no. 17's voice faded, he and no. 16 shot forward. Their speed was astonishing. After all, for the past 9 months they had been training desperately under Trunks' guidance. No. 16 and no. 17's bodies instantly appeared before Black Wukong and Zamasu. Their speed was astonishing. Compared with a year ago, the two had clearly undergone a qualitative improvement in power. Nani? How can a couple of lowly humans be this fast? Zamasu's green face instantly showed surprise. In his subjective impression, humans were nothing but a pack of savage, greedy, lowly lower creatures who would stop at nothing to achieve their ends. He had never taken humans seriously. He never imagined these two humans could be so strong. He had barely seen a blur before the two had appeared before them. As for Black Wukong, he was not particularly surprised. He had fought Sun Wukong before and knew there were many powerful beings among humans. Previously his thinking had been the same as Zamasu of this timeline, believing that humans were just a bunch of greedy creatures whose power could never surpass gods. But Sun Wukong's appearance had completely changed that belief. However, no matter how strong these fellows might be, what did it matter? They could never match them. No one could stop their human zero plan. And while Zamasu was still astonished, no. 17 and no. 16 simultaneously lashed out with a punch in nearly identical motions. Green-skinned Zamasu was originally weak and had no time to block. No. 17's fist slammed heavily into his face. Bang. Wish. With a single punch, Zamasu's body was sent flying backward, skidding across the ground for dozens of yards. However, Black Wukong, who had taken over Sun Wukong's body, was clearly a bit stronger. When no. 16's punch came, he met it with his own fist. Boom. At the instant the two fists collided, ripples spread through the very space. A terrifying shockwave erupted in all directions. Immediately after wave of hurricane force gusts swept through. The Elder Kai's body was sent flying away. Both no. 16 and Black Wukong each recoiled over a dozen zhang. Damn it. This lowly worm has such tremendous strength. But I can't sense any fluctuation of ki from his body. Could this guy be an android? Black Wukong's face darkened. After acquiring Sun Wukong's body, he had also learned to sense ki. From the opponent's body he could not sense the ki that Sun Wukong and the others spoke of. This suggested the guy before him was very likely an android. After all, he could sense even the presence of gods. A mere pile of junk, a robot, actually had power like this. It was truly hard for him to believe. But that was all it was. After obtaining Sun Wukong's body he had not yet fully familiarized himself with it. In other words, he could not yet unleash the full power this body originally possessed. During battle the body's original power would gradually awaken. He would also master this body as soon as possible. Soon a mere android would be blown apart with one punch. Meanwhile on the other side No. 17 was unleashing a frenzy of attacks on Greenskin Zamasu. At this moment Zamasu could only parry, completely unable to fight back. After all, through more than a year of training No. 17's power had undergone a qualitative leap. The Zamasu of this timeline was indeed no match for No. 17. Weren't you all high and mighty just now? Is this all the power you have? You call yourselves gods? No. 17 mocked as he launched his ferocious assault. The feeling of this fight was indeed exhilarating. Especially after training for so long and suppressing himself for so long, now he could vent to his heart's content. Lowly creature. Stop being so arrogant before the great god. Zamasu was also furious now. After all, he had despised humans from beginning to end. Being treated like this by a human now was utterly intolerable to his pride. But even if he couldn't stand it, there was nothing he could do, since there was still a gap between his power and No. 17's. God. Just trash. No. 17 said disdainfully. Then he grabbed Zamasu's face with one hand and pressed down hard, slamming his green body into the ground. His body was trembling violently, but he could not break free from No. 17's grip. Worm. Take your filthy hands off a god. Zamasu's furious roars were answered by one heavy punch after another from No. 17. Meanwhile on the other side No. 16 was locked in a fierce battle with Black Wukong. The two seemed evenly matched, trading blow for blow. But as time passed, after just 5 minutes, Trunks could clearly sense that Black Wukong's power was rising rapidly. From being evenly matched at first, Black Wukong could now completely suppress No. 16. Trunks, that guy who looks like Sun Wukong is getting out of hand. In just a few minutes his power seems to have changed drastically. No. 16 is no longer his match. The No. 18 beside them also noticed this and said to Trunks. If this kept up, No. 16 would surely be defeated. He could even be killed. Indeed. That guy got Sun Wukong's body, he just couldn't adapt at first. Through battle the power of this body is quickly awakening and he is rapidly adapting to Sun Wukong's body. That's why his power is increasing so fast. But it doesn't matter, he's doomed today. Trunks said calmly. Even if Zamasu had obtained all of Sun Wukong's power, even if he could transform into Super Saiyan Rose, he would still be no match before him. Killing Black Wukong was an easy task. Bang! Almost as Trunks' voice fell, a low impact sounded. No. 16's body was sent flying, then crashed heavily in front of Trunks and No. 18. But No. 16 quickly stood up again. His gaze was resolute and fierce. At that moment Black Wukong, hovering in midair, had already gathered a massive purple-black energy sphere. He clearly intended to annihilate No. 16. No. 16 gritted his teeth, instinctively sensing the danger emanating from the energy sphere. Enough, No. 16. Your battle is over. That guy's power is rising too fast, you can't beat him. Leave this to me now. Trunks gently patted No. 16's arm. Then he walked directly in front of No. 16. If No. 16 continued to fight, the final outcome would not change, he would only suffer more injuries. So Trunks prepared to settle it himself. I'm okay. No. 16 nodded, then stepped back to No. 18 sighed. Filthy worms, vanish now. To die at the hands of the universe's greatest god is your supreme honor. The purple-black energy sphere grew ever more dense. Black Wukong's expression turned frenzied. This energy sphere was enough to destroy the entire realm of the gods. And all these fellows before him would be killed. What pitiful arrogance. Let me send you on your way. Trunks glanced indifferently at the frenzied Black Wukong. The moment his words fell, Trunks' pupils turned silver gray and his hair instantaneously became silver white. Though using Ultra Instinct against a guy like Black Wukong was overkill. But to save time he would settle it in an instant. The moment he activated Ultra Instinct, Trunks' body vanished like a phantom. Before Black Wukong could react, Trunks' body had already appeared in front of him. Nanny! You! How are you so fast? Black Wukong panicked in an instant, stunned by fright. But Trunks said nothing more. He merely tapped the energy sphere Black Wukong had gathered with a finger. The purple-black sphere vanished without a trace. No. Impossible. You can die now. As Trunks' icy voice fell again, he threw a punch. There was no mercy at all. In that instant, wrapped in silver ki, his fist pierced straight through Black Wukong's chest. One-shot kill. No. No. How could I possibly die at the hands of a lowly human? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Despite the heart-rending agony coursing through his body, Black Goku still could not believe what was unfolding before his eyes. He had already obtained Son Goku's body and possessed immense power. Yet why was this damn human in front of him so overwhelmingly strong? A single punch had pierced straight through his body. Now, beyond disbelief, shock and agony, a wave of regret surged within Zamasu's heart. Why had he destroyed the Super Dragon Balls so hastily? Why hadn't he made a wish to grant himself immortality as well? If he had possessed an indestructible body, this wretched human would never have been able to kill him. How humiliating, a noble deity slain by the hand of a lowly human. An absolute disgrace. Yet as the heart-wrenching pain intensified, blood continued to pour from his body. His vitality began to dissipate rapidly. Trunks observed Black Goku's agonized suffering with a cold, unreadable expression. Then, his tone turning icy, he spoke, "Someone as worthless as you who resorts to despicable means to steal another's body will never amount to strength. You are destined to remain nothing but a pitiful worm, forever incapable of vanquishing a Saiyan. In any timeline you will always meet your end at the hands of a Saiyan. Presumptuous false god, vanish from this world entirely." After delivering his cold verdict, Trunks promptly withdrew his fist. Blood gushed profusely from the wound in Black Goku's chest. However, Trunks did not grant him even a moment to catch his breath. Positioning his palm toward Black Goku, he began rapidly condensing an energy blast. Whoosh! As the energy wave erupted, Black Goku's body was instantly engulfed by the devastating blast. Like a wisp of smoke caught in a fierce gale, he vanished without a trace. This is incredible. Old Kai and the other Supreme Kais were utterly dumbfounded. They knew full well that the being just killed possessed power that defied comprehension. An existence capable of effortlessly slaying a Supreme Kai proved to be utterly helpless before this Trunks. In the blink of an eye he had been eliminated. Android 18 and Android 16 maintained composed expressions. They understood Trunks' capabilities all too well. Though Trunks might not yet rival a god of destruction, handling a mere insignificant like this was well within his capacity. Zamasu. Upon sensing Black Goku's death, Green Zamasu's face immediately twisted with shock and terror. Effortlessly eradicating another Zamasu was an accomplishment far beyond ordinary beings. Apart from gods of destruction and angels, very few possessed such power. Yet all these people before him were merely mortals, the lowliest, most despised humans. Green monster, you'd be wise to focus on preserving your own sorry hide. Before Zamasu could fully process his fear, Android 17's voice echoed in his ears. Instantly, Green Zamasu's body was blasted away by a single punch. He skidded across the ground for hundreds of zhang before finally coming to a halt. Though some abrasions marred his body, they healed almost instantly. Beforehand they had gathered the Super Dragon Balls and wished upon Shinran for immortality. No one could possibly kill him now. Perhaps even a god of destruction's power might not suffice to permanently annihilate him. That fellow seems rather peculiar. Android 17 has struck him countless times, each blow powerful enough to cause severe damage. Yet this guy hasn't shown a single scratch. Android 18 observed Green Zamasu with visible surprise. After rigorous training, Android 17's power had surged dramatically. Throughout this battle he had completely dominated the green-skinned monster. Yet despite Android 17's relentless assaults, it appeared as though he had inflicted no damage whatsoever on the green creature. Aside from some torn clothing, not a single wound marred his body. This was absurd. No, the guy is definitely taking damage. But he possesses extraordinarily potent self-healing capabilities. Therefore after each injury he recovers almost instantly. Android 16 interjected to explain. Having observed closely he could see clearly what was happening. Android 17's attacks were not ineffective. The green monster's regenerative ability was simply far too formidable. TCH. What the hell is going on with this guy? Why is he like some relentless piece of tough candy? Though we can hurt him each time he recovers far too quickly. Android 17 also noticed the anomaly, his brows furrowing slightly. Although both he and Android 18 were infinite energy androids, continuing this fight offered no advantage. The opponent's green-skinned monster's self-repair capability was simply far too overwhelming. Foolish filthy humans, this is the grandeur of a deity. How could creatures as insignificant as ants ever hope to slay the greatest divine being? Zamasu rose to his feet and jeered with manic fervor. Armed with immortality he indeed felt utterly unrestrained. Unless a god of destruction's power could shatter his indestructible form, absolutely no one could defeat him. Admittedly the mortals before him were undeniably powerful, even surpassing all supreme Kais. But killing him remained an impossibility. Shameless wretch, beaten to a pulp, and yet your mouth remains as stubborn as ever. I'd like to see whether you can recover from whatever punishment I dish out. Android 17 gritted his teeth and once again unleashed a furious barrage against Zamasu. However, the creature's regeneration truly was extraordinary, every wound healed rapidly. Frustration mounted with each strike. Enough, Android 17. This fellow possesses immortality, and with our current power he indeed proves difficult to eliminate. Fall back. Trunks called out to Android 17. At his present power level, Android 17 simply couldn't inflict lethal damage upon Zamasu. Immortality was certainly formidable. But it only guaranteed survival, it did not erase the capacity for suffering. Reluctantly Android 17 returned to Trunks' side. Possessing far greater strength than that green-skinned monster, yet being utterly unable to kill him, it was as though striking cotton, leaving him deeply frustrated. Have you finally come to your senses, you ants? Your power will never be sufficient to kill me, Zamasu declared triumphantly. As if he had completely forgotten his companion's one-punch demise. Aside from Trunks, everyone's expression grew grave. If this guy truly possessed immortality, eliminating him would indeed prove exceedingly difficult. Yet observing Zamasu's smug grin, Trunks stepped forward and spoke. We may be unable to destroy your immortal body, but you surely still feel pain, don't you? I'd be curious to know which you prefer, dying swiftly or experiencing a living death, eternal torment. After speaking, a cold smile curled the corners of Trunks' lips. As for now, he might truly be unable to completely destroy Zamasu. But the methods to torture someone are not merely killing him. Sometimes death is far too merciful for someone like him. Since Zamasu believed he couldn't kill him, then he simply wouldn't. Sometimes living in agony far surpasses a swift death in sheer torment. Nanny. The green-skinned Zamasu was momentarily stunned. He seemed unable to grasp the full meaning behind Trunks' words. Before he could fully process what was happening, Trunks clenched his right hand and an energy barrier of silver light instantly manifested around Zamasu's body. The barrier then tightly encased his form. As Trunks' fist gently closed, the silver energy shell immediately began compressing inward. Zamasu's green body convulsed along with the shrinking barrier. Awe! A piercing scream of agony echoed throughout the entire divine realm at that very moment. As the energy barrier continued to contract, Zamasu's body had shrunk by half. Crimson cracks appeared within his pupils. It was clear that he was enduring torment beyond mortal comprehension. Though his body truly could not be destroyed, this suffering was far more agonizing than death itself. How does it feel, great God? Is this sensation not quite pleasing? Shall I add something more? Trunks asked with a grin. Then sharp silver needles materialized along the inner surface of the energy barrier, piercing straight into Zamasu's body. Ah! Zamasu's screams grew increasingly deafening. Old Kai and Supreme Kai Shin both recoiled in terror. They then stared at Trunks with looks of pure fear. This fellow appeared harmless, like a handsome neighbor boy. Yet who would have guessed his methods were so mercilessly cruel? Although that Zamasu was hardly a good person and had nearly killed them all. But if it were them inflicting such torment upon Zamasu, they certainly could not have done it. Kill. Kill me. You vile vermin, if you have any courage, kill me. Zamasu clearly could no longer bear the soul-rending agony. Every inch of his skin screamed with excruciating pain. Even a god could not withstand such suffering. At this moment he fully understood the words that human had spoken. A swift death versus living in torment worse than death itself. If given the chance to choose again, he would absolutely opt for a quick death. This existence worse than death was simply too painful. Yet even in such agony Zamasu's mouth remained unyielding. Trunks couldn't help but marvel at such an extraordinary being. Every tissue in his body was soft, only his damned mouth remained hard. Vermin, kill me quickly. Zamasu wailed in pure despair. Trunks walked steadily toward Zamasu step by step. Witnessing Zamasu's torment, Trunks felt a pang of guilt. But there was no help for it. With his current strength he could not grant Zamasu a swift end. So at this moment he was helpless. Oh! Kill me! Kill me quickly! Zamasu's facial features had completely contorted. Pain. Soul-rending pain. It was too painful. Even worse than when Yego lost his mate. I'm truly sorry, great God. As you can see, it's not that I don't wish to help. I truly am powerless. After all, you are a great god with an immortal body, I simply cannot kill you. Trunks shrugged helplessly. Zamasu was at once in agony and filled with rage. Desiring death yet unable to find it. You vile insect. Ants, filthy lowly creatures. Zamasu continued his frantic curses. But the more fiercely he cursed, the tighter the energy barrier contracted. That soul-rending pain grew ever more intense. It felt as though countless golden needles simultaneously pierced his heart. And indeed that was precisely the case. The silver needles forged from concentrated energy had long since impaled his heart. TSK, TSK, TSK. I had thought your body would be as hard as your tongue, but it seems otherwise. Savor this agony. For eternity, forever, eternally trapped within this suffering. Gods live exceedingly long lives, perhaps this torment will accompany you until time itself reaches its end. After speaking, Trunks simply turned around. Sometimes when dealing with such stubborn opponents one must make them taste true suffering. Especially considering that in the original Dragon Ball Super storyline this creature had completely destroyed 12 universes. To him humans were nothing but filthy lowly creatures, worse than ants. Forcing him to experience such pain was in a sense already a form of mercy. Having said that, Trunks walked directly toward Supreme Kai Shin. He then spoke, leave this stubborn wretch here in the kingdom of Kais for eternity. Why yes. Yes. I will keep a close watch on him. Glancing up at Trunks, Supreme Kai Shin immediately nodded frantically in sheer terror. For in his eyes Trunks was nothing less than a deranged demon. Such vicious and ruthless methods, they simply could not bring themselves to do it. Even though that Zamasu truly was a monster. There is no need to be so afraid. I am no devil. Nor would I harm others without cause. But this fellow is quite different from others. His goal is to eradicate all humans and gods alike, to rule this world. And in other timelines he indeed accomplished exactly that, destroying countless humans. For such a demon one must employ methods far more cruel than any demon could muster. Noticing the fear and apprehension in Supreme Kai's eyes, Trunks patted his shoulder and spoke softly. Were it anyone else, Trunks truly could not have been so ruthless. But Zamasu was different from all others. Since he regarded all humans as mere ants, then he must experience the suffering those ants can inflict. I understand. Supreme Kai Shin nodded mechanically. Clearly terror had seized his mind, he hadn't absorbed a single word Trunks had said. At that moment old Kai hurried over. Though fear similarly gripped his heart, he appeared considerably more composed. Thank you so much, Mr. Trunks. If not for your intervention the entire divine realm might have been destroyed. Rest assured we will surely keep close watch over this fellow. Clearly old Kai was far more composed than Supreme Kai Shin. Splendid, thank you for your trouble. However, there is one more matter I hope old Kai can assist with. Trunks looked at old Kai and spoke. Since he had come all this way to the divine realm, he certainly wouldn't leave empty-handed. Ask me for help. The old Supreme Kai looked utterly astonished. One needed only to observe this young man to sense his terrifying power. Without exaggeration, even if all 12 universes Supreme Kais banded together, they still would not stand a chance against this youth before him. What a surprising request, to seek his aid. Perhaps the young man had already known of his existence all along. But that seemed unlikely. He had been sealed within the sacred blade of the Supreme Kais for an impossibly long stretch of time, so long that even he had lost count. All he could recall was that the Supreme Kai lineage had passed through 15 generations. Yes, that is correct. Only you can help me with this. No one else has the ability. I imagine you have already guessed, I am a Saiyan. Trunks nodded solemnly before speaking. In truth, he had never felt comfortable addressing the Supreme Kai as, my lord. Perhaps it stemmed from his memories of Dragon Ball GT, where the old Supreme Kai had mercilessly berated Son Goku and the others over the Shadow Dragon incident. It was around that time that his fondness for the old Supreme Kai had waned. Though wavered was more accurate than hated, it was merely a mild distaste. Calling someone weaker than himself, my lord, still felt unnatural to him. Indeed, I can see you are a Saiyan. What surprises me is that while Saiyans are called the race of warriors, their combat prowess is remarkably modest. To my knowledge, no Saiyan has ever approached the level you have reached. The old Supreme Kai nodded and answered seriously. His understanding of Saiyans was never particularly deep. It came only from his early days as a Supreme Kai when he had studied the planets across all 4 galaxies. He knew of the Saiyans' existence, yet in those days, despite their boastful title of fighting race, their overall strength was unremarkable. Many species throughout the universe could easily defeat Saiyans. Trunks' appearance, however, had left him genuinely stunned. A Saiyan wielding such overwhelming power. And earlier, when he slew the one called Black Goku and subdued Zamasu, the power radiating from his body was undeniably divine. A Saiyan born with the power of a god. That alone was enough to pique his curiosity, and combined with such devastating strength, it was beyond comprehension. Without exaggeration, a Supreme Kai stood before this Saiyan like an ant beneath a towering mountain. Then, what exactly do you need from me? But I must state this clearly, if I cannot assist you, I beg you will not harm those two. The old Supreme Kai glanced toward the Supreme Kai and Kibito before continuing. His ancient frame had already endured countless eons of imprisonment. Death was of little consequence to him now. Yet these two before him, though feeble, were the hope of Universe 7 Supreme Kai. Do not worry, I am no bloodthirsty killer. And as for the favor I request, you are certainly capable of fulfilling it. Simple, help me unlock my potential. I know you possess that ability. Trunks nodded firmly before speaking. In the original Dragon Ball Z storyline, the old Supreme Kai had once helped Son Gohan unlock his latent potential. After that unlocking, Gohan's strength had surged dramatically, but at the cost of losing his Saiyan transformations. What Trunks now needed was different: to unlock his potential without sacrificing his Saiyan form. He needed to achieve Super Saiyan on top of his awakened power. At that point his strength would become utterly terrifying. Upon hearing Trunks' words, the old Supreme Kai froze. No one alive knew of his potential unlocking ability. This young man looked absolutely under 100 years old, yet he possessed knowledge that should have been impossible. It genuinely surprised him. Very well, I will do my best. Despite his astonishment, the old Supreme Kai nodded. He had no real choice in the matter. The Saiyan before him was far too powerful. Even if the youth claimed he was not bloodthirsty, how could anyone be certain? If he grew displeased and unleashed slaughter across the realm of gods, no one could stop him. It would truly be catastrophic. Thank you then. Trunks returned a polite nod. Given the old Supreme Kai's straightforward compliance, courtesy was only natural. That was Trunks' way of treating others. No need for thanks, you are after all our savior. However, unlocking potential takes considerable time. Approximately 5 days, perhaps longer depending on the individual. The old Supreme Kai added seriously, the duration varies according to the depth of one's latent potential. No matter, I have all the time I need. Trunks nodded. Currently his schedule was not overly constrained. So far, aside from Kampa, the God of Destruction of Universe 6, no formidable adversary had appeared. And encounters with Kampa seemed unlikely in the near future. Then let us begin. Please sit wherever is comfortable. During the process you must maintain absolute focus, no distractions of any kind. The old Supreme Kai offered one more reminder. I understand. Trunks nodded and crossed his legs into a meditative posture. Beside him Android 17 and Android 18 remained still watching silently. They were eager to see what manner of transformation awaited Trunks after his potential was unlocked. The old Supreme Kai began circling around Trunks continuously, a procedure that looked rather absurd from the outside. Yet this was precisely how it had transpired in the original story, so Trunks felt no surprise. Android 18, however, found the whole ritual strangely perfunctory. No matter how one looked at it, there was nothing about this that resembled unlocking anyone's potential. Days passed in quiet stillness. Before long, 6 days had already elapsed. The old Supreme Kai appeared thoroughly exhausted, dense beads of sweat forming across his forehead. Trunks sat unmoving in his original position, eyes half closed. This posture had held firm for a full 6 days. No one dared interrupt, all waited patiently in silence. Finally the old Supreme Kai exhaled a long weary breath. He dropped to the ground in one motion, utterly drained. "It is done, you may open your eyes now. The potential unlocking is complete. This is the absolute limit of what I can achieve." Slumped on the ground, the old Supreme Kai spoke to Trunks, who remained seated with closed eyes. The moment his words fell, Trunks' eyes snapped open. In that single instant a silver light shaped like a crescent moon flashed across his pupils. His aura and gaze had become unbearably sharp, cutting through the air like a drawn blade. "It does seem that some change really has taken place. Though I cannot sense Trunks' ki, his eyes have completely changed." At the look in Trunks' eyes at that moment, Android 17, standing to one side, immediately spoke up. Although they were androids and could not sense Trunks' ki, but from the look in Trunks' eyes one could tell that he had truly changed a great deal. I hope Trunks can grow even stronger, and I hope what happened before never happens again." Android 18 nodded, her face full of anticipation. The last time they came across that fat pig known as the God of Destruction, merely thinking about it still made one tremble in fear. They had been a hair's breadth away from being killed by that guy. She hoped this potential development would truly help Trunks, and even more she hoped he would gain the power to fight the God of Destruction. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Trunks slowly rose and then helped old Kai to his feet as well. After all, old Kai had consumed a considerable amount of his strength to unlock Trunks' potential. "Thank you, old Kai. For this I owe you a favor. If the chance ever arises I will repay it," Trunks said to old Kai with an utterly calm tone. He could feel that his strength had indeed undergone a huge change. An incomparably immense power surged inside his body like some fierce beast. "Trunks, how do you feel?" Android 18 immediately stepped forward and asked. Although they could sense that Trunks had changed. Whether he had become stronger and exactly how strong he had become was still unknown. Therefore everyone was extremely curious. "Trunks, would you let us see the strength you now have after having your potential unsealed?" Android 17 hurried over and asked, his face filled with curiosity. Not far away Kaioshin and Kibito were clearly just as curious. They had never known that a Kaioshin could help someone develop their power like that. They simply did not know whether it was the great ancestor's unique ability or an ability that every Kaioshin should possess. "It seems you are all very interested in my power after unlocking my potential. In that case I will satisfy your curiosity." Looking at all those curious faces, Trunks had no choice but to nod. He also wanted to feel exactly how much his basic combat power had risen after unlocking his potential. Android 17 nodded excitedly. Even so, the group was quite prudent. They all stepped backward. In a flash they opened a gap of dozens of zhang. Because they knew all too well how powerful Trunks was. If they stayed too close they might be injured by the aura bursting from him. After seeing everyone retreat to a safer distance, Trunks' eyes suddenly sharpened and his fists clenched fiercely. Buzz. In the next instant, with a humming sound, an incomparably vast aura exploded from Trunks' body. Rustle, rustle. Rumble. The terrifying aura made the air rattle. The entire divine realm in a single instant shook violently. Ha! A low roar came from deep in Trunks' throat. Silver-white aura flames swirled around his whole body. This aura was completely different from the one he had used with Mastered Ultra Instinct. It was like countless razor-sharp blades ceaselessly slicing through the air. Everywhere the air blades passed, the ground was cut with smooth, clean slashes. The surrounding peaks and trees came crashing down one after another. Android 17 and Android 18 wisely continued to retreat. It seemed they had underestimated Trunks' strength. Even standing where they were, they still could not withstand that intense aura. Their feet dragged across the ground as their bodies were forced back. What terrifying energy! Just how far has this guy risen? Android 17 said, both arms raised before his face, his voice full of shock and disbelief. They had known Trunks must have changed and become stronger, but they never imagined the improvement would be this dramatic. By now they were at least 300 jong away from Trunks, yet the raging aura still made it difficult to even open their eyes. Incredible. I didn't think that smelly old geezer had some tricks after all. Just by staying around Trunks for a few days he caused Trunks' strength to change so much. Android 18 said in amazement. She had thought he was just a hunchback, worthless old man. She had not expected him to truly have real skills. Trunks' basic combat power was clearly far stronger than before. Even the entire divine realm could not help but tremble violently. The aura was still spreading endlessly into the distance. So amazing. I've never felt such a powerful aura. I think even Majin Buu in the past could never have reached this level. This has to be a joke. A human's power is actually so much greater than that of gods. Kaioshin and Kibito were completely dumbfounded. They had always believed they were the highest level beings in the universe. Moreover, apart from Majin Buu there should have been almost no one stronger than them. Yet they had never expected that this person before them would possess strength so unfathomable as to be beyond their imagination. Ha! Trunks kept raising his ki. Crack. Rumble. Aura continuously poured out from his body in wild torrents. Then the ground beneath Trunks' feet emitted a crisp cracking sound, and cracks as thick as a thigh spread rapidly in every direction. The entire divine realm seemed to be tottering as if it could be destroyed at any moment. Trunks, stop. If you keep raising your aura, the divine realm will be destroyed by you. Sensing that the divine realm was already on the brink of collapse, old Kai hastily called out to stop him. It seemed that even he had not anticipated that Trunks, after unlocking his potential, would rise to another level of power. Even more importantly, he had not used any divine power this time. It was entirely through his own human aura that he had made the whole divine realm tremble. Phew. After hearing old Kai's words, Trunks let out a long breath, then stabilized his aura. At this point though, he could clearly feel the power inside him was like a vast boundless ocean, something that could no longer be compared to what it once was. His basic combat power had increased by an unknown multiple compared with before his potential was unlocked. This feeling is truly wonderful. It is far more than what I gained through 9 months of bitter training. Trunks felt the power in his body and said with a very satisfied expression. It seems this trip to the Kaioshin temple has brought me enormous rewards. Just as Trunks completed his potential development, the tremendous surge of energy sent violent tremors rippling through the entire 7th universe. Planets near the Kaioshin realm in particular shuddered with such intensity that they seemed on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Trunks, withdraw your aura at once. If you keep this up, every planet will be destroyed. Even the entire universe could be caught in the devastation of your overwhelming power. The Supreme Kai urgently interjected. Although he knew that after the ancestor had unlocked Trunks' potential his strength would greatly increase. However, he had never expected Trunks' aura to undergo such an earth-shattering transformation. At this moment it would be no exaggeration to call Trunks the mightiest warrior in the universe. That brat's power is utterly astonishing, I can hardly believe it. I have felt such awe-inspiring energy only from Lord Beerus, and no one else has ever radiated a presence this immense. Even the elder Kai was utterly astounded. To be honest, he had been sealed inside the Z-sword for far too long, and in all those years he had never encountered a human or god more powerful than this. Thus he believed that Trunks was the most formidable existence aside from Lord Beerus. The Saiyan race was truly beyond comprehension. Mere humans, yet they could wield power surpassing even the gods. So this is the strength I now possess. It is almost impossible to believe. The elder Kai's ability to unlock potential is certainly not in vain. With my current power, even if the God of Destruction Beerus himself descended, I would have a fighting chance. At this moment Trunks had absolute confidence in his own strength. If before his power paled in comparison to that of the God of Destruction, now he unquestionably had the strength to fight him. And the opponent he most wished to challenge was naturally Beerus. As long as nothing unexpected happened, fighting the God of Destruction to a draw should not be difficult. However, at the request of the two Supreme Kais, Trunks quickly withdrew his aura. If he continued releasing power, it might inflict catastrophic damage on other planets. That was not his intention. Moreover, destroying the worlds of other living beings would fill him with guilt. Trunks, you have utterly astonished me. I never imagined your strength could reach such an extraordinary level. You are even more powerful than the four Supreme Kais from thousands of years ago. At this moment the Supreme Kai's gaze toward Trunks had completely transformed. The four Supreme Kais of ancient times had possessed terrifyingly immense power. Yet compared with the Trunks before him, they still seemed to fall short by a considerable margin. This man was merely a human, and still he had elevated his power to such a degree. There were probably only a few beings in the entire universe who could rival him. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the strongest in the universe. You overestimate my power, Lord Supreme Kai. And at the same time you underestimate those four Supreme Kais who lived in your era. Especially the Grand Supreme Kai, who possessed power beyond your imagination. It was only because of certain circumstances that he could not unleash his full strength when fighting Majin Buu. Trunks did not grow arrogant because of his newfound power. He knew very well that the Grand Supreme Kai's strength was immense. If it had not been for the expenditure of power to seal Moro's magic, the Grand Supreme Kai's strength would never have become so weak. Upon hearing Trunks' words, the Supreme Kai grew even more astonished. Could it be that Trunks knew about the other Supreme Kais? He looked only to be a teenager. There was no way he could ever have encountered the other four Supreme Kais. Why did he know so much? Naturally Trunks would not tell him. As a transmigrator, he was intimately familiar with every single event that had ever occurred in the Dragon Ball world. Meanwhile, in the realm of the gods of destruction, the Angel Wisp furrowed his brows. That terrifying aura from before had been far too immense. It was no exaggeration to say that the aura moments ago had already reached the level of Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction. In fact, if the two were to fight, Beerus might not necessarily emerge victorious. Whis. Whis. Get in here right now. Suddenly the voice of Beerus, the God of Destruction, rang out. The Angel Wisp inwardly groaned. He hurried into the God of Destruction's palace. Beerus, who had slumbered for 39 years, had finally awakened. What is it, Lord Beerus? You only slept for 39 years this time. In the past 39 years was not even enough for one of your naps. The Angel Wisp asked Beerus with a hint of surprise. It was well known throughout the seventh universe that Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction, was notoriously fond of sleeping. In fact, his love of sleep had nearly led to all 12 universes being destroyed by the Grand Zeno. I just had a very strange dream. I dreamed that an enormously powerful opponent appeared in the Kaioshin realm, and in the dream he called himself my rival. Could such a thing really be true? Beerus stared sharply at the Angel Wisp as he asked his question. That dream had been incredibly vivid, far beyond the nature of an ordinary dream. It was his prophetic dream. This meant that everything he had seen in the dream was real and had actually occurred. Lord Beerus, an extraordinary individual, has indeed appeared in the Kaioshin realm. But I am not certain whether he is the rival from your dream. Shall we go there to see for ourselves? The Angel Wisp answered honestly. Since angels were the attendants of gods of destruction, he naturally had to truthfully answer what Beerus asked. So a being like that truly exists. Then I must naturally go and see whether he is worthy of being my rival. The God of Destruction Beerus narrowed his eyes, casting a cold, ominous gleam. Although he did not believe there was anyone in this universe who could truly become his opponent, since he had received such a prophetic dream, he could not simply ignore it. He had to thoroughly figure out whether that individual was truly qualified to be his opponent. Only then could his heart find some peace. It would also dispel the doubts lingering in his mind. Very well, Lord Beerus, I understand. Then I shall go make preparations now. Please change your clothes quickly. The Angel Wisp said this to Beerus. After making brief preparations, the two set off for the Kaioshin realm. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, Trunks and the Elder Kai sensed Beerus' presence as well. This overwhelmingly powerful divine aura can only belong to Beerus, the God of Destruction. So he has awakened at precisely this moment. Since he is already awake, let me witness exactly how formidable Beerus' power truly is. Let us see whether your title as the strongest God of Destruction lives up to its reputation. Feeling that boundless divine energy, Trunks clenched his fists tightly. His eyes blazed with an intense battle lust. A great battle was now inevitable. And Trunks looked forward to it with overwhelming anticipation. He had been waiting for this fight for a very long time. Finale.